DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And as Jay Ochoa tweeted us, as he usually does first thing every morning, today could be a very spicy one, so buckle up. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Why are you in here working?
I don't know. I probably won't be here tomorrow. My throat's on fire.
Yeah.
My sinuses, I don't even know. I can't even feel them. It's a numbing feeling. My left nostril's clogged. My right nostril's dripping. Can we just even the two out?
What is this? Is this?
I mowed over the weekend, and all the grass clippings got in the nose. They got in the sinus cavity, and the allergies kill me. And it happens every year. I really ought to mow with a mask on, but I don't believe in masks, Sean. Masks don't work. So I would never do that. Because here's the thing. Here's what's going to happen.
It'd be awesome if you were outside of your house and you're going down the strip of grass and you got that mask on and you turn into those people that you mock all the time, just walking around like that.
Because that's the thing. Someone's going to take a photo and they're going to call me a hypocrite. Why are you wearing a mask while you're mowing? You know, there's no risk here.
You'd rather be caught in a Jalen Hurts jersey.
I'd rather be, yes, absolutely. So I'm sick.
Especially in your neighborhood, they ban you. They'd throw you out.
Yeah, we got one.
It's an HOA violation.
We've got one that would side with me. We got a mask wearer in the group chat. It's I had to keep my rep. So this is what you got to deal with, right? And I'm cool with suffering the consequences.
Okay.
And these are the consequences, and I am hacking up stuff. I had thank God I had a cranberry juice bottle in the car on the way in, because I filled that thing about halfway up with phlegm this morning. Oh yeah, crunchy and everything. It was fantastic.
Oh man. Well, we'll see if RJ can make it to tomorrow. We are absolutely loaded here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Day 2 of NFL free agency, and the Dallas Cowboys they're not really on the board with free agency. Well, I guess they can kind of be on the board. We'll take anything we can get.
Be all in.
They reach a 1-year contract with the long snapper.
They did.
The operation, the battery, remains intact with Brian Anger, Brandon Aubrey, and Trent Sieg. There you go. We're on the board, baby.
Yeah, on the board, baby. This team has had a solid long snapper for about 20 years now.
Yeah.
They had LP forever. And then this guy, who I just found out his name yesterday. So that's good. It's good that they've re-signed him, and that we should have no more missed snaps.
I can't believe this didn't blow up earlier, but while I was going through Stephen A. Smith's evisceration of Dak Prescott's brother, Tad, he dropped in that clip Stephen A.'s, the whereabouts, of Stephen Jones. How does he know where Stephen Jones is? Because he was hanging out with Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp just hours ago in Austin, Texas for South by Southwest. Yep. I had to make sure I got my timeline right, the hours right. Stephen A. was going off on Tad yesterday, and he was talking about the day before, Monday, hanging out with Stephen Jones in South by Southwest. The Tolos did a little digging, and there is Stephen and Charlotte expected to speak with some type of group there in Austin. So all the spring break jokes and all the yacht memes, kind of coming to fruition a little bit. All of the Mike Bassett comedy.
Listen, it's a fun event from what I'm told. I've not been, but I hear it's quite fun.
Is it for all ages?
I mean, it's music, right? South by Southwest is a music thing.
Yeah.
So
I just didn't know if it was like a really young kids thing. If older people went who weren't the entertainers in it.
Let's look at the performers. 340 artists.
Wow.
The Black Keys. Oh man, there's a ton of people.
Pepe, you ever gone or think about going to South by Southwest?
Didn't know it existed. Not until yesterday. So, but I will add it to the list of things I have to do.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, didn't know this was a thing.
You didn't know?
I knew Austin City Limits, but not South by Southwest.
I think this is way bigger.
I love your honesty. I love it.
I had to admit it. I even looked it up and tried to get some info before you threw it to me, and I couldn't do it.
Born and raised here. Never heard of it.
This is unbelievable, Peyton.
Is that on the Mount Rushmore of Pepe?
Yeah, that might be number one. How do you not know what's like? This is bigger. Like, yeah, this
Never been.
I've never been either. I'm still aware of it. You've never been to Italy until this July. I'm sure you're aware of its existence. Holy cow!
So that's where Stephen Jones was.
Yeah,
earlier in the week, hanging out with Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp.
Man, good for him. Good for him. He's having fun at Lady Bird Lake. I'm sure he was having a great old time.
In all honesty, do you think that every front office executive on Monday of this week is like in their building?
Owners?
No, GMs.
I would assume GMs are, if they're not in their building, they're. I mean, look, we do live in a world where you don't have to work in the offices anymore. Like everything's available via the cell phone.
Yeah, because plenty of deals, even if you're saying, okay, this was done at 6, 7 o'clock at night, deals are still coming in at 6 and 7 o'clock at night. It's not a great look. It's not a good look for all the stereotypes that are out there. But I heard Stephen A. Smith say it. I sent the audio over, hanging out with Stephen Jones in Austin.
Here's the thing. Like, is he... Like, I don't care if my GM is in the building. I want them lucid at all hours of the day. All right? Not looped.
Yeah.
Not drunk. If you're at South by Southwest, you're probably drinking. I know I would be.
Yeah.
So that's what I don't want. Like, I saw, what you don't want is Adam Schefter to have more screen time than you. And you saw that post yesterday that his screen time on day one of free agency was 17 hours and 30 minutes.
No.
That was his phone screen time. Like, yeah, that's like, you don't want like a reporter who just basically gets texts all day.
Yeah.
To have like to be more ready than you are. Unless like they said, look, we don't have any money. Dak's not signed. CD's not signed. Mike is not signed. We're not going to make any moves.
Right.
So
which they don't have any money.
They don't. So that could have been it. But still, it's a bad optic.
It's a very bad
optic. Then I think the other side of it is if you're Steven, you're like, well, what's my role anyway? I'm not the GM.
Well, you're the money guy.
You're the money guy.
But, I guess you don't have to do any calculations if the general manager is not bringing anything to the table. But the exodus continues. Dan Quinn continues to take Dante Fowler going to D.C. with the Commanders. So Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biadasz, and now Dante Fowler in D.C.
Yeah, this is normal, I think. A coach will go and they'll bring their own people. They bring their own coaching staff. They bring their own coaches from your place. They bring some of their own players that they like, that they think are scheme fits, that they need. And look, I mean, these guys are replaceable. It's not like they're losing Micah. Micah didn't go with them.
Yet.
But, yeah, you don't want to lose too many. Like, they lost, 3 starters day one? I mean, you don't want that.
What else happened inside the East? Drew Lock to the Giants. Our Tolo buddy, who we had in studio, Jalen Mills, going to the Giants as well. Jeremy Chin, Panther safety, also went to D.C. The Eagles brought back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on a 3-year deal worth up to $33 million. They also get Devontae Parker, the former Patriots wide receiver. So the other teams continuing to add in the division.
Yesterday was not nearly as erratic and fun as day one, but you still had a lot of guys moving. There were still some names out there to be moved, and the rest of the division continues to do things. And I think day two is probably less panic money than day one. Day one's where all the panic money goes.
Yeah.
But day two, I think you had some value that was thrown out there.
Including the running back move that devastated DFW. We will get to Derrick Henry's new team at 6 o'clock. We will address the interview on the KMC Masterpiece. If there's one thing you know about this show, you can hate us, you can love us. You know that we're not going to run scared from it. So 7:20, we will address what happened yesterday that has many Tolos and people ticked off and talking. But speaking of being ticked off, the Dallas Stars devastation that happened in the third period last night against the Panthers. The Mavs catch a break tonight against the Warriors, and everything else that happened around the National Football League. The Hump Day Edition with Sean and RJ. Just getting started on The Fan. Coming up.
Montour gathers it in out of his skates. Here's Verhage across. Barkov puts it in front. Score! Barkov sets up Kachuk. And the Panthers have 4 in a row.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Panthers pulled that off on Panthers TV, and they shocked the Dallas Stars in the third period last night. It was a 3-1 lead in the third. The Panthers scored 3 in the final period, and they beat Dallas 4-3.
Yeah, and there's some games where you can point to a moment earlier in the game that you're like, all right, just file this one away.
Turning point. Possible
and
turning point.
The Bobrovsky save on Stankassen, where it was a beautiful feed from Ben, and it was a wide open net, and Bobrovsky comes from nowhere, and Glove saves it. And as Razor said, it was larceny on that one, which I think is thievery. But that was a great save. And they made another one later on in the game, but that was one of those you file away. It's like, you know what? If they lose this game by a goal, or they go to overtime and they wind up, losing in a shootout or whatever, that's one that you're going to look back at. And that turned out to be true.
And Florida capitalized on Stars penalties. They went 3 for 4 on the power play. So they have now won 14 of their last 16 games. The Stars' 5-game winning streak comes to an end. They're still in first in the Central, and they play the Devils at the AAC tomorrow. But devastation for Dallas against an awesome team.
It's just frustrating because it's like, okay, you lose to a really good team, because this very well could be two teams that match up in the Stanley Cup final later on. I mean, but it's just, you look at Vancouver and the Stars where they're at in the Central Division. Like, they have the 1 seed within reach. And it's like 2 points, you let that slip. I mean, even just make it to overtime, get a point out of this, and you lose straight up in regulation. It's frustrating, but I mean, it's a good team.
That's the code. You didn't even get a point out of this. You had a 3-1 lead in the third, and you didn't even get a point out of it. And look, Florida's tremendous. They won the East last year. They're in first now. They're 3 clear of Boston in their division. I mean, they're a really good team. They've got 5 more wins than the Stars do, and the Stars are solid. So that shows you what a good team that is.
The Mavericks are going to catch a humongous break tonight at the AAC. Steph Curry is out with an ankle injury. This is huge. I'm disappointed as a sports fan because they're not nearly as entertaining, obviously, without one of the greatest players of all time, but really, really happy as a Mavs fan because you're trying to hold them off. You're 2.5 games up in the West. The Warriors are the 10th seed. The Mavericks are the 8th, looking to win their 4th straight.
Yeah, and you obviously need to stockpile wins, and you want to avoid teams that are close to you from getting wins against you. And they do play the Warriors. They play them a couple of more times, 2 more times after tonight, the rest of the year. So getting victories ahead of them, getting the head-to-head, is huge, and not having Steph is a great way to get a win.
Mavericks are favored by 7.5 points. Jonathan Kuminga all of a sudden is coming on. Charles Barkley talking about him for years, and he's at 16-5 right now. He's like in the preview section of the player to watch for the Warriors. So Draymond back from the counseling. Have not seen a Draymond story. I'm happy about this. I want to give Draymond some props. He went on over to BetterHelp, possibly.
Maybe did.
BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ. Klay Thompson over to the bench. And Golden State, they're still just 4 games over 500. But have we reached that point where you're saying, are they a team you want to avoid? Are they a team that can make a lot of noise if they just get in? We'll see the latest version of them tonight.
I mean, look, if you ask me my druthers, do I want to see Steph in the postseason? No. I'd rather not. I'd rather not see them in the playoffs if I don't have to. Give me a team like Oklahoma City or Minnesota, who, even though Oklahoma City's a better team, they don't have any playoff juice, and we know this in the NBA. You don't just go out there, roll out, and win in the postseason. You don't do that. So I'd much rather see a team with no experience than them.
Ryan, I don't think you can play it. I don't think you should play it. But this morning, Peyton woke us up to an Aroldis Chapman video on a couch laid out with an older woman.
Granny.
Is that his grandmother?
I don't know. I'm saying it's his grandma.
Gotta be. Or his mom, maybe an older mom, but looks like a granny.
It looks like a granny.
It looks like a grandmother, and Aroldis Chapman is like feeling her up. Right
up top,
there
up
on
top.
the couch,
Yeah.
up top, feeling her up top.
Yeah, head on one of them and hand on the other.
What is going on?
Just showing some love, just I can't back it up.
What?
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that.
And he posted on his IG.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like a brother took the video and then, sent it out there. He posted it on his IG story.
I don't know anybody from Cuba. I do know some Argentinians. Not the same, but I think they're in the same time zone, so that might play into it. I don't. Is this a Cuban thing? I have no idea. I have no idea.
This is
It's very strange.
crazy.
No idea what's going on here.
Very strange. And there's Aroldis just laying across the couch on her lap with hands alternating up top.
I know. Very odd. Hey, whatever, man. Like if that's what he's into.
There is no way for her to be mistaken as anyone within his age range.
Oh, no.
Not
she
possible.
is 30 years older at minimum. At minimum. She is easily in her 60s.
Apologies to YouTube and Twitch, but I do not think we should don't even put on a still shot because that could get us thrown off of the platforms at least for the day or an hour. But
Maybe he's just ahead of the curve, man. Maybe he's just ahead of the
into
game.
any Gilfy stuff? You know anyone into
the gilfs?
I'm talking not a gilf that could be mistaken for a MILF. I'm talking I know that's a gilf. And that is what I'm going after.
That is a grandma.
We have worked with people here, friends of people who have fetishes with pregnant women. But do you know anyone who's I want a 70-year-old? Do you know anyone in your life, in your circle, who was 65, 70, and she looks it or he looks it? A lot of, women sometimes go for the daddy figure or the money figure. But the opposite end, you ever have anyone with a gilf interest?
I can see Broadus going in for a 70-year-old.
Well, that would not be reaching up to.
No, I know. That's the thing. He's the only one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, let's be fair. If let's think of this. If Sophia Loren 20 years ago, she's probably about 67. Yeah, okay. I can see that.
Man.
But it's few and far between.
We have a new possible political card for y'all to get behind, as yesterday, RFK announced that he's seriously considering running and a ticket with Aaron Rodgers as his vice president.
So I like to listen to podcasts. I like to listen to conspiracy theorists. I will listen to any sales pitch. Give me your sales pitch. I had to turn him off. I can't do his voice.
RFK?
Yeah.
What's it sound
It
like?
sounds like he's in pain talking.
Really?
It's like that. And I just can't do it. I
It'd
can't.
be sounding like you by tomorrow.
Yeah, right. By tomorrow, it sounds just like me. It sounds like he has permanent laryngitis. Because Rodgers, I know. I saw Rodgers on a podcast just praise RFK, basically through the entire vaccine issue.
Yeah.
And RFK's book about Fauci, he's really into. So this makes perfect sense.
It's either Aaron Rodgers and maybe Jesse the Body Ventura.
Hey, there you go. Jesse the Body, Jesse the Brain when he was the governor, Jesse the Mind. He changed. But so he did great things for Minnesota.
How about
That's what I
that
hear.
balancing act for Aaron? Would the New York Jets allow him? Are the Jets such simps that they would allow Aaron
absolutely.
Rodgers to go ahead and try to put together a vice president candidacy while quarterbacking their team?
There is no doubt that they would let him miss a game. Not a game, but practice to go campaign.
Not a game.
He would go stump. A Tuesday? Isn't Tuesday their day off? That's election day. I mean, he could be out there shaking hands, kissing babies in the election line. Absolutely, I could see them.
And as Florio said, get ready for the decriminalization of ayahuasca.
Yes.
There we
There's
go.
no doubt.
Ayahuasca hitting the streets.
All the psychedelics, man. They're all shit in the streets if Rodgers and RFK get in there.
Chartwright.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What type of chance? Where would they end up finishing? What type of chance would you give them in terms
the
of
RFK Rodgers ticket?
Yep.
Oh, they would finish third.
Okay.
The question is, who do they steal votes from?
And what's their party? Is RFK Republican?
He's a Democrat.
He is?
But he would run as independent.
Okay.
But the thought is that he would steal more Republican votes than Democrat votes. Whatever. Who knows? There's no way of knowing. These two are going to be. I assume he is going to run as an independent. I assume that he is going to actually try to run.
Another Dallas Cowboy leaves for Dan Quinn, and the Derrick Henry dream is absolutely dead. We'll catch you up with everything the Cowboys missed out on the home of Jerry Jones' squad next with Sean and RJ.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Special shout out if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, as things are going to get pretty spicy today with the addition of our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby, what an eloquent write-up you had for the Dallas Cowboys and the move they made yesterday. In fact, I will read it.
Go ahead.
I don't even think that you can replicate the beauty of the words that you put in your prep email last night after they brought back the long snapper. Don't you ever tell me the Dallas Cowboys are not all in. Nothing screams all in more than re-signing your long snapper. The role of the long snapper is one of the most pressure-packed positions on the field.
It is.
Every snap must be precise, with little room for error, and often in high-stakes situations. The psychological resilience required to perform consistently, especially in crucial moments of a game, cannot be understated. The technical skill required for this position is immense, demanding hours of practice to ensure consistency under various game conditions in the grand tapestry of football, where quarterbacks often capture the spotlight. It is the long snapper that is most critical to winning football games.
It's true. Trent Sieg. That's the guy we got to worry about getting sued. Is Trent Sieg. We don't want him off the football field. He's hilarious. Yesterday he had a great. He used Pinata Farms and did a Eminem Guess Who's Back again, and he slapped his head on Eminem and made a little music video like he was back in Dallas, and so he's funny. He's a character. But
what was not funny was the Dallas Cowboys really promoting and pushing this on their official team.
They signed somebody, man.
I mean, they put his face out there. Sieg is back.
Yep.
They really splashed it out there on social like they had signed Derrick Henry, and that just infuriated fans even more. Gene said it's almost like they're daring us not to buy tickets. We had another Tolo say they just straight effing with us right now. They are absolutely trolling us, as they could have just not even announced it. They could have just sent it out in one sentence, but no, it's got to be big, flashy Cowboys style with this move.
yeah, look, I mean, you do need a long snapper. He was a free agent.
All right, stop.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you do have to get it done. Pushing it out on social, I mean, yeah, that's probably not the best look, but I mean, that's the social team just doing their job. They didn't have anything else to push out, and they've probably been sitting on some graphics that they've wanted to use, and they're like, all right, I guess we'll use them here.
We talked about it at 5:30, but yesterday while going through Stephen A. audio, I kind of unveiled that Stephen Jones on Monday was in Austin for South by Southwest. Does that bother you, Bobby? Or how bad of a look is that? Or
are you more bothered that Peyton didn't know what it was?
That's bothersome. I mean, South by Southwest, Cozumel,
no, seriously,
Martha's
though.
Vineyard. I'm serious. They're gone. I just know they're gone. They're never here this week. They're always out doing different things, and so it's just okay. Fill in the blank. Where are they? Oh, they're at South by Southwest. Okay, this year they're not in Mexico. They're not in the Rocky Mountains. They're at South by Southwest.
And then if I followed up with how capable does that make the job that they can do compared to all the rest of the teams, and they would say what? They would say, hey, I still got a cell phone. They still got a computer.
Todd Williams is there. Adam Pacific is there. That's their salary cap guy. They would view it they got Ezekiel Elliott's deal done with none of them in the building negotiating it. They were in New York at the New York Stock Exchange.
So they're not hindered from doing their job unless
you are oftentimes negotiating with Todd Williams, not Steven or Jerry.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess the other thing would be they party it up so much that they're just not awake. That's the nuclear part of it.
I think that they
or
are
a few glasses of wine deep.
They're
maybe, but then they would have signed guys. Inhibitions are down.
I mean, how often when you ask this question every year when we're at Super Bowl or we get former executives on, you always ask hey, what's dealing with the Cowboys like? What's negotiating with the Cowboys like? And guys will always say, almost consistently, they go I never talked to Jerry. I usually talk to Steven. A lot of times I talk to Todd Williams. That's the structure of the organization. And so Todd Williams does a lot of the logistics, and I think he understands parameters that he has to work in. In fact, I know he does. Todd's really good at his job. And he has parameters that he works in. Steven gives final approval on things. Jerry gives final approval on things, and that's the way that they negotiate. So Todd Williams being here, they probably feel like that's our presence. Like somebody is there to do whatever we need done, and we're a phone call away to say yes or no.
But that still is like a wild. I think most organizations, and maybe I'm just wrong, maybe we just think this is the case, but you would think most organizations have a singular decision maker as opposed to, oh, you know what, he could do it today. This is not like going on maternity leave where you just have somebody pick up your work.
But a negotiator and a decision maker are different. Like, I mean, you could say that Todd Williams is negotiating with, like, under the direction of the Joneses.
So the Jones say, hey, go get this guy.
Yeah, the Joneses say, go get this done. This is the parameters. And then he'll come back and he'll say, hey, this is what we got ready. And or in some cases, they give him the latitude to, hey, work within these markers and get it done. I mean, that's kind of how they operate. I think a lot of teams do operate like that. It's not every team, but I think a lot of teams do operate like that.
The signing that crushed the spirit of the Metroplex, Derrick Henry to the Baltimore Ravens. 2-year, $16 million, worth up to 29 guaranteed, according to Ian Rappaport. So 8 a year, 9 guaranteed for Derrick Henry. You line that up with the Aaron Jones deal that he got in Minnesota, 1 year, $7 million. And how much Cowboy regret do you have over this before we get to the Ravens fit?
The two running backs, if you would have asked me, like, which two running backs would you most be interested in on a value deal or whatever else, I would say, like, okay, money, not even worrying about money or contract length or whatever else, just talents. Which two talents would I most be interested in? It'd probably be Aaron Jones and Derrick Henry. They're the one who's got like two of the worst deals from running backs so far. In terms of, like, they got the least amount of commitment. Like, I mean, Derrick Henry getting $9 million guaranteed. That means, like, Baltimore can get out of this after 1 year. It's a 1 year deal, basically, if they want it to be. Aaron Jones got a 1 year deal. Meanwhile, Pollard's getting 3 years. Barkley's getting 3 years. Barkley's getting, like, a running back contract as if this is 2018. Like, he's getting an old school running back deal. So,
well, that makes me more bitter.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it's just Derrick Henry. They view it as, like, he's older and he's going to break down. But, like, Jones and Henry, it has to be an issue of the NFL doesn't think that they're going to stay healthy. But, I mean, yeah, this is, I probably could have been, $8 million. I probably could have been talked into $8 million for Henry on a 1 year deal.
I would have absolutely done the Aaron Jones deal. There's no doubt about that. Derrick Henry, I mean, if it wasn't, I thought he was going to get more based on what Saquon got. I could have been talked into that too. I think it gives them a dynamic aspect of a power run that they wouldn't have had, that they haven't had, they missed. So, yeah, I think that you could have taught. I'm not anti any running back. I don't want to pay him long term. That's why I love the 1 year deal for Aaron Jones.
Yeah, and it's 1 year basically for Henry if they want it to be. They can reevaluate and say, do we want him around for a second year or not?
I thought it was very interesting that two of Bobby's disliked quarterbacks add such a running back presence. Jalen Hurts with Saquon Barkley, and now Lamar Jackson with Derrick Henry. The Ravens just can never keep running backs healthy. Now, they led the NFL in rushing yards last season with 2661, but J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, both free agents. I think it was Dez advocating for J.K. Dobbins to the Cowboys. Edwards agreed to a 2-year, $7 million contract with the Chargers to go replace Austin Eckler. Lamar has led the Ravens in rushing in each of the past 5 seasons. In his 6 years, only one running back has gained over 1,000 yards in Baltimore's offense. That's it. Mark Ingram. Derek has rushed for over 1,000 yards in 5 of his past 6 years. So that's Derrick Henry, the 11th running back off the board in this year's free agent class.
Who's got the best running back duo in the NFL now? Hurts and Barkley or Henry and Jackson? That's a lot of money invested in those positions. I mean, gosh, like Philly and Baltimore, they're changing things up. They're investing $70 million annually into running back.
So much.
And you guys are worried about $60 million contracts for quarterbacks. I mean, come on. No, this is the fact that 11 of them have gone off the board, and Dallas definitively does need a veteran running back in here. If they're going to let Dowdle go, they're letting Pollard go. I'm not saying they have to spend a lot, but they need to get somebody in here to pair with a rookie. The fact that they still haven't done anything and they're letting every running back fly off the board so far is a little concerning.
Would you all have wanted them to do this deal on the TreadRight.com text line? I imagine all the answers will be yes. 2 for $16. It could be just 1 year for $9 million guaranteed for Derrick Henry. And all of you, all up in my mentions, why aren't you talking about Derrick Henry living here? Why aren't you talking about Derrick Henry building a house here? Because we have learned, and here is the 1 millionth explanation why we don't run with these stories anymore of where people are buying property and where their off-season home is.
Doesn't matter. It never has mattered. It doesn't matter. These guys are so rich. The money is so... taxes don't matter. Everybody says, well, we got no state income tax. It never matters.
Well, also,
it never
like,
matters.
what a lot of, and this is one, I remember the last time, one of the times here that it was really prominent about like, income tax and the benefit of Texas over everyone else was Cliff Lee. And one of the arguments that had been brought up with Cliff Lee was like, it doesn't matter because wherever you're pitching your games, if you pitch 10 games in California, you're being taxed on those 10 games by California state income tax. So Derrick Henry, the thing with Derrick since his second year in the NFL has been training in Dallas. Like, that's not new.
Yeah.
He's always done it. He works with Melvin Sanders in Dallas. A lot of guys do. A lot of guys travel for their offseason training. It's who they like.
More moves in the East. Drew Lock to the Giants, and our Tolo buddy who came in studio, Jalen Mills. 1-year deal with the G-Men as well. The Eagles are signing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back. 3 years, up to $33 million. They also get Devontae Parker on a 1-year contract. The former Patriot is going to Filthy. And you also have Dan Quinn stealing more Cowboys. Dante Fowler goes to D.C. along with former Panther safety Jeremy Chin and Bobby Fowler to Dan Quinn. You seem like your reaction was that's the least surprising thing that could have happened.
Yeah, I mean, Dante Fowler said when he signed here last year, he's like, wherever Dan Quinn goes for the rest of his career, I'm going. Like, that's just, he's like, and if you look consistently, Dan Quinn recruited him to Florida. Dan Quinn got him to Atlanta. Dan Quinn brings him in here in Dallas. That was the third time they had been together. And it would have been I mean, the fact that he was a free agent, you knew he was going to follow Dan Quinn. He's talked about him as a father figure. I think Dante Fowler's a better player than Dorrance Armstrong still. And so I would have been completely in favor of bringing him back. That one hurts a little. It's just I knew you were working uphill. You weren't going to be able to overcome the Quinn factor.
What are the Tolos saying?
They really wanted Henry. 817 makes a good point. Henry for $8 million would have been a steal. You paid Pollard 10, with the franchise tag. 214 says Cowboys needed to sign J.K. Dobbins or need to sign him.
This is a funny note about them signing Devontae Parker. Warren Sharp tweeted this out the other day. The Eagles signing Devontae Parker. Wide receiver separation rankings from the last 4 years per Next Gen Stats. Devontae Parker 2020 was 132 out of 132. 2021 was 127 out of 127. 2022 was 122 out of 122. And last year was 115 out of 115. He has been dead last in separation 4 years in a row.
And that's good.
Apparently.
It's good. It's a good
Mike
thing.
Florio came on with us yesterday to talk about the Dak lawsuit. And one of my questions was, okay, did Dak at least know this girl and mess around with her? Or is she completely just making up everything, including their interaction? Florio got off the air with us, did some digging, and yes, Dak does acknowledge that consensual actions did occur. This from his attorney, who we've asked to come on, Levi McCathern, have not heard back. In fact, the Cowboys kind of saying, no, we're not going to do any interviews right now. At the time of the alleged assault, Mr. Prescott was single, and in fact, the timeline of events and the accuser's actions in the 7 years since the alleged assault are consistent with being involved with only consensual actions with Mr. Prescott. The fact that Dak did not hear a single negative thing about this supposed interaction from nearly a decade ago is truly telling of the defendant's motives. One of you also asked about the statute of limitations. Does it still apply? The lawsuit suggests it would be too late for the accuser to sue. That according to Mike Florio. I know you got a criminal thing. I know you got a civil thing, but that was Florio going and doing a little extra homework from Pro Football Talk. The case will now proceed. The accuser can, if she wants, file a sexual assault lawsuit as a counterclaim to the original lawsuit. The first line of defense apparently will be that it's too late for any such claims to be made. The next argument would be that the allegations are fabricated.
So it's interesting because, like, there's two schools of thought. generally, if somebody says something about you to defame your character or whatever, if you don't sue them, people assume, okay, look, they're not suing them because it's true. And then if you do sue them, it's like, all right, that means that you feel like you've been wronged. I guess the other side of this could say that if you go too hard at them, you're trying to overdo it. You're trying to overprove your innocence. It's a very slippery slope, but I've seen a lot of times where, like, if you don't push back on allegations, it's dang near an admission of guilt.
Yeah, I would say that one of the things that seems to be misrepresented on social media that people are confusing a little bit is, like, I've seen some people refer to what Dak's doing as a countersuit. Dak's isn't a countersuit.
No.
Dak is the lawsuit.
Yeah.
There was a threat. There was basically a threat letter sent to Dak, and they responded to it with a lawsuit. So this isn't even a response to sexual assault. This is a defamation lawsuit.
Because it'd be slander, defamation, all that stuff.
Another linebacker signs. RJ and Bobby both would have taken him here. We got a big wide receiver sitting out there waiting for it today. Should we have gone and got this safety who wanted to be in the Metroplex? And is the armpit catching the Cowboys with another move they made yesterday, picking up this Oklahoma Sooner? Around the rest of the NFL for the 6 a.m. Club is next. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
As of late yesterday, I'm not sure with some of the late night transactions, 5 teams had yet to sign a single outside free agent. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Indianapolis Colts, the Seattle Seahawks, the New Orleans Saints, and the Dallas Cowboys, even though I thought Seattle got Leonard Williams.
Leonard Williams had been traded there, so he was re-signed.
Yeah.
Okay. So 5 teams yet to sign a single outside free agent as of early yesterday.
Got him right where we want him, boys.
Look, hang on. Those are all teams that have been to and won a Super Bowl since the Cowboys last did.
I mean, that's literally the entire league, basically. So.
I mean, but still.
Here's what's going on with everybody else. Joe Mixon did not get released by the Cincinnati Bengals. The Oklahoma Sooner traded to the Houston Texans. So a lot of people were looking for Houston to add a running back to go help out C.J. Stroud, and it's going to be Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's always one of those fantasy guys. Peyton, I would like to throw it to you, but you're terrible in fantasy. He's always one of the guys, and I'm like, okay, is this good value here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is this an early second round pick? Is this a late first? And I always end up, just in my mind, being a little disappointed with Joe Mixon. There's like no explosion there, I feel like. And then when I went and looked at
he explodes in a bad way that you don't want. Usually on CCTV.
That's right. Well, the Texans rushing attack ranked just 28th in yards per game last year, and Cincinnati's rushing attack lacked explosion. ESPN Stats and Info, before Week 18, they ranked 27th in the NFL in running back carries that went for 12 or more yards. But D'Amico Ryans must have said, look, we don't want him to go out there. We'll throw something on over to Cincinnati. So Joe Mixon goes to the armpit.
He pretty much does what he does like every year. He's right around 4 yards a carry. Like they're never a little bit higher, never a little bit lower. He's like literally 4-1, 3-9, 4-0, 4-1, 3-9, 4-0. It's like right there. And he'll pop one year. But that's basically what he's been. I mean, he's been a good player. He's never been like the best running back in the league, but he's been a good player.
Both of you guys talked about Patrick Queen last night. The Ravens free agent linebacker is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, 3 for $41.
Yeah, so ESPN gave Pittsburgh a C+ for the signing of Patrick Queen.
Haters.
I would not have minded that, but the problem, and the reason they gave him a C+ is he can't stop the run. He's they said he's one of the worst run defenders. His run stop win rate was not good, below average for the position. Now, if you could tell me you have other guys that could stop the run, in that unit, then that's fine because he's really, really good in the pass rush game. But $15 million a year, or almost 15 a year, I think it's 14.5. That's high. That's high. But I think that's kind of where the market is with them.
Yeah, I would disagree with ESPN that he's like an awful run defender.
I think it was Next Gen or had him as a bad run defender.
The run stop win rate, again, when we talk about run stop win rate and run block win rate, and like it's such flawed, narrow descriptions to me. And so, like, I mean, I think it's a good thing to work off of, but I think it's saying like, here it is, this is who they are as a player. By looking at that rate, I think it's just it misses the bigger picture.
What's flawed about it?
I mean, so a lot of times we look at, like, for instance, the pass rush win rate or the pass block win rate. Like, if you were in an offense like Dallas was running the first couple weeks of the season where they were throwing the ball after a second and a half, because you had a second and a half, it made it look like Terrence Steele, Tyron Smith, everybody on this offensive line is dominating because they're not allowing pressure. Well, the ball's getting out in a second and a half. And so it misses context. Okay. I mean, but it completely, that context is not added to pass rush win rate.
But it's because every team will do that at times. Like every team will get the ball at times in the second and a half. It's gonna even out. They're gonna get the same.
No.
benefit. Any time that there's a pass that's a second and a half in, they're gonna get a boost.
Miami and Green Bay don't get the ball out at the same rate. They don't.
No, they don't. But there are.
So Miami tackle having let's say a Miami tackle having an 85% pass block win rate and a Green Bay tackle having a 95% pass block win rate. The 85 from the Miami Dolphins player is probably better. And so to me, I just think like those sorts of things always go into, and it's so subjective when you talk about run block win rate and other things. Like it's just an evaluation like that. specifically with Queen, to me, there's so many questions, and this is what people are worried about. They're concerned about what does Patrick Queen look like when Roquan Smith is out of the equation? Because Patrick Queen was considered a bust in Baltimore until Roquan Smith got there. Roquan Smith put on the green dot. He started kind of directing traffic, and Patrick Queen was able to just play. And when he did that, he played well. And we've seen when Leighton Vander Esch is in the lineup, the other linebackers tend to play better. Even if they're not great, they tend to play better because Leighton Vander Esch takes a lot off the plate. He directs traffic. So that's the biggest question. He's got really good ability. The concern is he a product of just playing next to Roquan Smith, or did he progress? And that's what NFL teams are trying to figure out. That's what a lot of people are disputing. I would have taken the gamble on it because you need linebacker play. Instead, they'll sign... I'm looking over there. I'm just trying to guess who they're signing. It's going to be 13 days into free agency. I think I got it. It's going to be Troy Dye. That's who they're going to sign.
Troy Dye.
Yep, a linebacker with 80 career tackles who Mike Zimmer drafted 4 years ago and is probably going to get the veteran minimum. So that's my guess. Troy Dye, who's started all of 5 games in 4 years, played a lot of special teams. That'll be the guy they sign in 13 days. And they go, well, I mean, look, this guy, he's going to make a big difference for us.
Bryce Young getting a new weapon in Carolina. The Steelers trading the problem child, Deontay Johnson, to the Panthers. And Luke Combs is not happy whatsoever.
No.
You get a fast car.
He is not happy with the Panthers offseason.
My wife loves Luke
He's
Combs.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Shout out Joe Trahan. Love you.
Which one?
I love both, but this shout out's to white Joe Trahan.
So he tweets.
I love black Joe Trahan too. They got a badass WFAA promo with all 3 of their sports guys on it with Trahan on there. But I love seeing WFAA Joe Trahan out in public.
It's great.
You feel like y'all are like best
$1,000,000.
of friends.
How's the kids?
Yeah.
He is great. I love him.
He's awesome. So here's Luke Combs at Panthers. He did the old school period first. Remember how you used to just do the period first, then you at somebody to show it?
Yeah.
That way he goes to everybody.
I
not
still
just
do
them.
that.
Yeah, it's very old school.
Yeah, whenever somebody puts the period in the middle of the tweet in front of that's always a little goofy. And then like when Aaron Rodgers the other day did the heart to David Bakhtiari, he put a period in front of the heart, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
Because if you just did the heart, would it go to everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Aaron just doesn't understand social media.
But otherwise, does the period in front of the at still do something?
Yeah.
If you put an ad at the very beginning, yes, because then only people who follow you and the person you're adding will see it.
But you're not supposed to. The new thing is when you do a caption on like Instagram, whatever, you don't put the ats in the caption anymore. You tag them elsewhere. But at Panthers, what are we doing? All caps with exclamation marks and question marks mixed in. No first round pick for McCaffrey a few years back, and now none for Burns. Question mark, exclamation mark. Are we just firebombing the whole team here or what? I usually don't comment on these kind of things, but it's just becoming slow torture at this point. I guess you could say when it rains, it pours.
Falcons were trying to bring him over. Luke Combs. They tweeted a photo yesterday of him in a Falcons jersey, and they were like, "Hey, we're doing great things here in Atlanta, Luke. If you need a new team."
They added Darnell Mooney, another weapon there.
Mooney
in Atlanta has had some injury issues. Where is everyone going to draft Kirk Cousins in their fantasy league this year? Pretty interesting Calvin Ridley scenario playing out. The Jaguars asked Calvin Ridley to wait till today to make a decision. Why? Because if Calvin Ridley signs somewhere else, the Patriots are reportedly interested. The compensation with the Falcons is a second-round pick before today. Now that we're at today, if Calvin Ridley signs somewhere else, it turns into a third. So that's how that deal was worked out. The old Carson Wentz deal, whether it's playing time or the league year, all that stuff. So apparently Calvin Ridley wants to return to Jacksonville, but now the compensation going back to the Falcons will be a third rounder. And if it was before today, it would have been a second rounder. So that has been part of the Calvin Ridley holdup.
Okay, so even if he went somewhere else, and because if he was going to go somewhere else, why would he do them this solid? Unless they, gave a little kickback under the table. Hey man, here's our private jet for the weekend.
Right.
So yeah, there you go. You got to game the system somehow.
Yeah, and Breer, I saw Albert Breer tweeting yesterday that basically these sorts of things price goes up. The waiting means the actual cash price for Ridley goes up, so there is an incentive for him to go ahead and wait.
Danielle Hunter to the Texans as well. 2 years, $49 million, including $48 guaranteed.
See, that's the kind of thing that, like, if you're all in, you actually go after Danielle Hunter. If you're genuinely all in, if and not just Jerry's definition, not your definition.
By the way, I've
might be different than
decided
mine.
Jerry Jones, whoever is the official, I think it's Choctaw, but Choctaw and WinStar should ban Jerry Jones. If Jerry Jones is at a table playing blackjack with you, don't sit down. You don't want to play with bad players. You don't want to. Yeah, I know it would be cool to sit down with Charles Barkley, Jerry Jones, play hand, Dana White, whatever. Stay away from Jerry Jones' table because Mr. Riverboat Gambler, as he loves to tell us nonstop, he doesn't know what all in means.
No, he doesn't.
So
what
I would ask Jerry if he came on. You're Mr. Gambler. You're at the table, and when you tell the dealer, I'm all in, what do? Because in your mind, you give half your chips.
All in is one thing.
No, this is you
The
fold.
ante.
This is like opposite day.
Yeah.
He means like when he says all in, he's like, no, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm done.
it is official. Jerry Jones, if you see him Choctaw at WinStar, stay away from his table. He does not know how to play cards or any other game.
He does not know how to play any game right now. Like he doesn't. The worst thing he could have said was all in. If he could go back, 100% chance. He doesn't say it, but then again, I can't even say that because I think that he does value the topics.
I think he values the topics. I don't think he values looking like he didn't know what it meant.
Right.
I don't think he likes that. I think he would use different words. I don't think he'd say all in again because immediately Steven tried to correct it. It was like, well, I think what he meant by that was this and that. But genuinely, all in would be Danielle Hunter. A guy who's played for Zimmer before, is still a really high-level pass rusher. That to me is a move that you go and do that. You free up the cap space to go get a guy like that. That's all in.
Jordan Poyer's wife, go ahead and Google her if you have a few minutes. She's talked about wanting to come to the Cowboys. The former Buffalo Bill goes to Miami for 1 year. She's bad.
I think Peyton subs her.
She is bad.
I'll take a little sip.
Oh, I thought you were going to fight back on that.
FAU grad, I believe she went.
What's her name?
Rachel Bush.
Rachel Bush. And then you were talking about a former Cowboy going to the Titans for $13 million a year yesterday.
Yeah, who was that?
I'll give you a break today because you're sick, but it was Cheeto.
Oh, Cheeto, yeah.
How old is Cheeto Uzie?
Got to be 33.
28.
What?
He feels like he's been in the league for 10 years. He is 28 years old.
Would you have done that? 13 a year for Cheeto?
I can't speak to Cheeto's game. I don't know. I would say it off the bat, no, but I don't know how
he was one of the ones who left and said, yeah, you can't focus in Dallas. And I mean, so
what?
I mean,
they forgive people all the time.
I'm not talking about forgiveness. If he said he couldn't focus while he was here, I don't want to pay him $13 million to come back and not focus.
But how good of a player has he been?
He's okay. Yeah. I think the biggest thing with Cheeto the whole time was turn your damn head around when the ball is coming your way. Look for the ball. And just he couldn't stay healthy. He was always hurt.
They do need, like, they've got to fill out the position group, though.
Well, 13 a year.
13 a year is a lot.
That's a lot of fill-in. 62.6 on PFF. The segment that Bobby Belt has been looking forward to the most all week long. What do the robots think of the morning show? Next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. That's right.
105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Maybe the Texas Rangers aren't done trying to get an ace. The new rumor that popped up yesterday, we'll get to it at 7 o'clock here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hey.
And Bobby Belt has been giddy for this segment for about 48 straight hours. How did this come about?
So I was screwing around on ChatGPT the other day.
Hence.
And so there are a couple different versions. ChatGPT 3.5, and this is where an important distinction needs to be made before Peyton Russell jumps on here and starts crying in a couple minutes. ChatGPT 3.5 is the older version that you just need a free account to access and chat with. ChatGPT 4, the most advanced and like up-to-date one, is one that you pay like $20 a month to have access to and all the other different things that OpenAI does. So I was just messing around on it the other day. And as I was throwing it just random questions and trying to see, like, I'd never messed around with it before. So I was just trying to see, like, what
and you did it on the one that's $20 a month?
Yeah, okay. I did it on ChatGPT 4. So I decided to just throw it a couple questions. And in the past, I used to like to troll, like, the afternoon show by, like, asking Alexa if it knew who everybody was on the afternoon show. And it wouldn't know one of them. And I'd, like, tweet the video at them and they'd get all in their feelings. So I just wanted to see if ChatGPT knew all of us. As recently we've all seen, like, #1 station in the market. Yeah. So I would imagine.
Until yesterday.
I would imagine. Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to see in a couple weeks. Until yesterday, yeah. But I had looked it up and said I wanted to see if it knew, just like I was asking, like, hey, who is Sean Sharif? Who is RJ Choppy? So I was just trying to see what ChatGPT defines them on. So the first one I had asked about, and I recorded the AI voice giving me the answers. The first one I asked about was, who is Sean Sharif?
Shan Sharif is a prominent sports radio.
Cancel the subscription. Put the money back.
No, I upped my I upped it to $40 a month when they said Shan.
Go ahead.
Shan Sharif is a prominent sports radio host, known for his work on Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He has been active in sports media for over a decade, originally aspiring to be a play-by-play broadcaster before transitioning to radio hosting. Sharif's approach to sports commentary is characterized by his direct and often attack mode style, making him a distinctive voice in the Dallas sports media landscape. His discussions cover a wide range of sports topics, including significant focus on the Dallas Cowboys, and he is recognized for his opinionated and sometimes controversial takes on sports figures and events.
Wow. So that's pretty accurate.
Okay, so I wrote down Shan, Sheriff, attack mode, and controversial.
And play-by-play.
They knew play-by-play.
So how long did that take for them to generate?
15 seconds.
15 seconds?
Yeah.
It took Bobby 20 seconds to edit it, though.
Oh, yeah. All right. We're going to get to Insecure Peyton here in just a sec.
I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied with that.
I mean,
Impressive.
I think that's a pretty, other than, like, obviously mispronouncing the name, I think in general that's a pretty good submission. That, like, they knew about your play-by-play desires early on, and that they knew about your transitioning. They knew about that. And I think that was a good job from them. Yeah. So I was like, all right, RJ Choppy. What do they have to say about RJ Choppy? Who is RJ Choppy?
RJ Choppy is a well-known radio personality and talk show host, currently co-hosting Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, a sports radio station in Dallas. He has built a significant presence in the sports broadcasting world, particularly within the Dallas sports scene. Besides his role on the radio, Choppy has also been involved in other sports-related activities, including providing play-by-play commentary for the Texas Legends, indicating his versatile talents in sports media. His engaging style and deep knowledge of sports make him a popular figure among listeners who value insightful and entertaining sports commentary.
Boy, if you start rjchoppy.com, you need to put that description up there.
No kidding.
I was thinking about this, like, for the sales pitches that they put our profiles on to different businesses.
They should absolutely use ChatGPT.
Incredibly valuable insights. So I was like, all right, I'm prepared to have my ego checked. I'm going to put my name in there.
No, other things I wrote down. Hang on. Signature presence. They got the legends right. versatile, engaging,
Deep knowledge.
Yeah,
I don't know about the deep knowledge
I didn't
part.
write that one down. It's incredible. And then entertaining.
That's all I cared about.
Yep.
Was entertaining in there. That's all I care about.
That's 2 for 2.
They nailed it. So, ChatGPT, I'm prepared to say you don't know who I am. Who is Bobby Belt?
Bobby Belt is a Dallas Cowboys insider who joined 105.3 The Fan's morning show, Shan and RJ, in 2021. In addition to his role at the radio station, he works as a producer at NFL Network and has co-hosted the Boys and Girl podcast with Jane Slater of NFL Network. Wow. Belt's involvement in these capacities highlights his deep engagement with and knowledge of the Dallas Cowboys, making him a key figure in sports media covering the team. His contributions to discussions on the Cowboys and his insider perspectives offer valuable insights to fans and listeners.
What can I say?
Wow.
You nailed it, ChatGPT. And so this is all really good. And so I start thinking,
are all kids using this? Is this what people were writing?
yeah, a lot of people, like teachers are having to make sure like they're putting it through filters to make sure like they're not using ChatGPT. Jacob had to do something with welding the other day where they had to do some description and the teachers told him to use ChatGPT for it. So he did. He had it like to give some description. They used that.
Wow.
I'm surprised they allow that.
So, I mean, the payload has obviously become like the number one segment in DFW. So ChatGPT, I mean, knowing you wanted to do play-by-play, knowing about like, Choppy's entertaining style, knowing the podcasts that I've hosted, they've probably got a rich knowledge of the payload and everything that Peyton Russell has done.
Peyton Russell does not appear to be a widely recognized public figure. Could you provide more context or specify which Peyton Russell you're referring to?
That's all right.
This one hurt.
Wow.
That's all right. That's all right. Because you know what? It's probably just, look, they recognize talent. They recognize on-air presence. Yeah. So, like, I mean, for instance, I was like, look, I'm going to make Peyton feel a little better because he obviously was in his feelings about this when I texted it the other night.
What did he say? Like, kind of summarize his reaction. Y'all's back and forth for 2 days.
Initially, he was just like, man, ain't that a B? Like, whatever else. It was this next one that I think pushed him over the edge and made him, like, go full on attack mode. Started texting me yesterday morning saying, like, I'll embarrass you if you lie on my name. Like he was going after me.
Oh my God.
So I was like, all right, Peyton, fine. Here's an olive branch. We'll just show it that ChatGPT doesn't know who Alec Medford is, his radio station rival. ChatGPT, who is Alec Medford?
Alec Medford is a young and dynamic radio host known for his work on 105.3 The Fan, as well as his involvement with Utah Radio.
UTA.
He has also contributed as a writer for the Cowboys Wire. Medford has established himself in the sports and entertainment broadcasting industry through his engaging content and presence on social media platforms like Twitter, where he shares insights and interacts with listeners. His work reflects a deep passion for sports and a commitment to providing timely and interesting content to his audience.
God,
That's why I looked it up. You can edit on ChatGPT, right?
It is over. This is Tupac dropping "Hit 'Em Up." Like Alec Medford has won the war. You're done, Peyton. It's AM on the FM over the payload.
Did you honestly mess with it?
No, I didn't. He's upset because he immediately goes in the next morning. He goes to ChatGPT 3.5, broke boy behavior. He goes in there and is searching out, and he writes in Alec Medford, and it didn't know who Alec was on 3.5. It did know who he was on 4. Yeah. So I have the subscription as a 1%er, and I put it in there, and he's very much in his feelings about it.
Hey, would you like to respond?
Yeah, so I went through my own ChatGPT audio for Bobby, and I grabbed some other audio clips.
Good.
And this one is of does ChatGPT know Bobby's mother? No.
Oh my God!
As of 2005 or whatever
silence.
birthday was.
Dead.
And then I grabbed one more.
Damn.
Does ChatGPT know Bobby Belt's sponsor for his Below the Belt segment?
Oh my
No.
God!
That disappeared about 2 weeks ago.
Holy cow!
That's pretty good.
Wow, well done, Peyton. Way to come back.
That's pretty good. ChatGPT should know who you are, though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, with jokes like that, I'm surprised that you don't register with them at all. You know what?
The only thing that would have been better is that they did say "gather the foreigners," that he's known.
Oh
for his
yeah,
line,
like
"Gather
that's the only thing.
foreigners."
Like that's the thing. He's been on UNT TV broadcasts. He knew who Jose Leclerc was. He liked him since the beginning.
I want to hear yours one more time, Pepe. I'm sorry. I just got to hear it. I got to hear it one more time, please.
Peyton Russell does not appear to be a widely recognized public public figure. Could you provide more context or specify which Peyton Russell you're referring to?
Which one are you referring to,
Yeah.
Bobby?
Does Medford know about this?
Yes, he's been texted, and he was so happy. He couldn't be more happy.
Is
But-
he in today?
He's in today, isn't he? He's only off Thursdays usually.
Yeah, just Thursday.
Crosstalk. Crosstalk
Yeah.
940 going to be fun.
So this is but you know what? We do have one other member of the team here, our MVP behind the scenes, our video operator.
Yeah, apparently RJ Choppy producer is doing
Yeah.
RJ's prep work for chopping it
I
up.
know. He sent me this late last night. I was like, sure, man, I'll absolutely take this.
But I looked, I was like, all right. I mean, they probably don't know who Ryan is. I'll throw him one more bone because Ryan's behind the scenes. He doesn't talk into a microphone. He's kind of behind the camera, and so I was like, all right, Chat GPT, who's Ryan Couture?
Ryan Kuchar is an audio-video producer with skills acquired in various areas of audio-video production through BCTAL and TCC's audio-video program. His expertise includes script writing, directing, live switching, video editing, camera work, and much more.
I have submitted my 2 weeks notice.
Dude,
Oh.
that has to sting. A
You
little.
should ask Chat GPT to write your notice.
Peyton's gonna be on better help soon.
That has to, or
So I'm taking the next 2 days off.
or indeed.
That's and that's what yesterday. He was genuinely upset yesterday. Like when Choppy's asking him like how much time or time, and he goes like 8:39, and he won't like give him like an actual how much
Right.
time to go to the
Right.
bathroom. He was a little sassy yesterday. We were on the phone afterwards, and he was like, "Congratulations, yeah, you turned me into Carter Freeman. You drew me off sides. Good job."
Man, I got the Carter phone call yesterday after
Oh,
the
you
show.
did?
Yeah.
How many curse words?
No, he knows better than that. I'll backhand him. I'll backhand the freckles off his face. But
I'll slap his hair brunette.
he did ask us not to play the secretly recorded audio.
Oh, man.
And I decided to comply. He asked in a respectful manner. He had a blackout, read out rage session, and he did not remember. But from now on, Carter,
You're on notice.
you're on notice. Everything in this building, this is radio. So I like you. I respect your work. I'm going to grant you one free pass.
Not as good as Ryan, but yeah.
Everything in this building is possible to play.
Yeah, it is.
Everything can be recorded. If it's great content, too bad. You're going to have to get over it. So just know when you walk in, recorders can be rolling, and from here on out, it's content.
The walls have ears.
The walls have
See,
ears.
The
look,
walls have ears.
You're not so savage. Because we're gonna, at his request, we're not gonna
Well, if
play
he was
some
a
good
jerk
content.
about it, I would've played it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You're not so savage. You're like, all right.
I really didn't want to get him in trouble with Broadus. He may have said
funny.
one thing about the building. I didn't want to play that either. But we decided
Somebody alert TJ.
one pass right there. But there it is, what the robots think of the morning show, except for Pepe. The Dallas Stars, a devastating loss last night. The Dallas Mavericks catch a break with Steph out this evening, and the Texas Rangers are apparently going after an ace, one we haven't talked about lately. That's next on the home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan. But were you laughing so hard, or someone else was laughing so hard next to you that they lost control of their vehicle after that last segment? You need the Tolo team of attorneys. We've been talking a lot about attorneys over the past 24 hours on this radio station. Whether it's a commercial vehicle wreck, a drunk driver, motorcycle accident, pedestrian and bike, uninsured motorist, someone driving while distracted. They were laughing so hard at the morning show that it was a fender bender. A ride share issue with an Uber or a Lyft, or someone's automobile broke down. It was a defect. Hit up the Tolo team at Frankel and Frankel. 214 or 817, all threes. 214-817-333-3333. They're the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. If you or a loved one has been injured, contact the Frankels first. Free consultation, and you don't pay anything until they win your case. Truckwreck.com for live assistance 24/7, or hit them up. 214-817, all threes. Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hump Day edition on the home of the World Series champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic says that the Texas Rangers and White Sox have reportedly engaged in recent discussions regarding Dylan Cease. Woo! The White Sox desired return is in the range of these players: Zeke Duran, Brock Porter, Jack Leiter.
See ya.
Cease, 28. A target for teams like the Rangers for two main reasons. One, he's good. Finished 2023 with a 7-9 record, a 4.58 ERA, a 1.41 WHIP, 214 Ks in 177 innings, made 33 starts. His third straight season over 200 strikeouts.
You know what he is? He is the anti-Jordan Montgomery.
I mean, the peripherals look really good on him.
Right. Jordan Montgomery has average at best stuff, and all he does is win and not allow runs. Dylan Cease has the best pitch in the sport, arguably, his slider. It is. You could make the case it's the best. It's the best slider in the sport, if you believe several articles that have talked about his spin rate and all the. It's fantastic. It's a nasty pitch.
Wow.
He may not know where it's going, but it's a nasty pitch. But he's got to argue. There's like an AJ Burnett to him. Just great stuff.
Yeah.
Never puts it together, but great stuff. And he's the anti-Jordan Montgomery. I know that there's several teams that right now that are in on him.
Each of the last 4 years, Dylan Cease has led the majors in either walks or wild pitches.
Yeah.
Like
they know where it's going.
His location isn't always great. The command isn't always great, but his stuff is really good. I mean, he was second in Cy Young voting in 22.
So he's not an ace.
He has ace stuff.
He's got ace stuff. I mean, look, please, I am not comparing the two, but there was a time where Nolan Ryan couldn't find the plate. He was always going to get a job because he had the best arm in the sport, and he had good secondary pitches, but his fast, he was going to always find a job, and if only somebody could figure him out. There's no idea what the sky is, and Dylan Cease is like, there's an AJ, like I said, he's AJ Burnett. He's got amazing stuff. He's got a very, very live arm, but like you could go up against him one day and not even consider touching the ball. You'd never even think about it.
I do think he's better than Burnett. I get the comparison. I think that, but I do think he's a little more put together than Burnett was, and I think his stuff is even better than Burnett's. But I get the comparison for sure. To me, it's if you trade for Dylan Cease, he's not your ace right now on the staff, depending on how much Evaldi looks like Evaldi did last year. If Evaldi looks like he did in the first half, Evaldi's your ace. But if Evaldi looks like he did in the second half when he was hurt, Cease would probably be your best pitcher.
Now, why would the Rangers still be sniffing around an ace and not re-signing Jordan Montgomery or going to get Blake Snell? Well, Cease has 2 more years of club control, and he's going to make just $8 million this season before entering arbitration one more time ahead of 2025. So he's going to be much cheaper. So you could eventually have a rotation of Evaldi, DeGrom, Scherzer, throw Cease into that as well. And then Evan Grant, Rangers insider Dallas Morning News, reporting yesterday, White Sox scouts have descended in droves upon Rangers camp this week.
Good.
So what about the compensation? You already said see ya. Zeke Duran, Jack Leiter, Brock Porter. Porter is the number 4 prospect in the Rangers farm system, according to MLB.com. The number 88 overall prospect in baseball. Leiter is considered the team's number 8 prospect.
So here's the thing, right? How you got to figure out, is he locked or not? Like Duran, what's Duran's starting role here?
Right.
He's an injury replacement. Okay, so you have to recognize that you've got to give up something to get something.
You got a log jam on the infield for sure.
They do. I mean, they're about to have a log jam on the outfield.
Yeah.
So all right. So Duran, you don't want to have to give him up, but you give him up. Leiter, I mean, you have to figure out, like, you know him better than anybody. Do you see signs? Because if not, you've got to strike while there still is a fire burning with his name.
And not have a Cole Reagans 2.0.
That's it. Make sure it's not Reagan's. Make sure you didn't misidentify it.
So Dylan Cease in the news with the rumors and the headlines. You guys,
I would cease all questions about making this deal. Just do it.
The one that would be tough is if Porter's good, because Porter pitched well last year, his first year. I mean, he had some control issues, but I mean, that's a guy who was like 13 strikeouts per 9 at A-ball. Like he's the one that they were most excited about. That's why they took Kumar Rocker third, was because they wanted the slot money and the negotiation and everything else that they were doing. And so
he's got one flaw. He chose to go to Clemson over Tennessee. That's really it. But that's his major flaw. But
you surprised we're not seeing like bigger names and prospects, higher ranked prospects being thrown into this for Cease? Does this feel like the Rangers could maybe get away with one here?
Get away in terms of like giving up nothing?
Not nothing, but you surprised like bigger names prospect wise aren't drawing the White Sox attention more? Maybe they are. These are just the reports.
Yeah, maybe they are. I mean, it all matters. Like, they've been having him on the trade block for a while. No one's bit yet. No one's given him what they wanted. I know the Yankees were talking to him the other day. I think the Mets were talking to the White Sox the other day. You've got to find out what the other options are out there. At the end of the day, these guys could turn out to be great pitchers, but they might be misses. Or as the fan text brings it up, you could always just sign Trevor Bauer and keep everybody.
Yeah, look, I mean, the White Sox probably look at it as that is a good return. Like, they know they've got an MLB hit tool in Duran. Porter would be the top prospect, the top pitching prospect in the Rangers organization, and somebody who's considered generally like around a top 100 prospect. And then they'd be buying low on Leiter, who was just a couple years ago considered the like one of the top talents in the draft. He went number 2. So I think the White Sox will probably view it as like this is a pretty decent haul, especially for an off-season trade and a guy who's been marked with inconsistencies.
All right, last night, speaking of inconsistent, the Dallas Stars did not finish the job.
Montour gathers it in out of his skates. Here's Verhage across. Barkov puts it in front. Score! Barkov sets up Kachuk, and the Panthers have 4 in a row.
Stars were up 3-0 against Florida, and that is how it ended on Panthers TV. Panthers with the best record in the NHL. 3 third-period goals to rally, capitalizing on Stars' penalties. They went 3 for 4 on the power play. They have now won 14 of their last 16. Stars' 5-game winning streak is over.
Yeah, this was a tough loss, and there's those points in games where you're like, okay, like file that away. That could be something that comes back to bite them. And then it was the Bobrovsky save on our boy Stankassen early on. Great save. And that would have been 4 goals for the Stars. They would have at least gotten a point out of it, but that kind of, I don't know, that didn't turn the tables in the game by any stretch because the Stars scored after that. But still, it was a huge save at the time. And in the end, it turned out to be the difference in the game.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. The Dallas Mavericks are going to catch a major break tonight with Steph Curry out with an ankle at the AAC.
This is a big 3-game stretch for the Mavericks. They've got Warriors here, then the Thunder, then the Nuggets.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
Yep, exactly, Peyton. This will be a big stretch for them, and to kick this off, missing Curry is going to be huge because you're a game and a half ahead of Golden State, 2.5, whatever it is. You're still within spitting distance of, getting to the 6 or the 5 or something like that. So these 3 games coming up are going to be crucial. So to miss Curry is massive for them. They have to take advantage of that.
Man, when you all suggested that NIL completely broke Nick Saban's spirit, that was on display yesterday as he was sitting next to Ted Cruz talking about the state.
KNC's buddy, Ted Cruz?
Hey man, I don't know if KMC wants any more heat right now. We're going to talk about that at 7:20, 10 minutes away here during the Expressway, so buckle up for that. But this is Nick Saban talking about why he left college.
All the things that I believed in for all these years, 50 years of coaching, no longer exist in college athletics. So it's always was about developing players. It was always about helping people be more successful in life. My wife even said to me, we'd have all the recruits over on Sunday with their parents for breakfast, and she would always meet with the mothers and talk about how she was going to help and impact their sons and how they would be well taken care of. And she came to me, like right before I retired and said, why are we doing this? And I said, what do you mean? She said, all they care about is how much you're going to pay them. They don't care about how you're going to develop them, which is all what we've always done. So why are we doing this?
I thought he retired. I thought now he's just on Capitol Hill, moaning and groaning.
Like all who retire in Washington, they become lobbyists.
Right,
That's what he does now.
Look, I think one thing that Nick and the rest of the coaches just don't get is the world's moved on from their system. Now, is the system now broke? Of course.
How dare you talk back to a system where I made all of the money?
Right.
Like I got $15 million a year, and you got jack squat. You got some free books, and you got free lunches.
Yeah, you got money under the table, but nothing like...
Some did, the good players.
Yeah, the good players. Like, is it worse? Is the system worse than before? I think it's a net zero. I think it's worse in cases. I think it's better in other cases. It's better that they're getting paid, but the system sucks still. I get it, but, just come up with a plan. Come up with a plan to make, they're trying to make all these players employees. Make them employees then. They all get paid.
Contracts.
The thing with contracts is, you're going to have to make them binding. You can't cut them and they can't leave.
Right.
That's what you want to do. Don't make it so you can't cut the player, but they can't leave either. If you really want to get rid of the transfer portal, say, here you go, quarterback, 4-star. Here's a 4-year contract. We're going to pay you $2 million a year. You can't transfer, but here you go, and we can't cut you either.
They screwed up. The NCAA screwed up digging in against this as long as they did. If they would have been part of building it the way they wanted, they would have, if they would have just been open to this instead of fighting it, they could have built this to look like the way they wanted. Instead, they dug in, court decisions had to get involved, and then it became the Wild West, and there was nothing they could do to slow it, and now it's out of control. And so that's their own fault. This is what they brought this on themselves because they were too greedy. And now they want to say, we think that we should have certain parameters in there. Too late. You screwed it up. Sorry.
And Boise is doing something with this with their merchandise.
Boise State is doing something that I think is really smart and something that I'm surprised more haven't done yet. But this is ideally, I think, how NIL should function. Boise State launched an online apparel store for their student athletes. So they announced this yesterday. They said the NIL store will offer all Boise State student athletes the opportunity to sell custom and personalized merchandise officially licensed by Boise State via their own digital locker room or retail space. Funds from each purchase will be deposited directly into the student athlete's account. Each student athlete's digital locker room will include a collection of core products which feature personalized names and numbers for applicable athletes. So this is the kind of thing that I think was originally the case that people were trying to make. Was like, let me capitalize on some of this branding that I have right now. And so I think this is a great idea. If more if
like
other
take it to
schools aren't doing this
Manziel,
yet.
take it to Johnny Manziel, and all the things that he talked about doing behind the scenes to make money are it's like laughable. It's laughable now that he had to get secret hotel rooms in Miami to sign cards.
Yeah,
and to the extent of these things.
If they had a Texas A&M locker room, NIL locker room that you could go there, and they were selling JFF shirts, Johnny wouldn't have had to sign cards and make, he would have made more than enough money doing stuff like that.
And
strict diet of blow.
Someone has the best NIL deal with the PJs out there right now.
So this is the best NIL deal, period. This is Jackson Dart. First of all, great name for a quarterback. Jackson Dart.
Yep.
Well, he signed an NIL deal with Nicholas Air, a private jet company based out of Oxford, Mississippi. I didn't know there was enough money in Oxford, Mississippi to have private jets. But here we are. They formally announced this, giving him access to a fleet of 7 private jets that he can use for travel, training, and philanthropy. This is badass, man.
Boy, this guy, Jackson Dart, he has a Peyton Russell mustache. He wears a sweatband around his neck.
Does ChatGPT know who he is?
Probably.
Maybe.
He spells Jackson with an X and an S in it. I don't know about this guy.
Everything you need to know for your hump day start. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, the interview that everybody is talking about. The only reason that RJ came in to work sick because of this next potential blow up between us, the Tolos, and everybody else. We'll talk about what happened on KMC yesterday during the Expressway. Commercial free. We'll need all the time. Next.
But let's get you over to Boomer.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electric.
We know heating and AC are essential to your home and family's comfort. Save up to $5,000 on a high-efficiency HVAC system from Lennox. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, I thought we were going to be good in the commercial break, but the last 15, 20 seconds has started to erupt. If you're watching on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, this could be the end of Bobby Belt, so get ready to celebrate.
Why is it the end of me?
Well, because of your text messages and the last 15 seconds. And Bobby has been pacing back and forth like Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Well, Mike wouldn't be pacing in his wheelchair, as Jake knows. That's why they set up the fight. We're going to talk about the interview yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece. And one of the very few things I'm proud of with this radio show, Choppy, over our 13 years, is the way that we handle these discussions. I almost get I get a sick excitement and a rush for these types of topics. And I think that you and I, along with the Tolos, especially when we take a lot of phone calls on it, handle these really dangerous subjects that people are scared to address and talk about very, very well. And that's why I'm very happy that you did not call out sick today.
I was going to miss this. I'll miss the next. I'll rue the day. My voice may not be back by Monday.
Yeah.
But I'll rue the day.
It's Bobby that I'm worried about here. And let's try to handle this calmly, coolly, and objectively. Let's see. So yesterday on the KMC Masterpiece, the fellas had on the attorney of the Dak accuser, who is saying, he came on the air and said, Dak Prescott raped my client. And that sent a shockwave throughout the Metroplex. I took a Dallas Cowboy nap. That's what they do during free agency. So I decided to take one during free agency while Stephen Jones is in South by Southwest. And I woke up to missed phone calls from Mike Bassick, missed phone calls from the boss, and a text chain from the morning show that had exploded. And the thing that we should be doing here, I guess, is talking about what the attorney actually said. But I guess the lead story for the station and everyone else is the decision to put the attorney on. So I guess we'll go ahead and start with that. What did you think of the decision to have on the attorney of the accuser on KMC yesterday? Because people are losing their minds over it.
They are. I don't have a hardcore either or take. I think we're a news station and it's newsworthy. And that's at the end of the day, that's the bottom line. Like, I don't have a major problem with it. I mean, would I have voted?
What would we have done? So what would we have done in the commercial break? Spittle's in here and he goes, yo, on my phone, on my office phone is for the record, yesterday I texted Levi McCathern at like 8:30, 8:15. He is the attorney for Dak in this matter. And it was suggested to me that Levi would want to come on and talk. He never got back to me. Later through the Cowboys, their side said, we're not going to do radio interviews and press right now. So what would have been the difference in having on Levi McCathern? And more importantly, in the commercial break, Spittle comes in here and goes, I have the other attorney on, willing to come on your show right now. What would we have done?
I mean, we've said before, like if Osama bin Laden wanted to come on our show, we'd take him.
Right.
Absolutely would take him.
Yeah.
I would take, I don't believe in censorship, period. I'm a free speech absolutist. I will never agree with Spotify taking down, interviews with Joe Rogan. I don't know. I would, if Vladimir Putin said, hey, I want to come on your show tomorrow. Sure, man, come on.
Yeah.
We got 7:20 available.
People
Does that work for Russia time? I don't know. What's the time zone difference?
Can we get you on a Zoom?
Yeah. I mean, Kim Jong-un? Whatever.
Because as a listener, if I heard one of those names booked on one of the other shows, I would make it a tune-in. I would want to hear it. It doesn't always mean that you are advocating someone's product, advocating someone's message. Sometimes you just have an interest in hearing from the other side. Now, in an ideal world, yesterday, we would have had on Dak's attorney and the attorney from the other side. It looks a little worse for everyone that Dak's side is not talking. So now we're giving this quote-unquote platform to an accuser who is throwing out malicious fake allegations. Well, number one, we don't know what the truth is. Do I think that Dak Prescott, like off the air, behind the curtain, we're having a couple drinks, and someone said, do you think Dak did this? My answer would be, my feeling is no. It feels to me like a money grab, but I don't know. And in being a news station, it's my opinion that from a journalism standpoint, they did the right thing, and I would have taken the attorney as a guest myself. I thought Kevin Hagan did a fantastic job while Mike was cowering and terrified over in the corner. More on that in a second, because that will be my true rant here during the Expressway. I would have done the same thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I checked with Florio and a couple of other journalists who really still tried to follow that profession.
Yeah.
And it said, was this wrong to have on this person as a guest? And none of them said it was wrong.
I talked to two people that I work with on, that I have worked with in the past. One in Memphis, one in Pittsburgh. They both said they would absolutely do it. They're talk show hosts. They tried to get the Ja kid on their show.
Yeah.
Would not come on. And the one in Pittsburgh got the Ben attorney for the sexual assault lawsuit on. Like, they did the same thing.
Now, I guess a devil's advocate point in this, and after I was getting ready to fight and explode with Bobby here yesterday and maybe here, I was saying, okay, maybe a devil's advocate point is, where do you draw the line of putting people on with just salacious National Enquirer type allegations? So anyone can throw out a random accusation against Jerry Jones. Are we going to just put them on the air? Are we going to give them that platform? What do you say back to that?
Well, I mean, there's a lawsuit. The point is there's a lawsuit involved.
And by the way, technically, Dak Prescott started the lawsuit. So they're actually answering Dak. Now, in real life, I would look at it as she started this with a possible blackmail attempt. But if it's not blackmail and something actually happened, Dak Prescott is suing her first. So they're actually the defendants in this case. That's going to get twisted up. You know what I mean?
She's the defendant. Yeah. Right.
She's the defendant.
Right. Yes. Technically, because he's suing. He's not even countersuing.
He's starting
the
legal process with it.
Yeah. I get it. You got to make these tough decisions sometimes, and not everybody's going to agree with it, and that's fine. You got to just deal with it. To me, this is not. It's kind of a no-brainer. Like, if you're offered a news story that is a major news story in the area that you cover,
yeah,
you kind of have to take it. Like, during elections, like, if they offered us President Biden or former President Trump, we're going to say yes
to both.
Yeah. Like, and if one comes on and the other one doesn't, then so be it. Like, we're still going to say yes.
Roberto,
I think just because something's permissible doesn't mean it's wise. I think that if you mentioned, like, if it came in here and it had been offered up to us, I would have voted no. I would have said I don't want to do this. And I would have, honestly, and we were kicking it around yesterday talking about, I wouldn't have wanted to interview Levi McCatherine either.
I asked you in the commercial break.
You asked me how he was as an interview. I wouldn't have wanted, if we were talking about we're going to reach out.
You didn't voice one
because
time.
We didn't.
Let me finish. Let me get
go
it.
Ahead,
We're all going to talk.
Yeah,
we're all going to talk in turns.
I know. I just gave you all a turn. Go ahead.
I want to clarify something.
Go ahead.
Yesterday when I brought up Levi McCatherine as a guest, you didn't say one word to oppose it. Not one word. So don't come on here right now and say, I wouldn't have won it. I wasn't all in for that. Because yesterday I asked you in a commercial break before I texted Levi, you didn't say anything against that. Why not?
You said, should we have Levi McCatherine on? And I said, we just had Florio. And I said that Florio's analysis was fine. I said, and then you asked me how he was as an interview. I said, I don't know how he is as an interview.
You said he was good. He
is a good attorney. I don't know how he is. I don't know how he is as, like,
he would be good on air.
I don't know how he is on the air. I'm saying he's a good attorney. I don't know. I've never heard him do an interview or anything like that. That's all. Now, to me, it's, forget for a second that it's on, it appears to be, when you read the text of the lawsuit or anything else, it feels very much on shaky ground that it'd be very difficult to prove guilt here, even in a civil case. Like, it feels like it'd be difficult to, when you read what's been described in terms of in the initial letter that was sent over to Dak's camp, that would be very difficult, I think, 7 years later to prove. Just from a perspective of the presumption of innocence, I think that interviewing the attorney and kind of allowing them unchecked to utter the words twice, paraphrasing, Dak Prescott raped my client, I think that's insane. Like just given that. And I understand they can't check it. Like they're in a position that they can't, but that's why I wouldn't have wanted to do the interview. I wouldn't have wanted to give them a platform to be able to say that.
Why can't the other side come on and give their perspective, and everyone, because they're Cowboy or Dak fans, is fine if Dak's attorney comes on?
Who said they were fine with Dak's attorney?
Everyone is pissed off and furious, saying, "How dare you take down Dak Prescott? This is so unfair to Dak Prescott." We're supposed to be in a society in which it's 50-50. Nothing has been proven, and no one knows anything. So we're supposed to. This is a microcosm in terms of a problem of what's wrong with everyone, of what's wrong with politics and everything.
It's trying to silence views you don't like.
Exactly. We're supposed to hear out both sides and make the decision for yourself. Not be swayed by being the Dallas Cowboys radio station. Not be swayed because we may know or like Dak Prescott, and not be swayed because we think that the other side is not telling the truth. We're supposed to, from a journalistic point of view, and I would love to hear from journalism professors, hear out both sides and not be worried about Cowboy fan backlash, and do the right thing.
Okay, let's look at the right thing then. The line between public opinion and judicial processes, it's not even like it doesn't exist anymore.
I totally agree with that. That's absolutely right.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. And it needs to change, and it's a very tricky situation that the world has gotten itself into, where people convict on social media long before they ever do anything in the courtroom. It's terrible.
And that's the thing. There is no consideration, or very little consideration often, to the media exposure of the accused in most instances, especially in this day and age in sexual assault cases, because it is such there's so much gravity behind the accusation, and it's so serious that people don't want to look like they don't want to downplay something that very well may be true. But the reality is, like, he is presumed innocent. Right now, the facts of the matter are he is innocent. He has to be proven guilty. So he's innocent. And so to me, I think that when we do an interview like that, we contribute to the trial by media. And what it does is it not only affects the fairness of whatever legal process or whatever else, but like more than anything else, it's the societal verdict. When ML football aggregates it and just puts it out there and people start jumping into it.
Nobody in DFW thinks that Dak Prescott is more guilty after yesterday. How does it affect the fairness? Now you sound like the fan who says, well, you guys talk about what the Cowboys should do on 3rd and 1 at the goal line. You're giving away the game plan.
This isn't about fandom.
Yeah, I think it is for you.
It's not about fandom. I think that's kind of BS. I think it's kind of BS to assert that like something involved with sexual assault or like guilt or innocence is fandom. I don't appreciate
I think you're worried about no, it's not that you being a Cowboy fan. I think that you're worried about backlash from listeners who are saying, I'm going to turn off the station. What y'all did was BS, versus the journalistically right thing to do from both sides. I think you're worried about the wrong thing in terms of what the right thing to do is versus what the smart thing to do is. There's two ways to do radio in this matter. It is who's going to get mad and angry at us listening, or over in Frisco, which, to the Cowboys' credit, everything I've heard, they've handled this very, very well and professionally, or screw all that, which we've always done for 13 years, and do what the right thing to do is from an ethical standpoint. I think the right thing to do from an ethical standpoint was to hear from both sides. Dak's side does not want to talk right now. We will lose some listenership, but I always like to go to sleep at night putting my head on the pillow being like, okay, was this the wrong thing? Does it feel a little ugly, seedy? Yeah, maybe. But to not put on their attorney because we're the Cowboys station is soft. Spineless.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways. You can't say we're in the pocket of the Cowboys, then do this, and then be like, you can't have it both ways. We either are or we aren't. And I mean, I think this clearly shows that we're not.
Oh no.
What?
Because the dumbest, most ignorant takes out there, and I'm not even going to give these people name recognition because they don't deserve it. I've lost almost all respect for them. The thought, and this is the conspiracy nut job world that we live in, the ignorance of some to suggest that Mike Bassick's dislike for Dak Prescott combined with Jerry Jones negotiating and wanting to keep the price down was the reason that this interview took place.
Oh, my God.
You should lose your voice more than choppy. You are ignorant. And I'm not even going to name the people and put them on blast because I don't even want to give any attention. That assertion and that thought out there is so stupid and so ridiculously dumb that you're a moron. Yeah. You're a moron if you take that, believe that, run with that. Morons.
I understand the position you're in. Like, you've got to go in the locker room, Bobby. You have to see Dak. We don't. It's a different situation that we're in than you are. I totally understand. And I think that's exactly why if you were to poll talk show hosts around the country, they would say have him on. And if you were to poll beat writers in the Cowboys locker room, they would say don't. And I think it's all because of the position that you're put in. I totally get it. I get your side of it. I understand. Like,
I don't think that's my side, though.
I think that plays a lot of it.
No, because I don't think anybody in there is going to hold, like if somebody's upset about this, I don't think anybody's going to hold it against me personally. Like I'm not worried about that.
You know how the world is.
So if both attorneys yesterday agreed we're going to come on in the 8 o'clock hour and the 9 o'clock hour, you would have said no. You would have voted no.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because we can have legal analysis on like we did with Florio. To me, that's the way to do it. Let somebody else do the interview.
We're having the attorneys for the subject.
We can have somebody else do the interview and we can react
creators.
to it. I know. And
that's what we are. We're content creators. We have to put on a compelling radio show. And whether that means doing difficult subjects like this and having on guests that may piss off a faction of the audience, I mean, that's what we got to do.
I can't believe you wouldn't take both attorneys in the same show.
I feel like one thing that I feel confident is that like I don't think that, for instance, if somebody would have come up and maybe because it seems more personal or more whatever else, like I don't think we would have like I don't think there would have been the same push to take the Jerry Jones paternity test attorney. Like if that was offered up to us, I think we would have passed on it.
I would have said yes.
Well, that's a little bit different in terms of like. Are we talking about like the day after? That doesn't feel like that's not as big of a story, to be honest. You know what I mean? And it's not as big of a story. No one really cares.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal to have a child.
It's also not illegal. No one really cares.
But I still would have said yes.
No one. I don't know if I would have said yes because I don't know if people care enough. No one really cares if Jerry Jones has another child out there. It's not. So I don't view that as apples to apples in terms of how big of a story it is.
Would you have had the Deshaun accuser on?
No.
Oh, I definitely would have.
I would have, absolutely. Did they not? Was Tony Busby not on the radio?
Why not from a
Because I'm not putting myself like I don't think putting ourselves inside the story essentially is the point. We're here to react to it, whatever else. I don't think we should be part of the story.
No, we're here to report as well. This is a news building. It's a news and entertainment building.
I don't think that putting ourselves in there is the wise thing to do. That's all. And it's a disagreement on it, and it's fine. You have a perspective on it. You have a perspective on it, Chop. That's fine. There are a lot of different views on the fan text right now. There are a lot of different views on social media and everything else. I'm saying I just think that what is permissible and what is wise are not the same thing.
Yeah, yes, and
the why, but
it may not have been a wise thing to do, but it was the right thing to do. And sometimes the right thing to do isn't the wise thing to do.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you this. If this is true, and it came out that we were offered the accuser in this situation.
Yeah. So the accuser, the woman, was right next to the attorneys, and we decided not to put her on. In that moment right there, I probably would have said, throw her right there on the phone. She's the one accusing.
But
then it's your own mind. It's your own brain to make up your decision. That's what a jury trial is for, to go in a courtroom and you have a vote. You listen, you weigh, you decide after hearing both sides. Sorry, cut you.
No, but I think this is 98% like a complete, my guess is, and it's pretty strong, that this is I don't say a money grab, but like a frivolous situation. Like, I don't think this really happened. That's my personal take.
Yeah.
But in the event that it did happen, do I really want to deny the accuser? Do I want to say that 5 years from now, oh man, could have had her on, let her tell her story, and here she is dealing with all kinds of trauma. I don't want that on my conscience either.
Yeah, we don't know.
I don't even have a conscience. And you know that.
We don't know. We don't know what happened. You could think you know, but for anyone to say that you know is wrong. You're flat out wrong. You don't know. I don't know. We didn't think. I don't think Dak Prescott is guilty of it in my own mind, but I'm not an attorney. I don't know the evidence. So that was our approach towards it. No, there's a lot of outrage. Bassick. Bassick, he's like, I'm getting destroyed. Go watch Bassick on the fan cam. How terrified he is sitting over there in the in the corner. Because if you think that Mike Bassick went out and put in the effort to track down an attorney as a guest, if someone doesn't sell Donruss cards, Mike isn't booking them. If someone didn't pitch in 1980, Mike isn't booking them. So there goes that theory. And I bet if I gave the Cowboys a vote, I would put a lot of money that the Cowboys would not have wanted that interview to take place. So all you Jerry conspiracy theorists out there, go get your Aaron Rodgers jersey. Go get your tinfoil hat. Go dive into something else because you're an idiot. You could not sound more idiotic. And I checked someone that I really like in the media who texted me in Baltimore saying, is it possible that Jerry Jones, I'm seeing this from a couple podcasters in Dallas, is it possible that Jerry Jones set this interview up and made y'all do that? And I just said, don't ever ask me something that's stupid again. Don't ever insult. Don't ever send me something that insulting again. And again, for those of you who still think Jeff Catlin, ticket promo team, oh, this station's in the pocket of the Cowboys, I think yesterday proved it. And props to Kevin Hagelin for coming up with some really great questions. Those with a few brain cells left, understanding why they put the attorney on, gave Kevin a ton of props. And I would rather do the right thing, in my opinion, from a journalistic standpoint, and lose some people than be in the pocket and hide from it because we're the Dallas Cowboys station. That's just me. That's the way it is. Bobby, any final word? I think we had a good discussion.
I think we handled it well.
And I didn't. My career hasn't ended yet. I haven't checked my text.
The show ends at 10.
That's true. There's still time. There's still time. There's still crosstalk.
There's still crosstalk. Now look, this is a massive L. You know what else is fascinating and interesting? So obviously it's a massive L for KNC and the station. This is gonna mess up my bonus.
Oh no.
We're sitting here cruising.
Yeah.
Number one sports station. This is gonna end my second quarter bonus. So this is a massive L on Twitter. I go to the Facebook page. There were 4 comments. It's an amazing difference in juxtaposition from Twitter to Facebook to
Instagram. All
Instagram. There were 4 comments on the fan Facebook page.
Yeah,
I found that fast. Twitter is. I love Twitter for the jokes and the news. It's awful.
Twitter is where you go to
It's a cesspool.
escape reality.
I think that's about news consumption, though. There's a whole lot more people consuming news on Twitter than Facebook.
Correct. Yeah. On Facebook and Instagram, that's where I put videos. On Twitter, that's where you put news. Like that. I don't. You know what I mean? Like that's just. It's funny because I'll post a video on Instagram or a photo on Instagram and I'll get 1,000 likes, and on Twitter I'll get like a dozen. It's just like, and I have way more people that follow me on Twitter. Maybe fewer now. I don't know.
Right.
But that's the way it is. It blew up on Twitter. Facebook and Instagram, you're right, though. It's like...
Oh, man, that ratio thing you guys always
oh, yeah, it was.
talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever that ratio is, I don't think it ended up well.
No, it didn't end up well. And I think it was like we lost like 400 followers on Twitter yesterday.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying,
be it.
I'm not saying anything other than when you talk about the ratio and the response, that's all I'm saying. That's it.
Ryan Allen, everyone else in DMs and the Twitter. If you haven't learned after 13 years, writing, I'm done, I'm out. I don't give a flying F. I don't care. We're going to do what we think is the right thing to do. If you don't like it, go listen somewhere else. Fine. Like, we've talked about these subjects before. Those that, have a brain that can think for themselves and you understand wanting to put on both sides. Dak's side, Levi McCatherine does not want to do public interviews right now. Fine. Okay. Your threats and your little tweets or your messages to the boss have never mattered. And they won't matter. They can fire me first. I'm going to do every time. And props to the boss and props to the Cowboys for not making bigger waves of this. Like, the Cowboys have been fantastic over our almost 15 years of understanding this is a news story that you have to cover. Try not to make things personal. That's the only thing that we ask.
You got to let.
And I would hope that Dak Prescott understands trying to get both sides as well. He may
get $60 million, he won't matter. He won't mind. But if it's down to 50, he will.
He may never come on the station again. I don't know. We invited his side first, but Dak is the one who started the legal action in this, right? She's technically the defendant, technically from a legal standpoint. But in a perfect world, I would have had them both on in the same show.
Yeah, I would have too. I mean, like, I just my philosophy on this: you gotta let people you don't like say things you don't like. You have to. Otherwise, you're no different than Fox News and MSNBC, just burying stories for their side, and that's not what you want to be.
Sonny on Twitter: the mistake you're making, claiming to be journalists, your sports radio host, very good ones, claiming to do this for the good of journalism is laughable. Like, we do have to make like journalistic calls a lot of times.
Yeah, you do. I mean, we have to. Like, you got to talk about certain things that are uncomfortable, and sometimes that comes with having guests on that people don't like to hear from. We just said it. We would have Osama bin Laden on.
Yeah.
If he said, if Kim Jong-un calls up and says, and if they have cell phones there, hey, I want to come on your show. Sure, man. Come on.
Have Rodman translate.
Let's go. I'll talk. How's your golf game?
Yeah. So in terms of the interview, what came from it? 877-881-1053. We're talking about, and again, I don't care whether this attorney got their legal degree yesterday or 2 months ago. They're still the attorney for the person that is saying that Dak Prescott is guilty of sexual assault. Their credentials, I don't care. They're the attorney for the other side. So that makes them a relevant guest, in my opinion. But Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick asking the different questions. They're saying, oh, Dak is changing his story now. Why 7 years? It passes the statute of limitations. And they said, well, very common. We feared the machine. We feared the backlash that maybe 105.3 The Fan is saying on their social medias. Statute of limitations has not elapsed on the criminal side. They said, why $100 million? You know, the timing is a little bit weird with $100 million when he's up at free agency. And the guy said, look, a lot of people view rape the next step down from murder. So what's the price on that? What's the price on a lost life? What is the price on a rape that allegedly took place according to their side? So those are all the things that I took from the interview conducted yesterday here on the show. I don't really know how to transition into chopping it up. I don't want to put you in a bad position right here.
No, let's just go to it.
Maybe we'll just do it at 8 o'clock.
Fine.
Maybe the whole thing for 8 o'clock. But thank you for the messages, good and bad, the interaction on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. When it comes to the Cowboys in free agency, I thought Blogging the Boys had a very interesting tweet. And it's kind of like a, hey, everyone go ahead and settle down. By the way, it is a Meet Church Wednesday. Ooh. Matt Pittman will be in studio.
Oh, finally.
I know.
Wow.
Bronco.
Guess what? His 45 days free Zoom trial ran out. And that's why he's in.
So this was from Dan over at Blogging the Boys. The Cowboys free agent signings last year were Chume Adoga, Ronald Jones, and Trent Sieg. Is it Sieg, the long snapper?
Yeah. I forgot Ronald Jones was on this football team ever.
Everyone lost their minds. They went on to win their division, get the number 2 seed in the NFC. They had 10 Pro Bowl players. Roster building is not their problem. So that's Dan with a nice reminder of last year's very minimal offseason, resulting in what it did with the number 2 seed and 12 wins. And here we are reacting even more angry.
Yeah, Gilmore was a big part of that, though, and that was obviously a trade. But I mean, that's
and
still
Cooks.
Yeah, Cooks and Gilmore. But I mean, specifically, especially once Diggs went down, if you didn't have Gilmore, if you did not trade for Gilmore last year, they would have been cooked. Because when Diggs goes down in week 2, they wouldn't have had anybody to cover. And so, like, I mean, they still made acquisitions. I don't think anybody's complaining about lack of free agency if the Cowboys are out there actively making trades. Like last year, people felt like, oh, okay, they're doing something. They're trying to build here. They're using capital to acquire players. This year, it just feels very much like, well, we don't want to spend any money on something we might blow up in 10 months anyway.
The top 3 free agent spenders over the last few off seasons all increased their win totals. The bottom 3 free agent spenders over the last 10 off seasons have regressed by 1.4 wins year over year.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I think because you mentioned yesterday the win total increase was a lot.
Yes.
A lot more than 1.4.
Every team basically that has spent the most over the past 7 or 8 seasons has had a win increase. From 2016 to 2023, these were the win increases for the teams who are the top spenders. +5, +7, +7, +3, +5, +3, +6, +3. The Washington, back in the day, Redskins made it a very popular universal belief, you stay away from free agency. Well, now these numbers in the last 8 off seasons are showing.
Yeah, it's showing that
the opposite.
That really spending in free agency helps you more than not spending it at all hurts you.
You have to use it to some extent. This idea of we're just the Cowboys approach so far the first few days, which is we're just gonna completely, stay hands off and go out and sign somebody to be a depth piece that's played 500 snaps in their career over 6 years. That's not the play.
Yeah.
If you look consistently, every Super Bowl winner signs or acquires big talent the offseason before they win.
And you've got to look at it, look at that nuance with that stat about the losing, regressing 1.4 games. How many of those teams were in cap hell and had to cut a bunch of guys to get down to, inside the cap number, and what did that play into it and all? So that absolutely is a factor. And now, or also is 1.4 wins just inside the margin of, hey, it's football. You're going to win. The next year you're going to be 8-2 in 1-score games, and the following year you're going to be 3-6.
All right, I think we're going to chop it up coming up. We'll lighten things up a little bit.
Let's do it. I still have a voice.
Did we get a lot of text messages?
Oh, yeah. We got 1 or 2.
Did a lot of people quit Twitch, right, and on the fan cam. But honestly, man, these types of things, they give me a sick rush. I know Bobby hates it, uncomfortable, and I'm like, let's go talk about what everyone doesn't want to talk about. And I take pride in that. And with the phone calls and the text messages and Choppy, I don't know how you're so absent-minded 23/7, but on these types of things, we come together.
Come together, man,
for these great types of talks.
It's a gift. I don't know what it's a curse.
Yeah, you lock in. You zone in.
I can lock in for 12 minutes at a time. Outside of that, I'm locked out.
All right, so thank y'all for that. There it is. We addressed it. I would not put that up at 105throughthefan.com. Josh Clark.
What?
Josh Clark last night bugging me while I'm picking up my kid, the web guy. Can I call you? I'm losing sleep. I don't know what to do. Can I call you? I said, settle down. Things blow over. It's okay. I think y'all made the right call. Your journalism professor, I think, will be proud, unless those at UNT are like, y'all made the wrong call. Let's chop it up, and it's a Meet Church Wednesday with our boy Matt Pittman. That's all next. That was a commercial-free expressway right here on The Fan. But maybe...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, Sean Sharif, how many steps a day are you willing to take
I'm here too.
to lose weight? Bobby Belt, how many steps a day are you willing to take?
30 minutes of brisk walking.
Not even to lose weight, to add 3 years to your life. That's the question. How many steps a day are you willing to take to add 3 years to your life? 5,000 steps 3 times per week for 2 years will add up to 3 years to a person's life, according to a new research study on health.
So today, what is your average steps per day? Because you're not doing cardio.
I am now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I am. I am. I set it at 10,000 a day. I don't always hit it.
You set it at 10,000 a day.
Yeah, so like I used to, back when I had a Samsung phone, I didn't need an Apple Watch. It would just record it on my phone, like how many steps. I don't know how it did it, but I would set it at 10,000 a day, and I didn't always hit it. Like sometimes I would not come even close. But
7. That's what I average according to my step tracker. 7,000.
And this is calling for what?
5,000 3 times a week. So you could just do a walk around your block 3 times a week, and it will add up to 3 years of your life just with good cardiovascular activity. And I wonder, like, how many people like really care about adding 3 years of their life, right? Some people are just like, just kill me at 65.
Yeah.
And others are like, no, I want to live to 100, 110. I tell Sarah, I want to live long enough to where she's not going to go find somebody else. So she's stuck. She's stuck. Just so she can find a companion.
I go through so joining the morning show, honestly, like, threw off my walking routine, because that used to be the thing. Before I'd come on and do the hit at 7:20, I'd get up at 6, I'd go walk for an hour, come home, shower, and then jump on with you guys. And so, like, the idea of getting up at 4 to then go walk for an hour or do something like that's always been a beat down. And then you get home, then you're tired and you want to sleep. And so that's like gotten in the way of it. But man, I just looked at it. It says 7,000 a day is what I've averaged over the last 4 months.
That's pretty good.
I would go through these like cycles where it's like I'm walking 20,000 steps a day. Like trying to really, like, I would go for really long, like 2.5 hour walks, listen to podcasts, stuff like that. And then there are other times where it's like I look at the step count, I'm like, I've taken less than 2,000 steps each of the last 10 days.
Yeah, I feel like you used to do hits with us when I could hear the breeze walking.
I would stop down and call you from like a bench.
And you had to do more steps yesterday with your dead car battery, which I'm very impressed that you're going and you're like, I can fix an alternator if I needed to as well. Bobby Belt with the dead car battery yesterday.
Yeah, but it could be that I'm saying
cool.
like how I could shoot 80 in golf. I could say I fixed the alternator, but maybe I just have somebody else do it.
You gotta find a way to do it.
Like Tolo Mike.
Man, what is the over-under on this dating relationship? This is audio that was posted. This girl posted this audio onto her TikTok. Her TikTok handle is Savannah X Shea. Savannah with no H. Savannah X Shea. And she posts this video, and I don't think it hit the way she thought she did, because now she is turning into the definition of the online stalker.
This is amazing.
I saw this really cute guy at the grocery store the other day, so naturally I followed him to the checkout counter, and when he gave the cashier his credit card, I peeped it to see what his name was. And then I Googled him and found his social media profiles, and I was able to tell that he was single. So I went through his friends list and I found his mother's page. And then I looked through his mother's page and I saw that she was a member of this book club that's in my area. So I sent a request to join the book club. So I went to the book club meeting and I met his mom there, and we bonded over some books that we both liked. And she just thought I was so nice. And I brought it up randomly in conversation that I was single. And she let me know that she had a son that was single also that lived in the area. And maybe it would be cool for us to get together and chat sometime. So I gave her my number, which she gave to her son. And this morning he texted me and asked if I'd like to get together this weekend and do something. So I guess we're going to go on a date. I'm really excited.
Wow.
If a guy did this is creep 10.
Well,
10 out of 10 creepy.
Here's where I'm asking everyone to be completely honest. You thought you had an honest take last segment during the expressway.
She's attractive, this girl. She's an attractive girl.
Is she?
Yeah, here's
You got it.
here's a photo of her. She's an attractive girl.
Yeah, she's an attractive girl. Be honest on what you do. Pepe, what did you do with Mackenzie? Bobby, you've been out of the game the longest. The depths that you went to in order to meet or date. The book club thing, that's that movie You.
Yeah, it is. Oh, this is Joe Goldberg right here. She is Joanna Goldberg.
Yeah.
That's what her name is.
If this is true, and I want to believe it's true because it's awesome audio, to go to the book club and bump into her.
I know.
Oh, you like that book too?
Oh, look at that.
I like Dr. Seuss as well.
Oh my God.
And then, I'm single. Do you have any children?
Yes.
Now, what does he do when he hears this?
Oh, as soon as
Do
he
you
hears
have
this-
respect for it? Is there a follow-up to this? Do you have sick respect for it? Like, wow, you wanted me that bad? Or you're sleeping with one eye open?
I'll tell you this: I ain't breaking up with her anytime soon.
All right.
You will have to change addresses.
Imagine how
everything.
fun that would be in the in that room.
Yeah.
I had gone to a Humperdinks, and there was this waitress there that I thought was really cute, and I went back the next week. But before I went back, I had found her on social, and I found out from a 2-year-old Facebook post that she liked the band Middle Class Rut, and her favorite song by them was New Low. So I set it to my ringtone. I went back to the restaurant, and then when she stopped down, I texted a buddy of mine. I said, "Call me real quick."
Oh my God!
And that song went off, and she went, "Oh my God, I love Middle Class Rut.
That's amazing.
No one else knows Middle Class Rut. How do you know that?" And we went out.
Holy
You
cow! That's
did?
fantastic.
Did you ever tell her?
No. This is the one we've talked about before.
Oh,
This is fantastic.
I can't tell her now.
Bobby, props to you.
Wow.
For admitting that. That is awesome.
Penn Badgley levels.
That is Penn Badgley, man. It's Joe Goldberg.
What about you? You're the king of finding them quick online.
I am.
Well, you were.
Well, like
a random search.
I don't have a story like that.
He just uses his charm. He doesn't need shortcuts.
I mean, look,
guacamole or queso.
Sarah didn't want me to text her.
Eliminate one.
She wanted no part of me when my buddy Wesley lied to me and said that she's all in, and I
was like the Cowboys.
The Cowboys. Yes, exactly, and that turned out to be a lie.
All in means different things to
but
different
no,
people.
I had to find ways to keep it going. I was just like, all right, let's just keep planning things. You got to keep planning things in the relationship.
No, when I was on the apps, I would try to find everything on social. I didn't take it a step further. I'm not that good. But trying to sit there and find, I guess the craziest thing is I had a Tolo who could get me phone numbers, and I got one's phone number, and it did not work at all. It backfired.
Wow.
It was a creeper move. I thought it was to be taken as a flattering move.
Yeah.
It backfired. It did not work.
Well, one question I've got to find out: is this girl an Eagle? How in the hell? How close was she to this guy to be able to look over and see his name on the credit card?
Oh, right.
Right. My gosh.
Pepe, do you have a story, or did the Tolos have similar ones?
Yeah, about this audio clip, 512 says marry her. You know, she's perfect.
Yeah.
But the 972817 say true stalker and total creep. So they're in disagreement.
Okay.
No, I mean, with my story, it's like I found my girlfriend Mackenzie's LinkedIn just so because the big thing with the dating apps is you don't know their last name. It's like, well, I just have their first name. And it's that weird question of when do you text of what's your last name? It's just something weird. I always thought that it's like not really a conversation starter. It just seems weird to ask for the last name. So you want to find their last name before, they tell you.
Yeah.
So that I found her LinkedIn, but a story that I found out a few weeks ago. I did not know this, that she did her research on me.
Ooh.
She saw my Twitter bio that I worked for the Fan. So she did a YouTube search. Saw we had a
Hope
YouTube
she didn't go to
page.
ChatGPT.
No, she wouldn't know who I was.
Crickets.
She saw some shorts that Ryan made about me, and whenever we were talking about the breastfeeding milk, I'll take a little sip. Yeah, she watched that entire thing, and she said that almost had me blocked.
Oh,
wow.
Because that was a total creep move by me for wanting to take a sip of someone else's breast milk because I never tried it before.
I mean,
and she said that it almost blew things up.
You take a sip of somebody's bathwater, I would.
Hey, so John, there's my credit card. Can you read my name from there?
Wow, I can.
So that's what I mean. Yeah.
Wow.
Like, can you read my name, Sean?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not that hard.
Wow. Okay. Very good. All right. This next one, this comes from Connecticut. Ryan sent this to me, texted me about this last night.
He's producing content now. Look at Ryan.
Yeah, he's look every.
We got to live up to the Chat GPT.
Number one video coordinator at the Fan.
You got to have a producer here. So
I bet he wouldn't get mad about us playing secret audio.
Bet you not. So the way this is this is a cop driving behind a guy who's speeding. He's tailgating him. Okay, and he's trying to run the guy's plates, trying to run the license plates. And then a car comes up to the side and gives the cop the middle finger. All right, as you can see this. The guy who flipped the cop off was angry with the cop for tailgating the other car.
Oh.
All right, so
if I give a police officer a fan text, if I give a police officer the middle finger, am I getting arrested?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's the crime?
I honestly, I have no idea. I don't think there is a crime, but if he's speeding while doing it, because he had to catch up to the cop, but the cop was speeding, then that would do it. So the cop decides to pull the guy over who gave the cop the middle finger, and the cop, who you could tell has absolutely had it with being a police officer, had a conversation with this guy. Part one.
Could I just ask you why you're riding their butt like that and speeding, man?
I'm running his license plate because everybody else is speeding. Why are you speeding?
I was only going 60.
Speed limit's 40.
50.
Signs.
Okay.
Oh, give me the weed, too.
No, I have a...
Yeah.
I have a marijuana card.
Step out. The blue car was tailing me.
Yeah.
While I was pacing a tractor-trailer looking for a motor vehicle violation because the governor's office has gotten multiple complaints on traffic stops.
I know.
Okay?
I know that.
So we're out doing our thing.
Okay.
He decides to pass me and flip me off.
All right, Speedy, I'm sorry.
All right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So who the f*** you think you are worried about what I'm doing?
You're right.
I know I'm right, damn it. Everyone's got something to say. Mind your own damn business. You're speeding. How would I start with that? I was following that kid for a reason. And if you hadn't done that stupid stunt, I'd be with him right now. But no, you just couldn't leave it alone, could you? You had to be a American.
Wow. Ryan.
Yeah, it's great
Good
stuff.
stuff, Ryan.
Ryan, can you produce I'll below the belt?
You almost panicked there though when he said flip off.
Oh my gosh. What state is this in? I'm trying to pick up the accent.
So Ryan said it was Connecticut. He was in Connecticut. So now the next part. So the cop did say
that guy backed off pretty quick.
He did. So the cop said, "Give me the weed." The guy kept saying, "I've got a dispensary license, or I've got a license to be able to do this." And the cop kept saying, "It better be in the original packaging. All right, otherwise you're in trouble." So that's when we pick up the second spot.
God help you if there's anything illegal in this car. Is it in the original dispensary container? No. Then you're f***ed. How's that sound? No sh**. Mind your own business next time. I was driving along, I was going to head to a simple citation that I give, but no. You got to be... Just couldn't shut your mouth. Why am I speeding? I'm doing my job. Connecticut General Statute 14-298 allows law enforcement officers to disregard the traffic laws in the performance of their duties. How the am I going to catch a speeder if I'm not speeding? You late for your job at NASA with physics? Unbelievable. It just never ends in this job. I got 14 months. I can't wait to be done. This ought to tell you why our department, instead of having 1,300, has 850 right now. There's a clue to the public. What a bunch of ass you are. Right there. You want it on paper or not? Is it in the original dispensary container? No
Teabag of the day.
Yeah.
Locked in. Ryan.
I didn't know Carter became a cop.
Yeah, it was great.
No, he wouldn't be able to play the audio.
Yeah, that's true.
You see him throw down the whatever paraphernalia was, then step on it, slams the door, and then let the guy go. He's like, "Go, get out of here! Like you ruined my day. Get out of here." Didn't give him a citation. Nothing. Get out of here. Let him go.
That's amazing.
It's fantastic.
That is epic. Chopping it up, Hump Day edition.
Okay.
After a longer expressway right here on DFW Sports Station, maybe Ryan can do below the belt at 8:40 on the home of the Cowboys, but it is a Meat Church Wednesday. Let's plan your lunch and dinner with Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, in studio, brought to you by Mr. Electric. Next.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Below the Belt coming up at 8:40 this morning here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The Hump Day edition continues with an in-studio guest. You think his Zoom expired?
I think that's what happened. You didn't pay your Zoom bill. You didn't want to do the professional version.
I couldn't take your criticism on my backgrounds anymore.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you want me to introduce him Chat GPT style with his bio from Chat GPT?
Yeah.
All right, we're joined by Matt Pittman. Matt Pittman is the founder and CEO of Meat Church Barbecue, a brand that has gained popularity for its barbecue supplies and apparel. He is a decorated pitmaster who became seriously involved in the barbecue space after being exposed to Central Texas barbecue. His passion for smoking meats grew quickly from there. Matt is recognized as an expert and authority on outdoor cooking, with students traveling from around the world to attend barbecue schools in his private outdoor kitchen. Meat Church Barbecue is a unique lifestyle brand offering popular craft barbecue seasonings, apparel, and recipes, reflecting Pittman's deep love for barbecue, which he developed from cooking and learning from his grandma June in Alabama.
June.
Wow, I wish my wife spoke that highly of me.
Dude, these are glowing reviews, except for Peyton. They didn't know who Peyton was when we asked it.
Does your wife cook?
Absolutely not.
No?
Yeah, it sucks.
Like you cook throughout the whole week?
Yeah, she'll tell you, like, if you ask her, she's like, oh, he loves to cook. I'm like, I'd like to have a Tuesday night off.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she can cook ramen and what she calls egg in a basket, and that is it.
Egg in a basket?
Where you take a piece of bread, cut a hole in it, put it in a pan.
We call it egg in a hole.
Okay.
Yeah. Egg in a basket.
Depends
like
what
that.
you're into.
Yeah.
Now, what does she not like about your cooking? What's her biggest complaint?
The amount of laundry I have. So we had a video shoot day the other day, and she just is basically cussing coming out of the laundry room. She was like, you have more laundry than anyone. And 100% of my clothes have stains on them. If you're ever near me, just look, no doubt. So the whole house smells like it.
You smell like wood.
Yeah, I smell like smoke constantly.
Got wood?
Yeah.
That's right. Now, what are you doing over here at the convention? You're at conventions, this and that.
Yeah, I'm not a trade show guy, but this week is the Ace Hardware convention. They have 2 a year, and pretty cool. We just won Ace Hardware Vendor of the Year. There's 4,600 vendors at Ace, and they gave it to 6, like Benjamin Moore, Still, Milwaukee, Craftsman, Meat Church. So here accepting that award and visiting with the various store owners from Ace Hardwares around the country.
Who are your, Broadus will love this because I know he's been listening because I got a call after the expressway. Who are your favorite food influencers, the other YouTubers? Who do you really like?
I'm really mostly influenced by my chef friends. So, barbecue's great. Now there's a lot of chefs involved in it, but I'm mostly influenced by chefs that, when I travel to like Hawaii Food and Wine. And, sorry. And at that event, I feel like I'm completely outclassed. I mean, it's all sorts of dudes from, Top Chef, Master Chef, Iron Chef. And so once you get to know those guys, and it's weird, they're into what I do. And I'm like, what they do is way over my head and blows my mind. And so that's been cool to get to know guys like that and watch what they do. It's super cool.
It's weird how that is. Like, musicians want to be actors, actors want to be musicians. It's the same thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Have you been able to keep up with the all the Cowboys signings while at the convention?
Yeah, I figured you guys have been so busy with all the signings. I mean, like, I'm surprised you had time for me today.
I know.
We were very close to blowing you out. We were gonna have to move you just with all the activity.
I don't know how many hours you can spend talking about signing a deep snapper, but I know you guys have been all over it.
Now you're a season ticket holder, or you just do events out there now?
No, yeah, this will now be my 25th year of season tickets.
So what do you make of the inactivity?
Not shocked. I don't know. It's been the same every year. Now, on one hand, you want to, for years we all complained they couldn't manage the cap. They had no money ever. So, my brain says, okay, well, cool. You're not going and overpaying for people. And last night I heard, well, they're focused on re-signing, key guys, CD, Dak, Micah Parsons. Okay, that's great, but we've got some obvious glaring holes. Can't stop the run. 2 massive holes on the line. What are you going to do? So, I don't know. I mean, I'm frustrated on running back. I know it feels like it's a commodity now, but I was like, man, go get Derrick Henry at 1 year. Or, and then once I saw them all quickly going, I'm like, all right, well, now our hand's going to be forced on the draft.
We were covering earlier this week. ESPN had a great profile on your personal life hero, Nick Saban. And I'm just curious for your thoughts. How did it feel to find out that, like, after all the years of bluster, like, Saban turned out was really soft and just not built for the era of moving forward and competition? Was that tough? Did that rattle you at all?
No, I think, I truly like, everything I've heard from there's former Alabama players that are in the Meat Church congregation now, and like Preston Dial, like he told me how much he did for him as a man. And so the things that I've heard from people connected to the organization talk about how good of a human he is. And he always talks about, helping you develop your value going into the NFL. I don't like the state of college football right now, right? I mean, it's going to come down to who has the most money. And I hate the lack of loyalty. To hear him come out and say part of the reason was after the national championship, guys throwing their helmets and all that, like, it's one of the reasons I like Alabama. Well, like it because that's where I'm from. But, I love the fact that Bama can score a touchdown and not talk trash and just kind of do it their way. And it's all changing now. And I can't
now they don't even
stand
score
that.
touchdowns.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
It is like the quality of college football has gone down so severely for me because they've always been two distinct products, right? Like college football and the NFL. And now like you're getting sort of like the free agency trade period and everything else with the portal and so many like different approaches to like how you game plan. And the NFL is like, all right, let's go more to spread offense. The way college is like, they're starting to blend. You're not getting them as like unique products
and now
anymore.
it's just a less talented product, which, and I look, the problem with the way the changes are is that you have NFL fans in the media trying to promote the change in the sport, and it's turning the college football game into a mini NFL. College basketball is the same thing. You watch a college basketball game now, it's all isolation, and I can't stand that part of it.
All right, let's speaking of product, we finally got this new seasoning in studio along with the Meat Church hats from Matt Pittman, brought to you by our friends at Mr. Electric every other Wednesday. And you've been putting this on steaks nonstop.
This
over the
stuff
past few weeks.
This is the best thing we've put out in a long time, and that's a bold statement because people love our holy voodoo. We've had this for a number of years. It's I used to call it a steak shake, and then I have witnessed Mrs. Meat Church grab this bottle and take it to the dinner table and puts it on everything. So, give you a quick example. 2 weeks ago, I made a dinner. This was not planned. I looked down at my plate. I had a steak, tomato mozzarella salad, mushrooms, Brussels sprouts, and mashed potatoes, and I had seasoned it all with Blanco. So it goes on, it's really versatile. It's salt, pepper, onion, garlic, butter. Tastes awesome out of the bottle. You'll put it on everything. At a minimum, it's a salt and pepper replacement. It's very different from anything that we have, and the feedback, I'm not just saying this, has been insane.
Let's talk about cooking steaks. I don't think we've covered that so far. What's it smelling like, Bob?
I'm getting hints of monosodium glutamate, dehydrated onion, big hit of dehydrated garlic here.
The tasting notes.
But it smells great. See, I learned from asking you a couple weeks ago about tasting notes for brisket. Yeah. I got it.
The top tips and mistakes on cooking steak.
It's a great question. By the way, very timely. This week's Meat Church video at 10 a.m. on YouTube is steak. And this wasn't planned. How about that? Our chemistry is amazing.
It is amazing. Fantastic.
I'm a simple
steak guy.
We
texted as much in chemistry. You're a bad text responder.
I was busy yesterday.
You're not
What's
great.
How long does it take? A day?
Oh, it would take hours a lot of times.
He texts back like Sean answers the phone.
Well, I don't ever answer. Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
So, I cook steaks a lot of different ways, but nothing beats a steak grilled over an open fire or live fire. And so today in our video, what we do is basically I throw I season it however you like, but obviously I use this Blanco seasoning in this video, and I go raging hot fire, so at least 500. And what I do is I'm going, I actually start in a pan this time, but we don't have to talk about that. I go about 2 minutes aside to build a really good crust, and then what I do is I flip constantly. So about every 45 or 60 seconds, I flip and rotate, pay attention to how it looks, trying to cook it even. I'm a medium rare guy, which is 130 to 135. If you're cooking really hot, you got to pull that thing probably between 120 and 125 because there's going to be a lot of energy in that steak. It's going to continue to cook. So if you like it more done, you're wrong. My wife, she likes medium, so I would take hers to 130, and it'll keep climbing up to the high 130s. So super simple.
Now, if you're like Bobby in an apartment and you don't have that grill there outside, how are you doing it in there? You got to have a cast iron pan.
Yeah,
right?
you start by removing the smoke alarms.
100%. Smart man. I would definitely get a cast iron pan. You can get one large and inexpensive for $20, and you can go one of two ways. I like a big sear on my steak, so you could either throw it in a dry pan Or you can.
But you're putting this on first and letting it adhere for how long?
Yeah, at least 15 minutes up to an hour kind of thing. But, throw it in a pan for a couple minutes per side, and then you can put it in your oven as high as your oven will go, which is probably 500. And same thing, cook it till, 120, 125. You can go the other way around. You could also put in the oven at first. You can pull it out about 115, and then you can put the hard sear a couple minutes aside. So then you're only getting the crazy smoke for 2 to 4 minutes.
Whenever I'm trying to get the medium rare, though, and I can't figure steak out. I've got eggs figured out, Sean. I've not been able to figure out steak.
Great at eggs.
I was trying to, whatever happens when I'm trying to do medium rare, I always end up burning the outside. The outside cooks so much faster than what I'm trying to do internally that by the time I get it to the temperature that's supposed to be, the outside's just done.
So
it's screwed.
The method that I was talking about, where you will throw it in the oven first, or when I say the oven, you could say the oven, or you could say your smoker or pellet grill, whatever, and then sear it at the end. You won't overdo the outside. You're just putting a crust on it, basically. So let's go back to the traditional method. A lot of folks and a lot of chefs will just throw a steak in a pan, and they will get that crust, but they'll just flip it till it's done. So when you cut that steak open, the middle is going to be the targeted doneness, the medium rare, but the outside, to your point, is going to be way more done. The benefit of throwing the steak in the oven or pellet grill, smoker, whatever at first to 115 and then searing the end, the reverse sear, you will have the same doneness from crust to crust, and it won't just be targeted. So you should try that. I would go in the oven or smoker at first and sear it at the end.
So you don't ever take the steak and put the sides on the grill?
You can if it's thick. So I like 1.5 inch thick steak. When people show me these massive 2.5 inch, that's too thick. That gets into prime rib territory. I like 1.5 inch, no more than 2 inches. If it's real thick, then I will hit it on the side a little, but I'm more worried about the top and bottom. Well, mark that.
Mark all that, baby.
Just walked right in there.
And if I'm going into a store, right, and I don't have my special butcher cuts, talk about some of the different cuts. We all know filet. We all know ribeye. Is there you were talking about the Denver steak from butcher you hooked me up with in Florida, but we're going into our regular grocery stores. What are some of the other cuts that we should grab?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a ribeye guy, not to repeat everything you just said. And my wife, when we met, she was a filet person. And then just by virtue of eating what I do, she's into the taste of that. A lot of people like strips. There's a little more chew to it. Yeah, it's a little more lean. You don't have to deal with the fat. The Denver thing is kind of interesting, but man, I just constantly, but I'm kind of old school. I like strips, ribeyes, fillets is kind of where I'm at. Flat iron is a good, if you're going here in downtown Dallas somewhere and you go around to a grocery store, you can find flat irons around here. That's really good. It's a really tender cut as well. So big fan of that.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, in studio here on 105.3 The Fan. What are the other videos that you have coming up? You hired a new video team?
Yeah, I'm excited about this. We brought in a team. I've got a buddy, Cameron, that lives in Waxahachie that spent nearly the past 2 years shooting his first ever Super Bowl commercial. So he shot a commercial for Body Armor, and y'all would love it. It was Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Connor McDavid. It was sick. And he's been wanting to do Meat Church stuff, so we rolled in a full-on crew, 5 people. It looked like a movie was being shot in my backyard. And so we've shot quite a few videos. We got some great stuff coming, chicken fried bacon. We made these cheesy pull-apart meatball sliders that were amazing. So there's a lot of really cool stuff coming. And then they're coming back in a couple weeks, and we're going to jump into barbecues. So I kind of look at the time of year and what people are cooking around the country, and I was trying not to jump into what I call hardcore barbecue in March, but the next round will be the classics.
Is prime rib steak? We were arguing about this a couple weeks ago because at AT&T Stadium, where they do the prime rib slicing station, Eric Chiafalo from the afternoon show called it steak.
No,
and I was like,
that's
not. Thank you. All right, steak. I win.
What?
I told you guys.
So because
under steaks at a
prime
steakhouse?
rib
High five.
is
Thank you. I needed that. I needed a dub today.
Prime rib is a whole rib roast, right? So it's so when prepared as an entire rib roast and you slice it off, that is not a steak. When you cut it into 1.5 inch, 2 inch, and prepare it like a steak, that's a steak.
Well, hang on.
Get him chopped.
You cook a beef tenderloin, a whole one.
Ah.
And then you slice it up.
That's not a steak.
I'm sorry, sir.
If I serve that to you, that's a fillet. Your wife would think that's a fillet.
If you cut the whole tenderloin up,
and
if you cut it up in advance and cook it as individual pieces, that's a steak because that's a fillet. As a whole, that's a whole tenderloin.
It's the cut of meat, though, that you're eating, right?
You
It's
know
not-
what?
it's not
Get
how
him
you-
at-
it's not how you
look, they don't know what they're
prepare it.
talking about. We're the experts
What's the
here, bro.
opposite of Blanco? Go get that on the shelves over at Ace Hardware. Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, still waiting for his Cowboys to make a signing.
Any day now.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, brother. Thanks for coming
Thanks,
in. And the
guys.
deliveries. Awesome hats as well. Free beer at the store in Waxahachie,
That's
I
right.
heard. All right, we have Below, the Belt. Bobby Belt is the people's champ today. Let's see if he can keep it going with the best and worst of free agency next.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
Just ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. The Cowboys are on the board, baby. Woo! Super Bowl, here we come. That's right. Ring him up, Peyton. Trent Sieg. Look, I mean, we're mocking it and we're joking about it. The reality is, like, he's been a good long snapper for them. They needed to re-sign him, so I'm not mocking the decision to bring him back.
I don't like how they promoted it.
That's the problem.
It felt like they were rubbing it in our face, like, "Ha, you want a signing? Boom! Here's Trent Sieg's face," and it felt like they had just picked up Derrick Henry.
To be fair, I think it's the social media team has probably had like banked graphics ready, and they're just like, "Please let us use something." And so they got a little overeager, and they were ready to share it, and I can't blame them.
I mean, to be fair, a long snapper probably does present the same expected points added per game as a running back does anyway. So I think that's another side of it.
It's fun. You know what it's like, Sean? It's like, was the weather really that bad last week? No. But Ryan had been sitting on those graphics. He'd been waiting to use them, and he got the chance, and he's like, I got to use them right now. That's the same sort of thing. Just like how Twitter, you know, they had to tweet out their little Trent Sieg graphics. But the Cowboys do get a deal done with their long snapper. And what was the note you had, Sean, about NFL teams that have signed an outside free agent or have not signed an outside free agent?
Cowboys were 1 of 5.
1 of 5. So that's wonderful.
They joined the Saints, Seahawks, Colts, and Buccaneers.
Now, there were several deals done over the last couple days, and ESPN has grades out on all of the moves that have been made. I know earlier, Chop, you mentioned what was the Patrick Queen deal? The one that was in Pittsburgh. It was like a C?
They gave it a C+ on ESPN.
That's pretty brutal. And that comes down to a lot of questions of, like you had pointed out, him as a run defender and some of the issues that, at least I think, is perceived across the league of, like, he is dependent on another stud linebacker being next to him and doing all the IQ work. That's the reputation. Fair or not, that's the reputation. Now, some of the deals that were done yesterday that are or in the last couple days that I think are of particular note, and we'll get the grades on them here. Danielle Hunter, 2 years, $49 million with $48 million guaranteed. Don't you just go ahead and guarantee that last million? Like, if you're gonna go up that high, like what do you? That's like when Walmart does their rollback pricing, and it's like from $5 to $4.99. It's like, what are you doing? We see what you're doing here.
And you would have considered that an all-in move?
I would have been all on board with Danielle Hunter. And look, Danielle Hunter is a great example of why you should be excited about Mike Zimmer, because Danielle Hunter, when he was drafted out of LSU, he was considered all traits and no production. In 3 years at LSU, he had 4.5 sacks. That was it. And he went in the 3rd round, 88th pick overall. He was considered all traits, really high ceiling, but people were like, we don't know what kind of a football player he is. He hasn't put it together yet. His very first season in the NFL working with Mike Zimmer, he got 6 sacks. That was more than he had his entire college career. And then you look at after that, he had 12.5, 7, 14.5, 14.5, 6, 10.5, and then last year, career high, 16.5 sacks. So he has been one of the, like, I don't think we talk enough about how good Danielle Hunter is. Like, he is one of the better pass rushers in the NFL. And to me, that would have been a nice move. Look, you have lost Dorrance Armstrong. News coming out yesterday. You've lost Dante Fowler, both to the Commanders. Not real big surprises. Both those guys are big Dan Quinn guys. You knew that they were likely going to follow him. But to me, you're going to have to replace some production somewhere. And if you would just make the moves, if you sign CeeDee Lamb to an extension, you free up $13 million. You flip some switches on Steele and Diggs, you free up another 15 or whatever it is. They need to start freeing up some money, and they need to start making moves like this.
But why haven't they? Like, what's their reasoning for not flipping switches? Just so they don't want to put themselves in further restraints down the line? They don't want to add?
I don't think it's so much that. I think it's that they are not moved to play in the free agency waters yet, so they don't feel a need to open up the cap space yet.
Let me tell you what Des Bryant tweeted yesterday. Get ready to take the blame, Dak, because I really don't see no help coming your way unless a miracle happens. Everybody in the NFC East got better during free agency, but the Cowboys, the draft will not be enough. And you have people who are saying they're setting them up to fail. They're just absolutely trying to set it up for Dak. to fail, and they're setting this up for a one-and-done run. There's a lot of people who believe that now.
I mean,
that this is it.
It's
the last dance.
Been a one-and-done run anyway. Now you could argue that that's because they haven't done anything. But you know what Hall of Famer changed hands on the first couple of days?
Derrick Henry.
And would you have signed Derrick? Yeah, I mean, I would have gone and gotten him. The price seemed to be right, but nobody else.
But we also don't know. There's impact players who we don't cover and study as closely in every other market. Like L'Jarius Sneed made a Super Bowl impact for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
There's names like that. There's players on that level, that are going to go ahead and do something. None of us know. None of us know what type of impact that they are going to have. Here's all I do know. You've hit a ceiling. You've hit a ceiling of the second round. What you're doing is not working to break through it. So what are you going to do to change it up and try to get over the hump?
Hump day. And that's the hope. That's what you want. Now, look, this is, to me, Derrick Henry, the Derrick Henry deal, which gets done. By the way, ESPN grading the Danielle Hunter move gives it a B+. So they've got a B+. But one of the things you got to think about there, imagine trying to block on opposite ends Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. That's going to be a pretty daunting task. Ultimately, Minnesota and Houston essentially just traded edge rushers because Jonathan Greenard left Houston on the first day of free agency and went to Minnesota. Now it's Danielle Hunter coming over here. An actual trade that the Texans did yesterday, they traded for Joe Mixon, which was a little bit surprising. Initially, he was supposed to get released by Cincinnati. I'm always intrigued by these moves where it's like, they're getting released, but you still go ahead and make a trade for them. And obviously it's like, well, we don't want to compete with them through free agency and stuff like that. But to me, it's like, okay, well, if you're not getting a motivated player, if it was a player who thought he was about to hit the open market and pick his destination, do you want to give up capital for him now?
It's the risk. I mean, you want the player, and the player's going to want to have a good year because they want to get the contract in the following season. I mean, there's a give and take.
I said this the other week. I'm always surprised at teams when they don't do it more often. Like, we don't want them to hit the market, so we'll give up something for him. Because normally it's like, okay, let Joe Mixon hit the market, and we'll bid amongst everyone else. And I'm like, why not just go ahead and try to solidify it if you really want him to give something up? That's what the Texans did. I guess I'm a little bit surprised. D'Amico must someone must really love his running style. I thought Joe Mixon would be maybe a little bit better coming out of college.
I think he's been a good player.
Good.
I think he's been a top 10 running back in the league or close to it.
Yeah, he's a real smash mouth player going back to his days at Oklahoma.
There you go.
He's been borderline top 10.
He's good.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely declined in the last couple of years. He's not the same player efficiency wise. Now,
but that's what you get in free agency. You get older guys a lot of times. You get guys that are. I mean, you're not getting the peak years of a lot of the players in free agency.
Are we surprised by the running back market so far in free agency? I've been that's been interesting to me to see guys getting not necessarily market setting deals. I mean, Saquon's deal was significant. Josh Jacobs getting $12 million a year was significant, but I mean, overall, even with the market, I'm just surprised guys getting. I thought there was no chance Pollard gets $8 million, and for him to get $8 million, that's about double what I thought somebody was going to be willing to pay him on the market.
Is the draft that bad? Daniel Jeremiah saying that it's just weak.
It's pretty bad. I don't think that there's anybody who would have a first round running back, and there are a lot of teams I think that are going to end up having no first or second round running back. There's going to be a lot of teams that just say the top running back is a third. A lot of people think Jonathan Brooks from Texas is the best running back in the draft, and Jonathan Brooks is coming off an ACL. And so it's like, okay, what are you going to do here? How are you going to have somebody ready to go right away? But on some of these running back deals, here's what ESPN has to say about him. Derrick Henry signs yesterday, 2 years, $16 million, can go up to 20 with incentives.
Are we all saying the Cowboys should have done that?
Yes.
The Henry?
Yeah.
Up to 20, though?
Up to 20. That means he hit incentives that were worthy of being paid. So, if we're talking about, that means he did the output that got you
How does that affect the cap? Incentives?
A lot of times it'll hit the following year.
Let's just call it 8 per. Dude,
I would have rather had Aaron Jones 1 for 7, but yeah, I would have done the Derrick Henry.
Which essentially there's $9 million guaranteed. It is a 1-year deal essentially. If the Ravens want to bring him back for a second year, they can. ESPN grades this as an A-. Seth Walder says, as skeptical as I am of paying running backs, if you're going to do it in a Lamar Jackson offense with a transcendent running back talent while guaranteeing only roughly 1 year's worth of money, less than some of the other free agents in his class. He points to, unlike Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, or DeAndre Swift, Henry was once a truly special player, which means there's at least a chance of recapturing that magic. Normally, I'd say that's not the case at his age, but there's one factor working in his favor, a reduced workload. But this is interesting because this is like the exact opposite of what we played from Taylor Lewan. Was it yesterday? Where Lewan had said Derrick Henry doesn't want to, you can't put Derrick Henry in an offense where he has to zone read or where he has to do the read option thing. That to me is interesting because that's going to be a lot of the game there. Saquon Barkley. What all did we give that deal? I would give that
D.
I'd give it a D, probably.
Wow, I'll go C-. Just in case he's better.
They are. You're much closer to ESPN than we are. Seth Walder gives this one a C. He says, investing real money in a free agent running back seems like a philosophical shift for the Eagles and probably not for the better. While I think Barkley is more attractive than some of the other free agent options, more than $12 million annually with $26 million fully guaranteed is a steep price to pay for any running back, let alone one entering his 7th NFL season. And the other thing here is just how injury prone he is. He's never healthy. Yeah. And when he's healthy, he's been a disappointment, right? We would all say Saquon Barkley has not lived up to Zeke it was time to depart with Zeke, everything else. There was a time those first few years where Zeke was absolutely one of the best players in the NFL. Those first 3 years, he was incredible.
Yeah.
And that's the time where you should be willing to pay a running back. And so they give that deal a C grade. One of the other ones here, I'm looking for Tony Pollard really quickly. Tony Pollard had got no, it wasn't. It was 3 years, $24 million. Same grade, essentially, as the Saquon Barkley deal. They give this a C grade. They say it's a steep price to pay for a running back coming off of a bad season. Despite what Stephen Jones said. What did Stephen Jones say? Comment? We thought Tony Pollard had a great year. He was great.
The difference between Pollard and Saquon and Henry and Jones and even Jacobs is that those guys have had, great years at times. Pollard hasn't.
Pollard averaged minus 0.2 rush yards over expectation per carry in 2023, which means if you're out there and wondering, okay, what does that mean? That basically means that he was getting 0.2 yards less per carry than what the down and distance and everything else, the box numbers said he should get on that carry. So he was inefficient even for his blocking. And that was after he'd been extremely efficient in 2022, where he was 1.2 rush yards over expectation. It was a huge drop-off in a year which Ezekiel Elliott was gone and Pollard became the lead back. There's one scenario where this all works out, where Pollard's recovery from a fractured fibula suffered the previous January was the main hindrance to his performance. In that instance, the Titans might have gotten an efficient runner for a good price. And that's below the belt.
Below the belt on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How much truth is there with Chris Young trying to save this Rangers rotation in the first half of the season? The Globe has been ranked as a stadium, and it sounds like youth baseball is back. Some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with a Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a hump day.
Hump day.
Pump day.
Here was Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy battling through the allergy, caused sickness, sucking on cough drops.
Yeah, I'm going to lose this voice. This
Sucking on
voice
chili
is
dogs.
gone. This voice is gone, but when I mowed the lawn, I mean, I kept my rep. I told Corey Majors, because he said, you should have wore a bandana. And I said, I can't. I'm not going to do that outside.
Oh, bandana over your face.
Over my face. I'll
Not
suffer
a
the
big Tech 9
consequences.
fan?
Yeah, I'm not a big Tech. Good reference. Not a big Tech 9 fan, though.
All right, we've talked plenty of Cowboys and what they have not done. Plenty of Cowboys off the field. Let's talk about the World Series champs. And the rumor out there from Ken Rosenthal that they are interested in Dylan Cease, that a ton of White Sox scouts have been descending upon Arizona to check out some of the Rangers prospects. Brock Porter, Jack Leiter, who's the other one? The third,
Duran.
Zeke Duran. That these are some of the prospects that the White Sox are looking at, and the Texas Rangers are looking at Dylan Cease, who has 2 more years of club control, will make just $8 million in the 2024 season before entering arbitration one more time ahead of 2025. So the money would make a lot of sense. This would give me a lot more faith in this offseason. That they know they have to go out, they have to get someone, that they're not just trying to settle. Now, they're trying to settle for a cheaper option here versus Jordan Montgomery or Blake Snell, but you guys have brought up Dylan Cease a lot in the past.
He's got electric stuff. He has got an elite arm. His slider is one of the best pitches in the sport. That's just the reality. He doesn't know where the slider's going. And I'll tell you this. I mean, do you want him throwing that slider with a man on third in a tie game? I don't. Might be on the backstop. You know, he might. But when he is on, he is as dominant as anyone. He just is. He is fantastic.
A 4.58 ERA?
Yeah, he'll have a blow up game and a good game. A blow up game and a good game.
Now the fielding independent pitching last year, there was a big discrepancy there. His FIP was like 3.7, which is not great, but that's not bad. Like 3.7, you would take that from a starter in your rotation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would. It wouldn't be your one, but and I'll also look at it like, you know, if you're in a playoff series and he's your, you know, when DeGrom, Scherzer, Evaldi are all there and he's your 4.
Oh,
right. I mean, like, think of it that way.
They're
now do the realistic one.
The realistic one is he's your 2 because it's just Evaldi.
People, I think other teams are concerned about, like, if you're talking about a playoff series, there are teams that are concerned about having to go against Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
Like, he's not consistent, but teams would be concerned about that matchup.
Yeah, because they know if he's on that day, they don't have a chance. Like, they're in for a day.
Do we feel like we're getting away with one if you give up Jack Leiter, if you give up Zeke Duran, who is going to find hard to get a full-time position? Is Brock Porter an untouchable to you, a no-no? How are we feeling about the prospects?
You're so log jammed. Like, you're gonna have to move somebody. Zeke, Foscue. Like, you're gonna have to move one of these guys, one of these infielders. So that's fine. Leiter would be disappointing just from admitting that it didn't work. Like because if Leiter had become who they wanted him to be, you wouldn't be talking about trading him for Dylan Cease. So that would be frustrating from there. The concern, the one that you'd be a little guarded against, is Porter. But you have to ask, is Porter likely to be as good as Dylan Cease? And that's what you'd have to really wrestle with. And I don't know that you can comfortably say he's going to reach Dylan Cease level, just because it's a projection with any prospect.
This is an upside move. It's, you know, because the prospects have upside, obviously, but then so does Cease, if he can ever figure it out, put it all together.
How much do we trust the Rangers to develop pitching?
0. That's the problem that they're in. So you have to make this move.
Free agent.
So you've got a guy like Porter. To me, it's like, okay, well, you haven't shown you can develop pitching. So as much as I like Porter's potential, give me the thing that I know that when he's on, he's really good. And even if there's some inconsistencies, the whole body of work over season is Dylan Cease is going to help you win more games than you lose.
But should we reassess how we view their pitching development now that Chris Young is totally in control? I don't know how different the process, the coaches, Sandler and Bassick would be able to speak to that more. You know, should we Should we punish Chris Young for the development sins of John Daniels?
Rocker already tore his UCL. Leiter has not developed at all yet.
Okay, well, him tearing his...
But
getting hurt is not Chris Young's fault.
But UCL arm injuries, you can sometimes put on development, I think.
So you can put on the franchise as a whole. I mean, we've seen...
And the Rangers have had a history of having problems with arm injuries more than other organizations. So I think that you look at that, and then you look at the fact that Leiter has not developed the way you want him to, and then the fact that Cole Reagans, they could never figure him out, even with Chris Young here. That I would still have some pause and think that they have to show that they can develop, and I'm not giving them any benefit of the doubt on that.
Speaking of injuries, Garrett Cole is going to miss the Yankees opener.
He's going to miss the opener. They have no idea how much further beyond that he is going to miss. They're being very hush-hush on this, and I don't expect them to say anything anytime soon because they're probably playing poker right now. They're in on Dylan Cease. And then they're also, because I don't think they want to give Scott Boras any kind of inkling of, hey, hello, Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, come on over here. I don't know that they're going to do that. But, look, he needs 35 starts for them to be a great team. They only had, I think, 20 starting pitcher wins last year outside of him. 20 for the entire season.
Wow.
And, yeah, so, like, it was, they had a lot of injuries last year. But, you know, weeks and months of this means we are 2 weeks away from opening day. We're 2 weeks away tomorrow. Tomorrow is 2 weeks away from opening day, and neither Snell or Montgomery are signed, by the way. And we're 2 weeks shy. The NFL almost has all of the free agency over with, and there are two of the best pitchers on the market still unsigned in Major League Baseball.
Do you think the Yankees are being sketchy about this?
About Cole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're purposely not letting anybody know what happened. Everything they're saying is that they're not concerned long term, but that he's not going to be ready for opening day. They have a history of letting guys rehab Tommy John instead of surgery, like Tanaka. He had like a slight tear, and they just rehabbed it. He was fine. But I mean, who wants to do that? That's a ticking time bomb.
You should always, I feel like with something like this, you should always have long-term concern. Just to err on the side of caution. Because like just too often we've seen, not just here in Texas, I know Texas has been guilty of it, but outside of Texas, you too often see teams go, we're not worried. There's a little bit of fatigue or he had some soreness here. And then it's like, oh, nope, we're shutting him down. He's getting Tommy John. Like that just happens so often in the majors. I feel like you got to at least be guarded against it.
877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line. And speaking of the start of the season, all the parks around Major League Baseball have been ranked.
Ooh. They have. Where do you think the Rangers ballpark, Globe Life Field, where do you think this one would fall in, RJ Choppy?
Where should it or where is it?
Both. Let's do both.
All right. It should be mid-tier.
Yeah, I'll say 11.
I would put it even lower.
Yeah, it's nowhere close to 11. The Texas
6?
Rangers.
4?
Nope, wrong way. Oh. The Texas Rangers come in among 30 Major League ballparks as 22nd.
Wow.
You've got a stadium that opened in 2020. It should not be 22nd.
What do they say about it? Who ranked this?
So this is USA Today had ranked all the stadiums.
The Dallas Morning News of national papers.
Well, so this is what it says. This is their write-up at the start of it. It says MLB stadiums each have their own unique history, with ballparks ranging in range from 100 years old to Texas's retractable roof stadium that just opened in 2020. With the goal of the ultimate MLB stadium rankings, 8 baseball reporters and editors from around the USA Today network rank the current stadiums, adding up to aggregate scores to determine the order. So this is 8 different reporters who go to different stadiums and experience all of them. Number one has been number one for years now. The number one ballpark in Major League Baseball, Pittsburgh, PNC Park. PNC Park, just with that, it's a beautiful stadium in the backdrop. You've got the bridge back there. It's absolutely beautiful. Oracle Park, San Francisco is number 2. And so that all makes sense. But number 22 is the Texas Rangers Globe Life Field. And they're not critical of it. They always just put in a quote from something. And so it says, fans of the 2023 World Series champions love the intimate size, concession options, and especially the air conditioning compared to their previous home across the street. Fun fact, the AC can operate even when the retractable roof is open.
Yeah. So I wonder how much of this is the media that votes on this.
It is. It's eight
right.
eight writers.
I know, but I'm saying like how much of it is that where the Rangers put the media is not very good. I mean, it is very high.
I mean, do you like the ballpark?
I do.
I don't.
I do. I really do
and
like.
You said you wouldn't step foot in there.
I wouldn't like it. I do like it. I think it's a really nice ballpark.
What do you like about it?
I think that there's good sight lines wherever you are. I don't like that it's so steep. If you're in the right field stands, upper deck, you can't see a home run. If you're in the second level of right field, you can't see a home run to right field. I don't like that. But if you're sitting elsewhere, I mean, I think it's a generally good part. I think the players, the league loves it.
The air conditioning's great. The retractable roof is great. That's all good stuff. It still feels very sterile.
Yeah,
it is sterile. It does feel like a mall.
It has no character.
And that's my biggest problem. It's like the uniqueness of MLB ballparks is you get, because of the different dimensions and the different things you can do in the outfield, you can give it more character in Major League Baseball than any other sport. You can give your home field. And it feels so...
What do you walk in and say, that's cool? That's really cool.
I walk in and say, this looks like a blend of Houston and Seattle, to me, is what it looks like.
Like at the original, at the first Globe, I would look at the outfield and I'd be like, wow, this outfield, like I'd gaze.
The deck,
gaze at the outfield.
The green center field, the scoreboard and left. It was great. And the character, and I don't know if it's because of the sterile atmosphere or whatever it was. I've been to playoff games now in the old ballpark and the new ballpark. The atmosphere to me was much better than the old one.
I like the old one way better too. But I'm looking at this list. Like, I don't know how it's behind Rogers Center in Toronto. That's an awful, like, everybody says that's an awful place to go to a game.
That they wrote in here under the write-up of Rogers said the stadium moved up the rankings due to renovations undertaken in recent years. So I guess in the last couple years they've done some different things that maybe people have liked.
You know, I haven't been to Miami. I have no idea. I've not been to St. Louis. The Braves Park seems pretty cool. I guess if you're looking at it, it's probably not.
You've been to Fenway.
I've been to Fenway.
New Yankee
Fenway's
Stadium.
Great. New Yankee Stadium. I think that one's great. I know they don't rate it very well.
Yeah.
I liked New Yankee Stadium better than Globe Life.
It's New Yankee Stadium is Cowboy Stadium if it was outdoors. Like, it's going to wear over time.
Are they?
But it's just very. The whole thing is marble.
Are they rating atmosphere?
No, this is more about like I mean, there's
the aesthetics.
Yeah, this is more about aesthetics and comfortability and everything.
Because
else.
we'd be even lower if it came to atmosphere. I mean, I think that probably cost.
You've been to Kansas City before you were banned.
Yeah. For the hot dog race.
I thought you were banned from the park.
No, I wasn't banned from the park.
Did you Randall Simon? Did you hit a hot dog with a bat or something?
George Brett tried to get me kicked off the station.
In 1 year?
1 year.
Man.
Are you surprised? Did you not hear my chat GPT aggressive style?
I did. Aggressive style. Boy, they nailed it.
All right. Royals Park.
It was kind of a topic having to do with like the death of the owner. It was justified looking back on it. Remember that little
you would handle it differently, whatever it was?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done the topic of like the owner dropping dead.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and then George, of course, is paid as a team consultant like Derek and these others, and apparently he's trying to call the hotline, get me kicked off. It's a shame, too. And then we played the story of him crapping himself because of the crab legs, that all-time great story. I don't think he was thrilled over that, but, man, his MLB Network documentary was so good. I hate that I loved it so much because George Brett tried to get me fired.
Did you like Kansas City's park better than this one? That's an old stadium, right?
It's an old stadium. I mean, they have a waterfall. The water's cool.
Yeah.
The waterfall's cool. They have the Kings. It has more character than this one.
Sure.
It does have more character than this second one.
That ranked 12 on this list.
Where's Camden? That's my baby.
Camden is like 4 or 5.
That's my baby.
I'm trying to think of ballparks I've been to in recent years. I've been to New Yankee Stadium. I like that better. I like the Angels and the Dodgers Stadium better. I like Houston better. Like, I mean, they're just. I like my favorite of all these ballparks though was the old ballpark. I thought the old ballpark. It's just the air conditioning thing screwed them because that was a great park. I loved that ballpark.
So much tin. It feels it's so tinny.
A lot of tin.
Tin. All right, there it is. Little Diamond Cavs on your home of the World Series champs with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Crosstalk with finally KMC's likability took a hit. What a win for us yesterday. Oh, wait.
Man.
They're listening to the conference.
Crap, they're listening.
Yeah. Look at Kevin. Kevin's seriously butthurt about it. Not after that expressway. You can't get butthurt about anything. Let's talk about Stephen A. Smith getting butthurt over the Dallas Cowboys. He goes off on a member of the Prescott family. What else is happening around the NFC East? Then Crosstalk with KMC after this. And this is...
to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
What else happened yesterday throughout the rest of the NFC East? It's Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Dan Quinn continues to steal Cowboys. Dante Fowler on over to Washington. They also had Panther safety Jeremy Chin. The New York Giants had Drew Lock and friend of the show, Tolo Jalen Mills, agreeing to a one-year contract. The Eagles bring back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, 3 years, $33 million, and Devontae Parker from the Patriots.
We might have some movement, though, according to one Ian Rappaport. We might. We're in the running, apparently, for running back A.J. Dillon.
Oh!
From the Green Bay Packers.
The Hammer!
Yes, who I think averaged 2.4 yards per carry last year or something like that, and was the running back that when Sandler gave us his Packer scouting report, he was like, Dillon is the worst running back I've ever seen in my life, I think was essentially his thing. But we're involved, as long as it doesn't get to probably $2.5 million or something outside of a number that they're comfortable with. But
What's his name?
He said Giants, Cowboys, and I think one other, Colts, I think, were in the running for A.J. Dillon.
He's a name. That's all you got to do. Get a name. That'll cure all the ills.
Well, I don't know how big of a name he is. He's not Derrick Henry. He's not.
No.
Now, what's the knock against A.J. Dillon? Some Packers fans have issues with him. I've always liked him. I mean, he's a bruiser.
Apparently, the Packers hated all their running backs, so they got rid of them all.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, A.J. Dillon last year, what was he? He was 3.5 yards per carry. He's declined. His efficiency has declined every year that he's been in the NFL. So he went from 5.3 yards per carry to 4.3, 4.1, 3.4.
But you bring him in along with a speedster, and now you have your combination.
They need a power back, and A.J. Dillon could absolutely be that. So you get a power back there. I wouldn't, depending on the money, I wouldn't hate it. I mean, he's 6 foot, 250 pounds. He is a bowling ball.
I'm trying to find my Jared Sandler Packers preview and where he was talking about A.J. Dillon. He did not seem to be too high on him. But they did spell Aaron Jones with him, right? Whether Aaron Jones needed another ball carrier or he was banged up.
This was Jared Sandler's report. I don't know if, let's see here, unconventional offensive attack, going semi-positionless with Aaron Jones, Dillon as a horse, potentially special D. Let's see if LaFleur can be creative. That was kind of like all he said there. I can't find the other one. I got to find the other one.
So that's Ian Rappaport saying that there is some possible interest. Well, these other teams are making moves, and Tad Prescott, Dak's very outspoken brother, went on social media and said if it was not clear already, it is now. The Eagles have the best front office in the National Football League. Hashtag, how about them Cowboys? He put that on X. Stephen A. Smith decided to address Tad yesterday on First Take.
Tad Prescott, the brother of Dak Prescott.
Dak, yep.
Shut the hell up. Enough for you. Shut the hell up. I'm sick of him. And everybody should be sick of him. And I'm going to tell you, Tad Prescott, why everybody should be sick of you and you should shut the hell up. Because you're implying that your brother had nothing to do with the troubles that the Dallas Cowboys have experienced. When you make a comment like that about the Philadelphia Eagles, knowing it's going to be received publicly throughout the football world, what you're basically saying is, it's not my brother's fault. Damn it, your brother has something to do with it. And I want to say this, and I'm not joking, fellas. I know I troll Cowboy fans and stuff like that, Shannon and Booker. I'm not joking. Dak Prescott can ball. He's no scrub. He's a model individual. He's class personified, first class all the way. Really good brother. But you got to play better in the moments that count. We're not going to sit up there and throw all of these, just these gratuitous comments out. We get it. You can play. You're a good, really good guy. You've been through a lot. You've overcome a lot. There's a lot of love for Dak Prescott, and it should be. Your brother Tad is another matter. Shut the hell up. Enough of you.
Wow. Whoa. Because Tad is very outspoken. He's always chirping ESPN, Stephen A, and the 4-letter. And Stephen A had one more comment message for Tad.
This guy, Tad Prescott, he got to stop. And people got to stop him because when you're running and chirping like that, you are implying that your brother is a victim. He is not. They didn't throw the pick six. They didn't throw the interception before that. There wasn't numerous big-time moments over the course of his 8-year career as a starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys where the brother shows up in September, October, November, December, and then the minute January arrives, he drops like a cheap brick house. Stop. Stop it. Nobody wants to hear anything more from Dak Prescott. He needs to be quiet.
Wow. There you go. And I agree with Stephen A. I think Tad creates more issues for Dak. Have you guys ever asked Dak in the locker room about Tad's social media? Do you remember that?
It may have been something that came up in an off the record talk at his locker or something, but not that I can recall.
I mean, look, it's a tough situation because, like, you're Dak, you don't want added heat on you.
Yeah. And I don't think it's really brought added heat. I mean, otherwise he'd be asked about it a lot more. But I think Stephen A. is right. There is a perception sometimes that Dak is speaking through his brother.
Yeah, and you've got to make sure that those lines are not blurred. You know, like Tad can have his own social media. He can have his own opinions, and those are his own opinions, and fine. But just make sure the lines aren't blurred, that you're a mouthpiece and you're just talking what Dak tells you.
It's tough to I think it's tough to keep your passionate family members who see all the criticism and everything else. I think it's tough to keep them contained, regardless of what you say about, like, hey, can you're not helping things. It's like what Cam Newton had to say about CeeDee Lamb's mom, where he's like, you're not helping. I understand how it feels. If my family members said what they said at the dinner table, if they said that in public, I would have had a lot of issues with teammates. Teammates wouldn't have been happy with me. But it's not me. It's not reflective of me. This is what family thinks, and they're going to be defensive, and they're going to, look out for you. So I think it's very unlikely that Dak thinks in lockstep with Tad on things. It's Tad being a brother, and they are incredibly close because it's just them left.
Yeah,
it's him and his brother, and that's something that they have a really strong bond.
How about Sauce Gardner responding to McCole Hardman on the Pivot Pod because Hardman was going after the New York Jets?
Well, Hardman said in weeks past that I'm better than this guy, I'm better than that guy, that they don't have their ducks in a row. It's like it's Aaron Rodgers does this and everybody else lets them do everything that they want. Once the moment Rodgers got hurt, everything was downhill. That's what McCall Hardman had said about the Jets.
And Sauce Gardner went on and he's like, hang on. And Sauce, reading it, put him in a body bag.
When I first met Miko, I think it was in Cali, first thing I thought is like he talk a lot. The reason he couldn't do that is because he never earned his stripes. He came in the facility and just thought he had it made for him. Like, if you know what it takes to win, you're not going to go to practice and drop hella punts and then have excuses to why you dropping them. You're not going to go in a special teams meeting and get cussed out by the special team coordinator. Like, it's just certain things that's not going to happen if you truly know what it takes to win.
So he's talking about Nicole Hardman dropping punts. There's a lot more in the text that I actually read, but he's talking about him being bad on the practice field, not knowing what it takes to win.
Yeah, Sauce Gardner is one of those guys that I wouldn't want on my bad side in terms of just from like a
trash, lock you down, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, from a trash talking standpoint, in terms of like just embarrassing you publicly, like Sauce Gardner is not going to pull punches typically, and so it's interesting. I've been around. It's funny he says that. I've been around both of them, Sauce and McCole, just from their pre-draft training. They both trained out here in Dallas, and I knew their position coaches, so I was around them training a lot when they were getting ready for the draft. And that's funny he says that. That stood out to me. McCole Hardman does talk a lot, like throughout training sessions and stuff like that, where it was a little bit like, all right, like just go through it, dude. But to be fair,
some people like
Sauce
that.
does too. Sauce does too.
Yeah, there's a dog element to talking a lot.
Yeah.
Now sometimes you got to be able to back it up eventually.
Yeah, it wasn't like it's just he is very vocal a lot. But like I said, Sauce is too. Sauce talks through workouts the whole time. And so, I mean, it's a little bit of pot kettle, but I mean, Sauce probably feels like...
Well, Sauce is a beast.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Sauce probably feels like I'm at a level where I can talk like this. You shouldn't be talking like me.
Yeah, he said if you really know what it takes to win, you make sure you let the team know. The reason he couldn't do that, he never earned his stripes. Came to the facility, thought he had it made for him. If you know what it takes to win, you're not going to practice and dropping hella punts that having excuses if you're not going into a special teams meeting, get cussed out by the special teams coordinator. There's just certain things that are not going to happen if you truly know what it takes to win. So there he is, putting him on blast, saying you should also be thankful that the Jets dealt you to Kansas City. You should be thankful for that.
Got a ring out of it. Another one.
We need to use hella more. I do love hella. Dropping hella punts is a great quote. I love that.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ, a busy hump day edition here on DFW Sports Station. Dallas Mavericks back in action tonight, catching a huge break with Steph Curry out with the ankle.
Yeah, this is big. You're going to have to, you got them 2 more times after tonight, this regular season. You want to get as much separation as you can. Stay out of that play-in. Get into the, now maybe you want to be in the play-in, so you face Oklahoma City or Minnesota in the first round and not have to worry about taking on the champs. Maybe you find that to be a better chance to win, but I mean, I don't think anybody wants to actually be in a play-in game.
And of course, a crushing loss for the Stars last night. They were up 3-0 on the Panthers, and they blow that lead in the third period. Don't even come out of it with a point. Vegas sent me the updated win totals and point totals for the Mavs and the Stars. Mavericks over-under when the season started was 43.5. Vegas is now reset at the 47.5.
Wow.
So they think
that's improvement.
That is improvement. And then the Stars, before the season started, their point total was 104.5. They're now 108.5. So the Mavs and the Stars.
So that's improvement.
It is.
Yeah.
Improvement. Jerry Jones, unlike your offseason.
104 is a good number too. Like that's a high point total for the Stars, and then to even increase on that. They're having a great year, man. That loss last night stung. They should have won that game, but the year they've had, granted, they've lost to some quality teams lately, and that's not a good sign when you're losing to good teams, but they put themselves in a position to have that win total.
Back to the Mavericks real quick, and they're like this, little stretch that they're going through. They are a game back. They're in the 8th seed right now, but they're a game back of the 6th seed. If they're able to get to the 6 and hold that, you are likely in line to take on the Timberwolves without Cat. That would be your first round matchup.
Woo-hoo-wee.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
And then you save Jason Kidd's job.
You do.
I wonder if it would. Cuban's probably looking for an excuse to do it if Cuban is really going to have
does Cuban even make the decisions anymore?
Yeah. Right.
No.
All right. We got to talk with the show that everyone's buzzing about in DFW, the KMC masterpiece, and Alec Medford is in the building.
He's in the building.
For the Chat GPT review that has Peyton Russell calling out the rest of the week. Crosstalk with KMC after what happened yesterday.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the show that everybody is talking about. Welcome back, Corey Majors. See what happens?
What?
You miss one day and you allow Kevin and Mike?
Well, I missed 2 days.
Well, one day that really
Are you
mattered.
embarrassed? No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm not embarrassed by any means by anything that my co-hosts do.
Good.
Well, actually, that's not true either. Sometimes. That being said, though, the most important discussion that we need to have at the moment, aside from the fact that Ode McDow will be on at 11 o'clock with us
Well.
today. Yeah. Hit for the cycle. Golden Cleats Award. This dude was a dominator.
When you go to his baseball reference page, he might have been drafted 70 times in 3 years.
6 times. That's what
Was
I
it
want
really?
to know.
Yeah,
I got to figure out how
That's what I want to know, too.
How in the world were you drafted 6 times? And said, I guess he said no 5, and then on the 6th one he said, I'll sign.
But the most important thing we need to discuss here. Do we just go for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Aaron Rodgers, or do we figure out how to get rid of the other 2 options?
Or Jesse the Body.
Well, isn't that kind of in that same vein with our RFK Jr.?
He's the former governor of Minnesota.
And that's weird, too, because athletes being involved in politics, like Steve Largent. We have Steve Largent on at the. Was he Republican for Washington?
I believe that is correct.
And like
Oklahoma,
he was like, I'd never thought about doing it, and then my wife said I should, and then he got into it, and he was really good at it. Everybody's always asked for Roger Staubach to be, a candidate, right? And he probably could have been really good, but he's like, I don't know anything about politics. I know football. I know leadership. I know Navy.
Didn't Heath Schuler go into Congress?
I think Anthony Gonzalez did. I'm not
Tommy
saying that
Tuberville's a senator now.
Right. And I just don't know about Heath Schuler.
I think he did. I think he was a Tennessee congressman.
It's always Carolina.
Carolina, is that where he is?
Schuler was Democrat from Carolina.
There have been some players that have come through.
About Tennessee players. That's right, baby.
So, Kevin Hagelin.
Yes, Sean Sharif.
What has life been like for you since yesterday's big interview?
Some people suggested I stay away from social media, so I spent a lot of time playing with the baby and hanging out with my older son and wife.
Oh, so it brought your family together. That's good.
I mean, we probably would have done that anyway, but I'm not immune to the fact that a lot of people are mad and a lot of people think that we have an agenda, or our show or our station or whatever has an agenda, and that sucks. It really does. But I do not believe that we have an agenda, but I realize in the court of public opinion that is not the case.
Do you regret doing the interview?
I've kind of gone back and forth on that. It feels like it's a real news story, not a news story that we created. Like, for what I mean by that is, and I'm sure people will get upset by this as well, is it's in the Washington Post. It's on The Athletic. It's in the Dallas Morning News.
Florio's #1 story that most read the first day of free agency.
And so I think it's a real story, but it is odd sometimes, I believe, that people think if you talk about a story, that insinuates your thoughts one way or another. The Dallas Police Department responded on Monday to say they are looking into a police report that was filed. That doesn't mean that I think anything happened, but it is a story that's happening in the world. I kind of regret it just because I see other people that I know that like this station, that are trying to stand up for the station, that are being attacked for no reason other than they like us. It's not their fault that this interview went on. So I hope those people who are standing up for us don't get run after. And, a lot of people have said personal things to me, but it comes with the territory.
Sure.
It's happened before. It'll happen again, I'm sure.
I agree with what y'all did. I thought you asked really good questions. I personally know that you don't have any agenda. I know that Bassick probably wanted no part of the interview whatsoever, and that he definitely did not book it.
There's no way.
Him and Jerry Jones got on the speakerphone. This just shows, though, where society is with the stupidity of people and conspiracy theories. And people it's why people want to move to Canada. They really do. Because to think that Mike Bassick and Jerry Jones, who Jerry Jones would probably
not best of friends.
Jerry would probably push Mike off this 11th floor if he could get away with it. That they got on a speakerphone,
but he'd be smiling while he pushed him,
and decided to go ahead and book this interview to bring down Dak's value or to back up Mike Bassick being against giving Dak $60 million. Like I almost can't believe I'm repeating it and saying it back out loud. And I'm going back and forth with Jay Tuck and some Cowboy podcasters who are saying, so are you saying that the Cowboys have no influence? Yo, man, we've talked about this for 13 years. If you think that the Dallas Cowboys wanted that interview to take place yesterday, you're smoking crack. You're out of your mind. The Cowboys would have preferred probably that interview not to take place. They probably want to bring Dak's money down. They're not going to go to these extents to do it. So I just don't know what else to say. Talking about this level of stupidity, but it does become a narrative, and most often on Twitter. And there are people also coming back and saying, then why don't you guys have on Jerry Jones' supposed daughter? My response back to that is you're proving you don't know how to judge the news cycle. We have to make a lot of decisions on this show and station based upon what people want to hear.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what is going to get feedback? What are people going to talk about? What do people care about? People don't care about another Jerry Jones story for the most part.
Though, to be fair, we do give those updates whenever they come out.
Yes. But why don't you have on the supposed daughter of Jerry Jones? That, to me, is not, first off, it's not illegal, and it's not as serious and as big of a story as Dak Prescott and sexual assault. And I'm admitting to you that the Jerry daughter story is not a big deal to me. And I don't think it's a big deal to you. And no show and station looks at their interaction and text messages and tweets more than we do. And that's, people don't care. People don't care for the most part whether Jerry has an illegitimate daughter out there. So I would have done the same thing. Sorry that you guys are having to go through it, but it comes with it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I have no agenda. We didn't do it for publicity. That's why if you look at the way the show went yesterday, it literally wasn't hyped up whatsoever because it kind of came together,
Mike, you have anything to say or add?
No, there's nothing I can do. People have their thoughts about me, about whatever, and they don't, like 0% of, well, I shouldn't say, almost all to 100% of the people have no clue who I am. So what's the point of, I don't know me.
Yeah.
Do we need to send a correction?
You don't know your address. They don't know your address.
To CBS Sports?
What happened?
They put that the interview took place on the G-Bag Nation.
Well, y'all should freaking send them flowers. Y'all should send them free lunch and dinner.
I want my credit for that.
You guys are bringing down the whole entire radio station.
Oh, my gosh.
You're smearing all of us. I would try to redirect this to G-Bag as much as possible.
I'll tell
you kidding
G-Bag
me?
the same thing. I'm sorry if we hurt your ratings bonus or anything like that. That was not my intention.
So there you go.
Yeah, it's like there are people out there that are just dumb, and they can't understand that having a guest on doesn't mean that you agree with that guest, and having a guest on that you don't argue with doesn't mean that you're like just giving them an unchecked avenue to talk. It's a guest you have on, whether you agree with that person or not doesn't matter. Having them on is not when I retweet something, I'm not endorsing what I'm retweeting.
Yeah.
It's not an endorsement at all.
And also for the rest of you idiots who think that I'm part of this Dak takedown, I've advocated for giving him the $60 million. I've advocated for having him be the quarterback here because I'm scared of the alternative. So just make sure you get it straight because I will bark back and challenge. I'm considering doing a podcast tour today. I'm considering starting at 10:30, going on bop 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 because I'm kind of fired up to talk.
But people could listen to that later once our show.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, I assume everyone already is just bailing on you guys and
wow.
Good thing you got those contracts signed.
Well,
Man,
I have no idea what you're talking about. I was told yesterday I would be fired many times.
Oh, okay.
I haven't signed mine yet, so.
You haven't?
But you weren't here yesterday.
They have my name misspelled a couple times.
All right, so
Mahors, yeah.
Where's Alec Medford? Alec, would you please join us in studio, sir? as Bobby Belt was playing around with ChatGPT the other day, and he asked about, the stars of the program, Sean and RJ. They knew who we were with just pinpoint precision.
They did. They called Sean's interview style aggressive and attacking.
That's
what ChatGPT spit. They talked about how Choppy is entertaining and does all these different things. And then we threw out there, we had asked about one Peyton Russell. Yeah. And we wanted to see if it knew who Peyton Russell was.
Even knew who Ryan was.
Yeah, here, and I'm going to turn over my headphones now to Alex so he can hear this.
Okay.
But yeah, we asked about Peyton Russell.
Peyton Russell does not appear to be a widely recognized public figure. Could you provide more context or specify which Peyton Russell you're referring to?
It's okay.
That hurts. Like that hurt Peyton. Peyton was very upset about it all day yesterday. So I was like, well, look, I'll make him feel better. I'll show him. Like, it's not like everybody's known at the station. His chief rival, Alec Medford. I'll just put into ChatGPT. ChatGPT, who is Alec Medford?
Alec Medford is a young and dynamic radio host known for his work on 105.3 The Fan, as well as his involvement with Utah Radio.
Utah.
He has also contributed as a writer for the Cowboys Wire. Medford has established himself in the sports and entertainment broadcasting industry through his engaging content and presence on social media platforms like Twitter, where he shares insights and interacts with listeners. His work reflects a deep passion for sports and a commitment to providing timely and interesting content to his audience.
All right, I swear I'm not joking around. You didn't do this, right, Bobby?
And he keeps accusing me of doing that. That's why he's so upset.
Alec Medford, would you like to talk about being recognized by ChatGPT? Would you like to
for Utah Radio?
Yeah, dude, you're in Salt Lake City.
I'm assuming that's UTA.
Yeah. I'm a big jazz fan. Closet jazz fan. No,
go ahead and mark that.
It's very flattering. That AI took the time to consider me, and I thought that it would go find like a resume or something off of LinkedIn and just kind of rip that.
Yeah,
I don't have one on the internet.
I found it.
So. I don't know how it got all that info, but
that's garbage.
Has it been rough being in the same studio as Peyton this morning? Would you like to say anything to him about being unknown by ChatGPT?
Yeah, there's a little bit of friction in there, a little bit of tension. Usually we're kind of going back and forth, talking about topics and stuff. Some of the stuff that you guys talk about, we'll kind of have our own conversations in there. It's been real quiet today. Just kind of ate my breakfast and, went about my business. But, I guess that's what happens sometimes when you get humbled.
Is this your biggest win over him? Could you imagine a bigger one?
I think this is the biggest one so far, and it's kind of cool that I didn't even have to do anything. The fact that this is just public knowledge. Yeah, this is just public knowledge at this point. So, I think that's my biggest flex that, I just was sitting there one night and Bobby was like, hey, guess what? ChatGPT knows who you are.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
that's impressive.
I'll take it. I'll take the free dunk.
But it's not the last victory you'll have over him, correct?
Yeah, probably not.
All right, good.
Pepe, can you just play yours one more time since you're going on vacation?
I think I deleted it.
That's the line. I know.
I
Just
got it.
maybe you hit the button. One more.
I'm surprised you haven't created your own faux ChatGPT.
Because I'm not petty. I'm not petty like
with
that.
his real voice.
I keep it real. All right, here it is.
Peyton Russell does not appear to be a widely recognized public figure. Could you provide more context or specify which Peyton Russell you're referring to?
Specify.
Now, Peyton, you did pull your own ChatGPT clips of me, though, right?
Yeah, I did. I pulled the one of your mom, and so we'll play it right here. Oh, that's right. That doesn't exist.
Dang!
Oh my God.
That's
wow.
And,
Dead silence.
And then I pulled one more, Kevin, Corey, Mike, his sponsor for Below the Belt segment. I'll play it right here. No, it's gone. It was there for a month.
Oh, it was there for a month.
Golly.
Hey, that first one was a little close to home there, Peyton. A little close to home.
Good job today, Peyton.
Oh, go to break, please. Now?
Hey, miss anything on Sean? Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, and returning to the show after a 2-day vacation, it's Mr. Spring Break himself, Corey Majors.
Oh, guys, I better go. I got to go home.
No. If I knew
too great today.
it was an option to call in sick for the show today, you damn well better bet I would have been out the door and not here today.
How about them Rangers, man? They won the World Series, and we're like 17 days away, 15, something like that, 14 days away from the season starting.
15 days away.
And I'm just excited about Rangers season and live baseball action happening. Can't wait for that moment. I'm really excited. The kids love the hats, the spring training hats.
Yes.
Carter is very much looking forward to the batting the batting practice hat. That's what he's looking forward to. So, man, I didn't really do much during this break, man. I wish I would have done a little more.
Yeah, me neither. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 4 because, look, it's a rumor at this point, but it does look like the Rangers might be in on a pitching move, just not the pitching move we all expected.
Ooh, strike 3. Yes, ooh is right. That's 4 strikes.
Requires some financial flexibility in the moment. However, it's the kind of move that separates them from one-and-done champs to championship legacy. So that part right there meant, hey, if you sign Jordan Montgomery, that's your key to championship legacy. But I did think he gave some really interesting answers, and we can stop down on that if you want. But the more interesting part, and obviously, Corey, I know you saw this, is you go along in the story, and the discussion becomes, what about one of, I believe, Boris's other clients in Dylan Cease, and how White Sox scouts have descended upon, quote, Rangers camp this week in droves. And then you start to wonder, because this is also a name that we've brought up for, I don't know, months.
I would say when we talk about Dylan Cease here with the Chicago White Sox and possibly the White Sox looking at everything the Rangers have in their organization to try to put together a package, that there's something cooking here. Will it happen? I don't know. Dylan Cease, everybody predicted that's, national writers on November 2nd after the Rangers won the World Series. Dylan Cease is going to get traded this offseason. We thought he was going to get traded at the deadline. He didn't. We're 100. It's like Bob Nightingale, Ken Rosenthal, all the people who have all the insight are like, he's getting traded. And then everybody came back with, the White Sox are asking for so much, there's no way he's going to get traded. But the longer you hold on to this asset, the less you get. Because the Rangers, or Yankees, or Padres, whoever it is, are looking at this going, if we get him today, we get him for 2 seasons. And you know what? If it doesn't work out for us, we just had on Mark Teixeira last week, right? What did the Braves do after they got Mark Teixeira for a year and a half.
Traded him.
They traded him before he became a free agent to the Angels.
Yep.
So they're like, okay, this did not work out for us. We're not going to win it all. The Braves decided, let's recoup some assets from the Angels. They think they can make a run at the playoffs here, and we can get something back. But if the Rangers would have held on to Mark Teixeira until the last 3 months of his contract were up, until Scott Boras' client, until he became a free agent, the Rangers would have got what the Angels had to give up for Mark Teixeira, which wasn't a lot. So I do think right now the White Sox are looking at it and going, will we get the same package or a better package in July? Maybe, maybe not. That gives the Rangers and Yankees and whoever else 3 less months to use this asset.
Man, I like that opportunity to make that kind of move. I like having a pitcher that can pitch. I like having a dude that can be out there dominating as an option. I'm not sure exactly what you have to give up here. I wouldn't know. There are lots of things, and I see people saying Leody and Duran, and I'm not sure that's what they want. I would feel like a team like the White Sox right now, which looks like they're kind of rebuilding their rebuild, because they had built it a while back and they looked like they were ready to roll and it never happened. But if you're in that process, you're probably saying, let's get younger and let's go with some not necessarily no established players, maybe one, maybe a Leody, but more prospects.
Fair to assume, though, because I know we'll get to what it will more likely be, I would absolutely do that. And that's no shade against Leody or Duran. In fact, it's a nice reflection on them that they would be so valued that a trade like that would happen. I think it's going to take more than that, which sounds weird because you're going to talk about 2 players, I think, that have no major league credentials whatsoever versus 2 players that we've seen in the major leagues. If that's what it took, I would do it.
So Ken Williams was let go of the duties of general manager with the Chicago White Sox, I believe in the offseason. If it wasn't in the offseason, it was during the season last year. So they have a new general manager. I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson on the Chicago White Sox. At one point, they thought they were going for it. If I have my year right, it's 2017. It might be 2016. And they said, man, we really want this James Shields from the San Diego Padres. We think he could put us over the top. Kind of like Dylan Cease right now is looked at amongst teams that are possibly trading for him. Do you know who the White Sox traded to the San Diego Padres for James Shields?
I do not.
Fernando Tatis Jr. That's what it usually takes to do. And so now I bring up, you have to trade possibly your Fernando Tatis Jr. of the future. Now, Fernando Tatis Jr. didn't make it to the major leagues till 2019. It was a 2-year process of developing him now in the Padres system, but he wasn't signed by the Padres. He wasn't developed completely by the Padres. He was signed and developed early on by the White Sox, and they decided, we're going for it, we're all in, and we're trading this guy who's at least 2 years away from possibly being a major league player, and we're not sure exactly how good he will be when he's ready. And he was young. He was, I think, 17 years old when he was traded, or 18 years old.
They got to see where this might be going.
Well, the Rangers have a guy who's turning 18 on the 14th.
Tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow. So Sebastian Walcott turns 18 years old tomorrow. I do think if this Dylan Cease thing is serious, the Padres and the White Sox have had a trade together where the Padres wouldn't be part of this right now, but where they're looking at the future. The White Sox are not looking to compete in 2024. They're looking to compete more in 2026 or 27. Well, what if we trade for a kid who just turned 18 years old, who right now the ceiling is so high on that we don't know what he's going to be 2-3 years down the road when he becomes a major leaguer. But I do think you probably would have to include Sebastian Walcott in a trade right now for Dylan Cease.
And I just want to warn people when they text in, you might want to put Dylan, because some people are saying when they put Cease, it says you will no longer get text from 105.3 The Fan.
That's not true.
You
From the 903, seize the moment, go and take it.
I think it could be.
I love the idea too of like anytime he has a shutdown inning or anything like that, it's cease and desist. You know, like we got all these things that we can continue to add to it. But Mike, I do have some questions.
Okay.
Can we dive in a little more on him if that's the case?
Let's go.
He was a Cy Young, second place Cy Young in 2022, MVP, 22nd in MVP voting.
Ooh.
Last year he had a 4.58 ERA. The year he was Cy Young 2, he had a 2.20. Last year, his strike percentage was 40, his hard hit percentage was 41%. It was down from 31%. I am just kind of curious, what do you think happened last year that was different from 2 years ago?
I would say mostly location.
Okay.
So I'd have to go back and look how many favorable counts was he getting in, unfavorable counts. I remember him pitching against the Rangers in one game, and he started out tremendously well. And then like the second time through the lineup, they got to him, and he couldn't recover. He couldn't kind of get out of those innings, and then I have to go look up that game log. I just remember Dylan Cease looking great, and then all of a sudden the Rangers got their second time around and figured him out. Now, why is he all of a sudden...
Sounds like Andrew Heaney.
Yeah, but why all of a sudden is his trade market maybe bigger than it was in December, January? Because that's what scouts saw from him last year. From what we're understanding, only reading, I have not watched Dylan Cease pitch in spring training this year. Everything looks back to the Cy Young candidate. Okay. So now all of a sudden, the Yankees, the Rangers, possibly the Padres are looking at it and going, hey, he looks a lot more 2022 than he does 2023, so maybe we are willing to get really close to what the White Sox want now. So it's almost like he's building his stock back up. The White Sox are like, no, his stock is still there. The Rangers and all the other teams, like, his stock isn't there. We're going off of what he did in 2023. But now that the scouts for the Rangers, you know, when we go to spring training, those 10 to 15 guys that are sitting behind home plate are all scouts.
Yeah.
They are watching Cease, and they're probably reporting back to their organizations, hey, he looks like the dude who can win the Cy Young this year.
Okay.
And remember, I talked about this in the offseason. I do think with this offense, the Rangers offense, I do think he's a 15 to possibly 20 game winner. It's tough to win 20 games on the amount of starts you get, on how deep you get into games. But I do think he is a guy on the Texas Rangers with this offense and defense that I do think he could be a guy who goes 15-5 with an under 3 ERA with 200 plus strikeouts. That's a legitimate Cy Young candidate / Cy Young winner. To your point, when he finished second in Cy Young, he had a 2.2 ERA in 2022, a 14-8 record with 227 strikeouts in 184 innings. And last year he threw 177 innings. He's a guy that you can rely upon to make all of his starts, 32, 33, and 33 the last 3 years of full season baseball.
And Kevin, so you know how when we go out to spring training, there's a lot of like, hey, you're just kind of working on stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody's working on something.
Sure.
Dylan Cease was working on his value. It sounds like he's like, I want to go to a winner. I don't want to be with a crap team for the rest of my career. I want to go to a winner, so I got to go do something special. And then, Kevin, you do have guys like Ezekiel Duran that are also putting in, saying, look, my value's here too.
Are those the prospects we're talking about, or is it Sebastian Walcott and Brock Porter?
I do think right now, yes. I think that if you want to do it today, if the Rangers want to win today, because Spencer Jones this is high praise for him, maybe too high a praise. That's the New York Yankees, Evan Carter,
his
/
cards
Wyatt
are going
Langford.
crazy too.
So they're saying under no conditions are we including him in a Dylan Cease trade. 0. And the Rangers under 0 circumstances would include Evan Carter or Wyatt Langford. But I think Sebastian Walcott trumps everything else the Yankees would offer. The only way the Yankees could beat your offer is if they throw Spencer Jones in there. But I don't think it's just Walcott, because you have 2 years of Dylan Cease. You have this year at $8 million, a dude who's a Cy Young candidate. Even if you go to Vegas, he's still on the board, like as a top 7 candidate, I believe, somewhere like 5, 6, or 7 to win the Cy Young in the American League. And honestly, like, I don't know, people in Vegas might be going and just betting on him right now, going, well, if he goes to the Yankees or goes to the Rangers,
he's got a good shot.
He goes to a good team where it's easier to win games. So I would say that it's probably going to be the asking price of Walcott, and your number 4 overall prospect is Brock Porter, who's 2 to 4 years away from being a major league pitcher. I would love, I'm not trying to do this, but I'd love for them to say, yes, we will take Cole Winn or we will take Owen White.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think the White Sox going, look, we have a bidding war. He's reestablished his value in spring training. We want 2 of your premium prospects, and we understand why Evan Carter and Langford are off the board.
Okay, let's go Walcott and Porter then, because I already see people who are like, well, I wouldn't want to make that deal, and that's totally fair. My question is, it's Walcott and Porter for Dylan Cease? Do you make that deal? And then to go along with it, where does this put the Rangers in the hierarchy? Because if you're telling me, and I realize a lot of things could change, you telling me you think the Rangers with Dylan Cease are the favorite in the American League, that feels tough to argue, regardless of how good Porter and Walcott could turn out to be.
I do think at some point, in the business side of it, this is something I thought John Daniels was very good at early on in his career, Kevin. Currency equals prospects. And in order to buy things, you need currency. And so I got prospects. I'm gonna use those to buy things that I need. And so he went out and utilized those to make a championship caliber team. They were right there on the cusp of it. 2010, and Kevin, we all know what happened in 2011. When we won a World Series with Chris Young, who did the exact same damn thing. He was sitting there at the trade deadline and said, do we think we can win this thing? Yes. All right, then we're going for it. The standard has changed. My standard for Chris Young, he says, we want championships around here. We want to be a winning team. We always want to win. So if that's what it's going to take to do that, you do it while also managing where you are in your roster. You have two young outfielders for a very long future that are going to be very good for you. And you have a lot of other youth in areas such as Josh Young, Jonah Heim, and some other places that you're looking at. You'll need to replace your shortstop down the road. We'll take care of that down the road.
And can I just add this in, because you mentioned Cease at $8 million next year. Then the year after that, he's still only arbitration. I'd thrown out 12 to 14. You said if he has an amazing season, 20 million. So probably the deal is 2 years between 20 and 28 million total, not per year, total. And I'm sure that will impact some people's feelings one way or another.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. If you made me bet on this, and this is the easy side, I wouldn't get the odds here. I would bet he doesn't get traded in the next 2 weeks, and Dylan Cease starts the season with the Chicago White Sox. But this is an interesting report, and I'm sure that Chris Young is working on this, and I'm sure he's going to try his best to not include Walcott or Brock Porter. But you do have a other side who's going to demand or at least ask strongly for those guys to be included in the trade.
Do you have a preference for one or the other that gets left out? Like if I told you it was Porter and Foscue, like, do you care one way or another which mega prospect stays in the deal?
In my mind, I know Brock Porter, I have a long future down the road for him, but I kind of replaced him with Dylan Cease, so I feel good there. And Foscue, I've always kind of felt that he's kind of in that area. I needed his value to get up so I could trade him anyway, because he wasn't going to get that opportunity here. So that's kind of where I stood on him for the longest time. But Kevin, if we can just give him like Rocker and
quantity,
Josh Smith,
quantity of prospects, right?
Josh Smith,
hey, what are you doing right now, Kevin? We're supposed to be helping the team out, Kevin. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? We got to help the team out by talking about good things about players that aren't that great.
I'm not saying perfect world, and I know we're out of time here, but if you could do Foscue and Leiter and Owen White and Dustin Harris and Abby Ortiz, I just gave you 5 of my top 12 prospects, but I didn't give anybody who I think is going to be possibly a franchise-changing prospect.
Right.
I think that Chris Young would say yes. The issue is they're going to want a guy who looks like a franchise-changing prospect.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What are you counting, Corey?
I'm just trying to follow up on something. It looks interesting.
Okay. Coming up next, puck around and find out what the hell happened in the third period for the Stars yesterday. Next on The Fan. That was not the audio we said to play.
Yes, it was.
No, it was not.
That's cut number 1. It says Panthers tie game up down 3-0.
Never mind.
Yep.
I think the key is that Alec does whatever he wants.
Hey, me too. Sometimes I make mistakes.
Alex magic with that button.
Let's go
buttons
now
Multiple
to
buttons.
and
Plural buttons.
I will work on my reading comprehension as well. Now,
hold on. Kevin, are you admitting?
I was.
Are you saying right now? Are you telling me?
Damn it! This is probably not the admission that people were hoping for today. But
you telling me that you got that wrong?
Sorry about that, Alec. I was definitely wrong. I will work on my reading comprehension skills.
That's growth, Kevin.
Thanks. The Stars lose to the Panthers 4-3. It is a very frustrating loss.
Yep.
Because you were ahead 3-0. You're playing maybe the best team in the NHL. I know people might have differing opinions about that, but surely we would all agree one of the best teams in the NHL. And you can argue 2 goals 38 seconds apart. Sure, that hurts. The penalties hurt them because 3 of those 4 goals were on the power play, including this one right here, cut number 2.
Montour gathers it in out of his skates. Here's Verhaeghe across. Barkov puts it in front. Score! Barkov sets up Kachuk, and the Panthers have 4 in a row.
4 in a row, 3 of which were on the power play. So you can argue against Ottinger, and I'm here to listen to that. I thought the penalties really, really hurt them, though.
Yeah, and Kevin, they were 3-0 whenever I went to go pick up Adrian and Lucy from the airport, and I was like, I think I said as I was walking out the door, they got this. I'm good. And then this is what I do. I jinx the Stars. I feel like this is on me more than it is the Stars.
Ooh, let me ask you this. Is it more on you or Hakanpää? All right, so we said it's more on you than the Stars, but is it more on you than Hakanpää?
You know what? I'll give Hakanpää the business on this one, Kevin.
Congratulations.
I will also add this.
Not his finest season or game.
Situational awareness is very important, correct?
Yes.
Like, we talk a lot of times about running the ball late in games versus throwing the ball late in games. We'll talk about, why you do certain things in the NBA whenever it's time. Do I need to go and try and double up here and try and get 2 for 1? All those questions kind of pop up. And I feel like whenever you have the advantage like that, while still being aggressive, you can absolutely be smart and be situationally aware of where you are. But I guess whenever it's Florida, you're like, they could come back at any moment. We got to keep pressure. We got to keep doing our thing.
And somebody did text this in, and I think this is a really astute point. No,
damn it, Corey, you're the reason the Stars lost.
3-2-1 that said, damn it, Corey, is from the 817. Florida's goalie played out of his mind as well. Bobrovsky, it could have been, this text says 6-0. I definitely thought you could have probably been up 5-0 midway through the second period, but he was playing phenomenal. And at the time, you might be like, oh, neat. Now I'm only losing 3-0 instead of 5-0. But clearly that ended up having a huge impact. So props to him, too, for keeping them alive in the game.
I just look at this bigger picture, and that was going to be a tough win no matter what, because you are playing, at least regular season-wise, the best team in the NHL. But I look at it and go, I've heard people say, well, you have to play them anyways, but you don't have to play Winnipeg and Colorado.
Right.
If you are the 1 seed, they face off against each other in that first round, and one of them gets knocked off. You still have to do your damage against whatever wild card team you play, which don't ask me where we're at in that situation.
Maybe draw Nashville.
But if you do that, then the other side, the Pacific Division, they only have 1 team represent in the conference finals. So whether it's Edmonton, whether it's Vancouver, maybe Vegas, obviously they seem to do great in the playoffs, it feels like, ever since they created that team.
That is true.
But I just keep looking at this and go, well, was it a bad loss? Being up 3-0 really stinks, but great teams come back in all sports. I expect the Rangers. That is weird that the Rangers didn't have a lot of comebacks last year. But I expect the Rangers, if they're down after 6 or 7 innings, they have an offense that can still come back and
Yeah.
win a game. And I think the Panthers obviously have a team that can come back. So yeah, the Stars, you could say blew it. I'm okay with saying that they
I
had
do say
Yeah.
that because halfway through the game you were up 3-0. I realize why it happened, but this was a 2-point game and you got 0.
And you feel like you're good enough to hold those leads. I remember
Yes.
it felt like you were down 20-0 against San Jose a couple weeks ago, and you came back. Well, that's San Jose.
Yes.
But you kind of don't look at that as like maybe a lucky win. You look at that, we're better, and we came back. You have to play all 60 minutes and the 3 periods that you play. But I just keep looking at it going, come on, Dallas, just stay out of that. I call it 2-3 seed. I don't know what it is, but stay out of that.
C2, C3, yeah.
Yeah, you have to play Winnipeg and Colorado in the first 2 rounds. That would just, to me, be close to impossible to make it out of that situation.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought this up because I was looking at something, you can find, betting odds and updated stats for pretty much anything. I was looking at projected regular season points. For example, the over-under for the Stars at the beginning of the season was 104.5 projected regular season points. Now it's bumped up to 108.5. Now, this was before yesterday's game, but I want to compare so you can take a look at what Mike was saying. The current betting odds, the odds before last night's game, Colorado 106.5, Dallas 108.5, Winnipeg 109.5. So you see, you are 1 point from avoiding that matchup, and then 2 points the other way from being the road team in that matchup. And this is why this 2 points feels especially agitating. I'm not saying that's the 2 points that would have taken you from 108, leapfrogging 109 Winnipeg and taking first place and avoiding, but it could be.
Ready for a question that I don't know, and I don't know if you guys know the answer to it.
Okay.
In basketball, we see these scheduled losses. As in, this team's not going to try tonight because it's their 3rd game in 4 nights. They've been it's their 3rd road game in 4 nights. They've been traveling. This was not an easy travel. They got in at 4 a.m. They're going to lose this game. Winnipeg has to make up 3 games. And I know that looks bad because they're only 2 points down. When are they playing 3 games in 4 nights? And is there such thing in hockey as a scheduled loss where we're going to have to play our backup goalie? Our guys are just, their legs are dead. We're going to play our 3rd and 4th and maybe even 5th lines more than we usually do because we're a little bit worn out. So that's what I'm hoping there is in hockey, because when is Winnipeg making up these 3 games? The season is coming to an end.
Yeah, I'll also add, Mike, just to kind of go along with that. According to the strength of schedule guru, Kevin, Winnipeg has the 8th toughest schedule remaining, and Colorado has the 4th toughest schedule remaining, with the Stars at
their schedule is not difficult.
8th easiest schedule. So that could be very helpful, Mike, because you might be right. They can't make those up because their schedule doesn't dictate that for them.
Now, Mike, to your point, I don't know if it's exactly the same because you're much more likely to be able to have your goalie go back-to-back.
Right.
And that can be a huge shift. But check this out for Winnipeg. They play 13th, 15th, 17th, 19th, 21st, and then 23rd, 24th, 26th.
It seems like a lot,
yes.
right?
So in the span of 6 days, they have 4 games, and 3 of them are on the road. So that could be the spot.
So those 3 games we're worried about might, I'm not saying be beneficial, because they get 3 chances to pick up 6 total points.
True.
Which, if you just look at it, if they went 3-0 in those extra games, then you're down 4 points. But maybe, just maybe, without me knowing much about hockey and the scheduled losses, maybe that schedule is, man, we got to play our backup goalie a little bit more than we'd like with the division on the line.
I am kind of curious, though. You said you're frustrated because of the points and the way things are lining up there.
Yes.
Are you... I look at it also from the side of that's Florida opportunities. That's an opponent you would see in the playoffs. They've beaten you twice now this year, and they've beaten you by 1 goal. It's the details, in the game that are the fine things that separate against that kind of a team. And like you said, arguably the best team in the NHL.
For sure.
Again, that's a team that you could be contending with the title for. I would have loved to have seen a victory to kind of put that in your bag,
I go back to, it was about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I go back to the Boston game on the road. Going into it, I would have thought that would have been a game you would have lost. But there you had it with just a few minutes left. You had the lead, and you only got 1 point instead of 2. Yesterday, Maybe you argue going in, this is a pick'em game, or maybe a game you don't win, but you had it. I'm just saying, in a vacuum,
You had it on your home ice.
that Boston game and this Florida game last night, those were games that were very winnable to take a total of 4 points. You know what you got out of those 2 games? 1 point.
That's it.
And that, I'm not saying that's it at all, but that does concern me with the race this tight, is because you talked about Winnipeg with their 3 games in hand. Well, what if the Stars had 3 more points? Well, you probably would feel a lot better, and then you'd say, well, Winnipeg has to run the table to jump ahead of the Stars. Now they just have to be mid, and they can jump over the Stars. And we all agree, at least, let me say this. I agree with you, Mike. Corey, I don't know where you stand. Alec, I don't know where you stand. But I would very much like to avoid Winnipeg or Colorado in the first round. I like the path of least resistance.
Because if you win that in 7 games, you have to take on the other one next. If you can just get the 1 seed, one of those teams is out of the playoffs after the first round. And you have a much easier matchup. I don't know who the wild card team is you're going to be playing, but I assume you have a much easier matchup than Winnipeg or Colorado if you can win this division.
I would definitely agree with that.
Bring them all on. Make it as tough as possible, because my guys are standing up to your guys no matter what.
Speaking about
we carry the
divisions,
sticks.
man, Baseball Nuggets is going to be talking about this division.
Take it away, or is that the tease?
The tease is, who's going to win the MVP in the AL West? Surprising person? Next.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1.
get to the list on, it's a good article on MLB.com. Who's going to win the MVP, the Rookie of the Year, the Cy Young, and the Manager of the Year in each division. So instead of it being overall, they broke down the divisions. But before I do this, I will go to a person that I'm intrigued on because I think he has an outside chance to win the MVP of the American League this year. And I got a little bit worried about him early on. Gunnar Henderson had an ab strain, I believe, to start spring training off. Well, he's back and he's playing shortstop. If people are wondering about Jackson Holliday when we get to overall Rookie of the Year, Jackson Holliday is not going to play shortstop for the Baltimore Orioles. It was confirmed during the playoffs last year when Sandler was there in Baltimore that they said Gunnar has been so great at shortstop. Holliday, who's the number 1 overall pick, number 1 prospect in all of baseball, because isn't Churio number 2
I think that
from
is
Milwaukee?
correct.
Is that he will play second base or third base because Gunnar is just such a good defensive shortstop. Gunnar Henderson has come back, and he has played in 5 games in spring training, and right now he is 9 for 15 with a walk.
So that's 600, right?
He's batting 600 with a 1.425 OPS. I do think that he is going to be on a great team and be the best hitter on that team and then play the premium shortstop position. Last year, he finished 4th in WAR in the American League. That was behind Shohei, who gets the double points. And then it was behind Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. Those were the 3 highest guys in WAR last year in the American League. And then Gunnar Henderson was 4th, and he was a rookie and won Rookie of the Year. So just a little bit of an update. Gunnar Henderson is healthy. Looks like he's going to break spring training just fine, and he will be the shortstop for Baltimore as Jackson Holliday is trying to make the team, but he will be either the second baseman or third baseman for the Baltimore Orioles. So we go to who's going to win the MVP, according to MLB.com, in the American League West?
Corey Seager.
I think Corey Seager is a good pick.
I think it's not Shohei now.
What about Mike Trout?
No, he's done, bro. Washed.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
Okay, my bad. Ability to play 100 games. Washed. He can't do it anymore.
I'm with you. I think that it's tough to see Mike Trout now playing. I think to win MVP, you need 140 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Altuve is a candidate for it. I think Jordan could be a candidate, but he's.
They mentioned Jordan, he's not it. They mentioned Mike Trout, he's not it, and they say there's plenty of candidates in this division.
And then I guess when I think about the Seattle, Julio Rodriguez
That's
is one
who they pick.
Okay.
They pick Julio Rodriguez, and I get it. He had a great second half. He made the All-Star team based off of injury.
Yeah.
And he's look, the game was in Seattle last year. I think it was the right choice. At the time, as a Ranger fan, we're like, dude, Leote has better numbers. But I get, when you're putting together an all-star game, most likely Julio Rodriguez is going to be an MVP candidate the next 5 to 10 years. And the game was in Seattle. So if somehow, some way, Corey Seager didn't make the all-star team this year, but he's having a decent year, and a shortstop gets hurt and can't play in the all-star game, they're probably going to pick Corey Seager as the replacement over a young guy having a good first half, but hasn't really established himself as an all-star player yet. So we see Julio Rodriguez is going to win the MVP of the American League West. It says, we saw last year what Julio was able to do for 2 months, essentially carry his entire team and send a chill down the spines of every other team in the American League. And he is well primed to do it for a whole year. Julio is one of those players for whom winning an MVP award seems more like a matter of how many rather than if. Now, I don't know if he's going to win. Winning multiple MVPs is so tough in any sport. Probably the easiest in a weird way would be football, because you limit your MVP down to only 32 people can win it.
It does feel like that
There's 32 quarterbacks, and everybody else is eliminated from the category. They can get some fun votes. Like, it was fun what Tyreek Hill or let's just say Micah Parsons on defense or whatever did, but we're not really going to give the MVP to anybody but a quarterback. So, Cy Young in the American League West, they give it to Framber Valdez.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting about Framber is he just did not look the same in the playoffs. And I don't know how he's going to come out this year and pitch, but it obviously says Justin Verlander is going to start on the injured list, and it doesn't mention this. But if you had a candidate for the Rangers, it would probably be Jacob deGrom or Max Scherzer. Probably more Jacob deGrom. If he's and to your point, Dylan Cease.
I like it.
I do need to go to the. I'll go to the AL Central and see if they have Dylan Cease as the Cy Young winner. But they have Framber Valdez, and I do think this is where the Rangers just have to hang in there. If they don't trade for Dylan Cease, even the Rangers know we just have to hang in there with starting pitching. We need that offense to be one of the best offenses in baseball. We need our defense to be as good as it was last year, and we need kind of performances like we got last year from Dane Dunning.
Okay,
I think John Gray can step it up a little bit.
Is Dunning a hang in there season again this? Because I feel like Dunning has another step to take. Am I wrong about this?
I hope so.
I think you might be right.
I think if he puts up the same numbers, I think we should be really happy and pleased.
Okay.
Right?
If he does that, then we can go model a consistency from him, and that's what we kind of expect going forward. That's where I feel comfortable with Dane Dunning on the mound.
So in their Rookie of the Year category, they say in September people are going to say, "Wait, he's still a rookie?" And that's Evan Carter.
Yeah.
They said they have to choose between him and teammate Wyatt Langford. They just said there's really no other category here they don't think Seattle, Houston, Anaheim, or Oakland have candidates nearly strong enough to put into the category of Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. They choose Evan Carter, and they say in September, people are going to say when they put up who could win Rookie of the Year, they're going to go, how is Evan Carter still a rookie? I saw him dominate in the playoffs last year.
Fair. I have felt that way numerous times in the past.
Has it ever happened, and how many times did it ever happen that a guy who won the World Series won Rookie of the Year?
It says, in case you were curious about Evan Carter, it says won Rookie of the Year after appearing in the World Series in a prior season. 2021, Randy Arozarena. 1986, Todd Worrell. And 1982, Steve Sachs.
Oh, so in the 80s and then Randy Arozarena in 2021. All right, so it doesn't happen that frequently.
Your manager of the year.
Have a chance. Boch.
That's the way baseball go.
Son of a gun. I can't root against him.
Okay.
I can't root against him.
Because you'd be kind of happy.
Listen, whenever we play, yes, I'll be happy for him.
Gross.
He's got I just saw, I'm looking at their roster and I'm like, man, who's this Dozier kid? Is he going to be any good? Yeah, man, I feel like he's going to struggle a little bit. But he's an easily likable manager. He works on the fundamentals. He gets to the basics. I love Ron Washington still. I will root against him whenever we play against them, but I'm not going to root against him for an award like that.
I wasn't here when he got hired as the manager of the Rangers. I was still playing.
Okay.
Did he have, I don't think he did. Did he have immediate success with the Rangers?
No, he had to, I mean, Mark Teixeira leaving was one of the factors because he didn't like him. Right. But it took a lot of people it took Michael Young really saying, guys, we have to focus on these fundamentals, the grind part of it, being a dirtbag, and then adding some pieces. They had to add some pieces before he was able to have that kind of success.
I think Ron Washington, I'm so happy he's a manager again. I'm going to tell you, out of all of these picks, this is the one I just don't see happening.
Okay.
I just think they're going to lose 90 games. And I don't think it's Ron Washington's fault. It was almost when Chris Woodward got fired, we defended Chris Woodward at the time. We're like, I don't know what he's supposed to do here. This isn't a team that looks like it's constructed to win yet. Now, that being said, then 1 year later, the Rangers are the World Series champs, but they also added quite a few pieces to help that out. And then rookies like Josh Young at the end of the year, Evan Carter, helped out, plus adding Evaldi and stuff like that. But I just don't think Ron Washington is going to turn around the Angels in year one.
So year one with the Rangers, they went from 80 to 75 wins, and then 79, 87, 90, 96. So they finished fourth, second, first. So
last
it took
year,
3 years to get the talent they needed.
The Angels won 73 games. So they're saying that there would have to be, to me, for him to win manager of the year in this division where you have Seattle and Texas and Houston, to win manager of the year in this division, he's got to play 500 baseball. If they do, I will be surprised and shocked. To be honest, I will be shocked if at the end of the year the Angels are 81-81.
I think I will too.
Okay, so You mentioned real quick, I'm trying to go to the AL Central. Oh my gosh. Is their Cy Young is Pablo Lopez. So I wanted to see, is it Dylan Cease? I tell you what, he's really good. Really, really good for the Minnesota Twins. I'll tell you what, that division, I know I'm running out of time here. I'm having a tough time figuring out who I want to pick to win the Central. I do think it's the weakest of the three divisions in the American League. Could I see Cleveland doing it? Watching Shane Bieber yesterday, he looked really good against the Rangers. He looked like his old self. He was cutting the ball, sliding the ball, elevating the ball. He just looked great. The Rangers didn't score any runs yesterday. It's spring training. I can't put too much into it, but Shane Bieber looked great. They have a couple of young guys in Bybee and Williams, who I saw last year pitch against the Rangers, who came up. I remember doing this story with you guys. They were first-round picks in first and fifth round picks, I believe, in 2021, the same year that you got Jack Leiter, and they look like they're ready to be under 4 ERA in that mid threes, win 10 plus games for you. And it's just that I remember being like frustrated, like, hey, in 2021, they've already developed 2 guys in 2023 into like really nice starting pitchers.
It's impressive and frustrating all at the same time.
Right. So just to give you a list real quick, the AL Central MVP, they say Jose Ramirez of Cleveland. I gave you the West already with J-Rod. In the NL East, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. In the NL Central, it's Nolan Arenado. In the NL West, they say it's going to be Mookie Betts. I feel like you could choose between the 3 LA Dodgers there, even though maybe Corbin Carroll would shock people there and be the best player in the National League Central. And in the AL East, I left that one out. They have Juan Soto.
Whatever.
But you kind of get that, right?
I guess. It's just because he's a Yankee.
It's going to be interesting because they were like, he's going to bat third. Fair. Aaron Judge is going to bat second. I just don't know how much Aaron Judge is going to play. He gets injured. In a way, and maybe we get into this in a little bit later in the show, like Kawhi Leonard might be the best player in basketball, but can you count on him to be healthy?
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I know we're excited. Former Rangers center fielder, man who hit for the cycle and one of our favorites. It's Ode McDow. Next, right here on the Fan.
They are 3 lifelong.
6360 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-519-6360 to see if you qualify. That's 800-519-6360.
If you guys are struggling to peel off visceral fat or looking to put on muscle mass and have hit a plateau, whether on TRT or not, Men's T Clinic can help you level up. Get in today to get your numbers checked. Optimizing your T can help you jumpstart the process with a ton of other benefits like optimizing your mood, drive, mental clarity, and weight. Men's T Clinic is the authority and the only place I trust for my total wellness optimization. And with 5 convenient DFW locations, it's super easy to get in, get out, and get back to being you. Cash pay and insurance options are available.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Former Rangers center fielder, man who hit for the cycle, one of our favorites. It's Ode McDow. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning to you.
Well, we're really happy to have you on the show, and I'm hoping you can help me out with a question that has perplexed me for the last 24 hours. How in the world did you get drafted 6 different times?
Well, as you very well know, rules change. Standards may stay the same, but the rules have changed. It's almost like the Constitution. Back when I was getting drafted those six times, there was a January draft and a June draft. So I was drafted in January and in June. The January draft was a secondary draft for junior college kids and kids that were wanting to come out and play professional ball. So it was a lot different then.
Well, Ode, this is Mike Bassick, and I just want to tell you again, as 20 years ago when I met you, you were my first ever favorite player. And I want to know from Ranger fans that are maybe around my age, I'm in my mid-40s, how many have said, Ode, you were my favorite?
Oh, to be young again. Oh, to be young again. Lots of people have said that because of that. Chris Berman did a marvelous job in making that stick. And so a lot of fans of that said that I was their favorite just because of the way that I played the game, hustle. So
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. And then I have another question based off of your amateur career before you were drafted and signed by the Texas Rangers. Did you play with Barry Bonds at Arizona State?
I'm gonna reverse that. He played with me.
Okay.
Nice.
Yes. I'd love to know about Barry Bonds in college, you and him playing together in college in the outfield.
Well, I tell you, Barry's a couple years younger, and we played there in Arizona State together. We had absolutely incredible team, incredible talent. And he was one of those guys, a freshman coming in and could play. Was not as big as he is today. He had good power. You could see the potential. Of course, his dad is Bobby. And, he was difficult, but he played, and he played hard. And a lot of guys on the team like Charles Scott and Todd Brown, Wakamatsu, Medina, just a bunch of great guys. And I think over the years, over the time, it really had an impact on him. And I think he started to gravitate to it, and he got involved and started to pay attention and listen to more guys as he got older and whatnot. But he was Barry. He was Barry.
And when you talk about listening to other guys, as that part of teaching the younger players, the new generation of baseball players, how much do you love that part of it and seeing those guys change, grow, and turn into something different?
Well, being on the other side, not being a player, being a coach, being older, and thinking of all the things that Coach Brock did, Demi Maneri, Tony Simone, my college coaches did, and my high school coach, and even in the little amateur leagues, church leagues that I grew up playing in the Sandlot leagues. it's the game is the same. And I tell the kids, catch it, throw it, and catch it. That doesn't change. The less times you do that, that means the opponents don't get as many opportunities. But today's player is so different because of technology, because of the stats, because of the money, because of this. But the game is still the same. If you love the game, you play the game, all of those things will fall into place. Some of the kids are coming up, those things get in the way. And to try to impart to them the things that have more value to them is sometimes difficult. But just to see them from 9th grade to 12th grade, and you see how they've grown and matured, and then they say, well, Coach, man, that you told me back in 9th, 10th grade, wow, I understand it now. And that's kind of how life is, and as they say, baseball is life. All the other games are just games. And so to see that development, see that growth, and to see some of the things that you try to impart to them that have more substance, more value, it's a beautiful thing when it actually kicks in, because that just propels the kids to a greater level, and they're more consistent in life in itself. And that's much more rewarding than I could ever ask for dealing with the kids now today.
Well, we have the greatest number 0 in Rangers history. I like that. Ode McDow joining us here. Ode, what's interesting with your career, obviously a high draft pick by the Texas Rangers. There's the number 4 overall pick for the Rangers right now, Wyatt Langford, out of the University of Florida. And you only played 31 games in the minor leagues in 1985 and then got called up to the major leagues. Last year, Wyatt Langford only played in approximately 30 games, and it looks like he's slated to be the starting left fielder for the Texas Rangers after very limited minor league experience. Can you give us an idea what it's like to go from a major college university, play very few minor league games, and then go into the hardest league in the world?
To just tell you from my experience and the way that I developed, it was a great thing because I went through 4 years of college. I wasn't supposed to go back for my senior year. That was that 7th time that I was being drafted by the Rangers at that time. And so, going to the minor leagues, and coming from Arizona State, one of the top programs in the nation during that time, the facilities are great. We had good attendance, support, all of that stuff. So it was beyond the rookie ball, the A ball, the double A ball, and somewhat the triple A ball. When the stadiums were as they were back then, today's stadiums, the double A and triple A stadiums are a lot different than they were then. So to get in an organization, get in a program that has some very competitive talent at a higher level, walking into from University of Florida, Arizona State, it's still a disadvantage because the guys are older, some are stronger, some are married, some are kids, some are this, some are that, and you get exposed to a different lifestyle. But the game in itself, the emotions, the feelings that you have to try to channel that and manage that and deal with that at a different level, because it's now every single day that you're playing, and you get a day off here. So to get into that mode, as I look back at it, is something, again, you have to develop and grow into. And the process could be great or not, depending on how successful you are, because in the major leagues, everybody's successful, and everybody is waiting their turn. And if you're not able to perform, then somebody else steps in and gets that opportunity, and they just might perform much better than you, and then now you're back in that waiting line. And so, the demand is much greater, and so hopefully he can step into that and manage those things, grab to some guys that can help him process that, help him develop that growth sooner than later, because the sooner you grasp that, the more likely it is that you're going to be more successful, because you're not going to not know how to hit. You know how to play and hit, and that's why you're there. So those kinds of things, the mental part of it is much greater than once you go from the college level to the major league professional level, I think.
Talk with Ode McDow right here on 105.3 The Fan. You were talking about your progression through college and up through the minor leagues and the stadiums. I know you had nothing to do with the input, but what did you think about them building a stadium in Arlington with all of the metal bleachers in the world for a game that's primarily played in the summer where it's 100 degrees outside?
I'm glad I'm not scientific. So, I wouldn't come up with that particular thought process. When they built that stadium, I'm sure that was just like getting a stadium and not, oh, wow. The only state that I know of at 5 o'clock it's 105, and then at 7 o'clock it's 109. So I'm like, that doesn't contemplate in putting fans in the stadium. That tells them to go home. So, but hey, here we are today, and you look at the stadium. They just built a newer stadium, which they just had a 10-year-old stadium, I think, at the most. And
it was not that old, yeah.
Yeah, it decided, well, this is not quite it either. So, and there you have it, a newer stadium. Beautiful stadium, the layout is absolutely marvelous. It engages the people. And, as I recently learned that back in the 1947s, when the Negro League was playing, they actually drew crowds of 50,000 people.
Wow!
For East and West All-Star game, and that was long ago. And so the part of the entertainment, the excitement, just continues to grow. So it's a good thing, and just keeps on unfolding more and more and more and more, and being more mindful to grab people into the stadium to see the actual players play.
Now, the attendance was decidedly less back on July 23rd, 1985. I was looking at the box score. I was hoping you could take me back. When you hit the cycle, did you finish with the home run? Do I have that correct?
Yes. As a matter of fact, Gary Ward mentioned it to me, and it was, sure enough, the home run was the last part that I had to get. And, fortunately, I got it, and that's kind of one of those historical moments.
How did he mention it to you? Was he like, hey, man, you need to hit a home run right here and get this cycle?
I just knew it was him, and I can't really visualize and recall it exactly, but I know it was Gary Ward.
We just watched this team, Odeby. We just watched them go win a World Series together, and they all looked like they had an absolute blast doing it. And I'm kind of like, you guys taught me baseball. Pete O'Brien, Steve Buechele, Pete Incaviglia, Ruben Sierra, Toby Harrah. Those guys, you guys taught me baseball because I was watching y'all every night. And that's where I got into the game. And I just always was curious of the dugout, the clubhouse. Did you develop lifelong friends on that team? Because in my mind, y'all are all just best friends still playing baseball together.
Yeah, it's a must. You don't have every moment, but you have that camaraderie and you have that understanding. Hey, we're here together to play this game. We enjoy the game. We love the game. And we give it all our best that particular night, day in and day out. And like Jerry Brown, Curtis Wilkerson, I don't talk to Pete or Buechele as much, or Toby Harrah, all those guys that I played with, or even Gary Ward. But to know that we had that experience together of playing hard way before, I think they only make a few dollars today than we did back then. So, those different stories, even from the Willie Mays, guys of my time and not guys of this time, it just seems so far in between when they had 17,500 as the minimum versus 800,000 as the minimum. So, but to develop those relationships and to have some of them even today, even against guys that I played against, even at the college level, we still have our chats together. Technology has been great for a lot of different things, man, because those memories never go away. The Ruben Sierras, who used to make all those facial gestures and the batting stances of every individual, man, it was just absolutely awesome. And Incaviglia playing against him in college and whatnot, Gary Ward's. Of course, we had I can't call his name right off. He was the older guy, Cliff Johnson. So some great characters, some great personalities. Just to have those memories and recall of those individuals, man, it's awesome. So
we had Ruben Sierra on last year, and I believe he told us he had put out 4 or 5 albums. Have you ever listened to any of Ruben Sierra's singing albums?
I've watched him, man, and he told me about it. He enjoys that. A funny thing that not only he is, musically inclined, singing wise. If you remember Edwin Correa, who played the saxophone, that's what I go next to him. So there's been a lot of guys in the sporting arena that's very talented, and Ruben is one of those guys. He's got the greatest personality. He's a fun-filled kind of guy in that entertainment kind of industry. Works in his favor. He enjoys it. I know he enjoys it. So hats off to him, man, that he continues to do something that excites him, and we need to all do that.
You ever thought about doing a duet with him or anything like that?
Oh, please say yes.
Yeah, you remember them 2 guys that were lip singing?
Milli Vanilli. Yes.
I think we might bring that back, and he'll do it in Spanish, and I'll do it in English.
I will buy that album or download that album
the whole time.
Odeby, thank you very, very much for being part of the Rangers teams that established our fandom, and thank you for jumping on with us today.
Well, there's a time for everything, and there's a time for the Texas Rangers to win the World Series. Congratulations, man. Thanks for having me. It's been a great time.
Absolutely. There you go. Ode McDow right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Man, a lot of people jumping in there is like, I would like him to narrate some of my audiobooks.
His voice is amazing. Of course.
It really, really is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Hard Pivot, Masterpiece Theater. What's a movie that you think is excellent, but is just too sad or disturbing to watch again? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Kevin. Before we do that, I want to talk about Men's Tea Clinic.
Talk
guys.
about it.
Roger that, Sally.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, the topic here was inspired by a conversation we were having yesterday, and it is time for Masterpiece Theater. What is a movie that you think is excellent, but is just too sad or disturbing to watch again? Hit the intro!
I don't feel like
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
Thank you very much, Waddle. I guess we should, that's a good point. We really should update that intro.
Why?
To include Mike Bassett.
Yes, Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece.
That's true. That is true. So the movie that, there's a couple of movies that I thought of, but holy moly, there are already so many votes. The Green Mile, Requiem for a Dream. Okay, look, I've always had a theory about this, that I think they should show Requiem for a Dream in high schools. I realize there's a lot of nudity in that movie, but they're also like, it does not make that life of drugs look so glamorous. I think they should consider it. From the 254?
I don't know.
No?
There are parts of that movie that I think we could do without, Kevin.
Sure.
But I understand what you're saying.
You have to get your arm cut off, you're like, ooh,
yeah,
tough break.
Yeah.
From the 817, Brian's song. That movie is excellent.
I've never seen it.
It is so sad. It's like it was a TV movie. It's amazing. And from the 682, this is how my wife felt, because I had seen this movie before and I watched it with her and she was like, oh my God, that movie is so stressful. Uncut Gems. Too stressful to watch again. And I
wouldn't say it's an excellent movie, but I don't want to watch it again. I'm not saying it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't put it in the excellent category, but I'm like, so I think she didn't watch it with me, and she's like, and I was like, I don't want to watch that again.
I'm going to go to cut number 8 because this is one of the ones that immediately jumped to mind for me. I thought it was really good. The main actor won an Academy Award. I am fine never watching this movie again.
This is the last time we'll be meeting.
You don't listen, do you? You just ask the same questions every week. How's your job? Are you having any negative thoughts? All I have are negative thoughts.
Joaquin Phoenix is amazing in this movie. This movie is crushingly
Gladiator.
Sad.
That's the Joker, Mike.
Oh,
Joker.
He's in the Gladiator.
Yes, he is.
He's been in other movies, though.
He's the prince and then the king.
Yes, he
had a weird relationship with his sister at one point.
Sure.
Star Wars.
Did she have that relationship back, or was it just him? Okay.
He wanted it, but she was like, no.
Probably smart on her part.
Yes, it probably is. So that's the one that jumped to mind for me. From the 817, The Iron Claw was one of the saddest movies I've ever seen, and definitely not a multiple watch movie because of it. And you could still appreciate it and really like it. I thought The Joker was really good. I thought United 93, about one of the planes that got taken down on September 11th, was excellent. But I watched it and I was like, holy cow, never want to see it again. I saw it. I thought it was really well made, but I was ready to move on with my life. And then this I hadn't really thought about, but from the 214, A Star is Born, the current one,
dude,
it's too lifelike for those of us that have dealt with alcoholic people in our family. And I could see that. Yes, if you've gone through anything like that, or anybody in your family has, or a friend, I could see how you would be like, no, good job. I don't ever want to see that movie again.
Yeah, no, I totally vibe with that. Now, Kevin, I got a text from Alec this morning that said, I need a scene from your saddest movie.
Ooh.
And so I was
you feel like he misrepresented the question?
Well, in my mind, I was like, well, my saddest moment from a movie is cut 10. This is the saddest scene in the history of movies.
Papa! Papa, don't say anything! Papa! Don't say anything you want. Tell me what you want me to say. I'll say anything you want me to say. I promise, Papa, please don't
Susan,
go.
Susan. I promise. I'll come back.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Will he?
Mel Gibson, he makes it back, right?
What about Heath Ledger?
Heath Ledger died.
What?
Yeah, he got shot in the back by a redcoat. That being said,
Aim small, miss small.
Yeah, aim small, miss small. And that's from The Patriot. And this girl did not talk the entire movie until he was like, all right, I'm going off to war. And she's like, Papa, don't go. And she's crying. And every time I welled up earlier this morning whenever I was just talking about the scene. So that's the saddest scene for me, Kevin. But this is the saddest movie. Hit my music for me here. This is the saddest movie for me, Kevin.
This is from Beaches?
This is Beaches.
Oh, I thought it was The Bodyguard.
Bette Midler and somebody else, and they were in a movie together, and they were friends, and then one dies because she had a heart transplant or something. I've seen the movie once. I was 7. I was bawling my eyes out underneath my grandparents' table because my mom was crying. That's the only reason I know. I never went back and watched it, but in my mind, it's got to be the saddest movie because my mom was crying. My grandma, who I never saw shed one tear in her entire life, except for that one time, she had one tear drop out. Then she was like, "Get back in there, tear." And then I was just sitting there bawling under the table because of these ladies and this song.
That's one of the most confusing things as a kid is when you see your mom cry, but she's not crying because of sadness.
Oh,
Does that make, like, I remember
movie.
that moment too.
Yeah.
Like, Mom, why are you crying? But she was crying because she was happy. You just always equate as a
That
kid.
is confusing.
When you cry as a child, you're crying because you're hurt, whether it's physically or mentally. And then you have your mom crying because she's watching something emotional or she's seeing something that makes her happy, but she's crying. And I remember being so confused on, wait, you're crying because you're happy? That doesn't make any sense.
This is my request, Corey. I would like you to take a page from Bette Midler and sit up on this desk whenever Mike and I have our final show here, which the internet tells me is imminent, and sing the wind beneath my wings.
That's your request?
That is my request. I think that would be delightful.
But hold on, if y'all go, I want to go.
No, you're gonna make it.
But I don't want to work without y'all. That's the thing. Like, I'd prefer to just.
Okay, well,
so I'm not going to do that.
We'll have to work on that.
I appreciate your request.
Okay, we'll have to work on that.
But the
then.
answer's no.
Okay.
A resounding no.
Well, that is hurtful. From the 214, Old Yeller, I have to admit, I know exactly what happens. I know the plot. I don't know if I've ever actually seen
I've
Old
seen it
Yeller.
multiple times.
Does it make you sad?
It makes me sad. They have to kill the rabie dog in the end, but the rabie dog saved the family.
True.
Before it had rabies.
True. And I'm sure would gladly do it again. Oh man, from the 214, Schindler's List, for sure. And it is an excellently made film, but
the reason that we're bringing this up, Corey, because you weren't here yesterday. Congratulations.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
You dodged a bullet there, buddy.
What did I dodge?
Is that I watched I can't remember.
Flowers
Monday,
of the Killer Moon.
Flowers of the Killer Moon.
Which my uncle's
Have you
convinced
seen
that my
that?
family's from that tribe. Like he's,
Am I
he's trying
saying
to figure it
Osage,
out.
I believe, which I think this was in the 1920s, 1930s when this happened. And I told Kevin, I said, it's a really good movie. I would never watch it again. In fact, there were times where I walked out of the room to just go make a sandwich or do something real quick because I was getting frustrated with what was happening to that tribe and to the women.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I got to leave the room for a minute.
Yeah,
like
that's
this is tough because it's not a movie. It is a movie, but it's based on the true story of what happened to that tribe and those people and those women. So I was like, I just don't want to ever watch that one again. But I hate scary movies, Corey.
Okay, so you like comedies and sports movies.
Yeah, and documentaries.
Okay, you're a documentary.
I could see that, yeah.
But I do not like watching scary movies. So I remember I did watch this one because it was so popular. But I was like, I don't want to watch this again because it is, to me, this is a scary movie to me.
I see dead people.
In your dreams? While you're awake? Dead people like in graves and coffins?
Walking around like regular people. They don't see each other. They only see what they want to see.
All right, two things here. Did those dead people have teeth? Because they're obviously ghosts. Like that's
Yes.
a question that must be asked.
I think they did.
Secondly, Adrian and I were literally talking about this movie on Saturday.
Excellent movie.
When we went to the theater to see it, we are 20 minutes into the movie. And I went, oh, and Adrian said, what? And I said, you don't want to know. And she goes, what? And I said, it'll ruin the movie for you. And she goes, just tell me. And I said, he's dead. And she goes, no, he's not. And we're watching it. At the moment where the entire theater goes, oh, and everybody
And that is
starts
what happened in
freaking
my
out.
theater too, that gas.
And I was sitting there with a huge smile on my face, and Adrian looks at me and goes, you effing ruined the movie for me. And I said, I told you didn't want to know.
Well, Nate Bargatze does a great comedy bit off of this movie.
Great, yeah.
Is that us men just assumed he was alive the whole time because when women get mad at you, they just don't talk to you or recognize you anymore. And so we just assumed, man, he's just in the doghouse.
He's just in.
Fun fact about that movie, the guy who shot Bruce Willis is from New Kids on the Block.
Donnie Wahlberg.
That's right. In case
He
you
didn't
wanted
look
to know
like
that.
Donnie Wahlberg at that time, though. And you hadn't seen him in a while.
That is very
You know.
true. Huh. From the 214, Forrest Gump. I have to admit, I'm surprised. I have not seen that one. Or, I mean, I've not seen that one pop up on the text. I've definitely seen the movie. From the 806, Marley and Me. This is another movie,
it's a sad one.
like Old Yeller. I don't think I've seen, but the crux of it is like they live their life with this dog who's like, oh, he's trouble, but he's our dog and we love him. And then the dog dies, right?
It's pretty much like it is a real life type of situation. You usually struggle with the dog at first. The dog has way too much energy, is whizzing on everything, chewing up everything. And then they become a really good dog. And then they're with you for a good decade where you just love that dog and they're with you through thick and thin and through the birth of your children and stuff like that. But they don't live as long as humans. So then you have to deal with their death when you have kids that have grown up with the dog and everything. And it's really tough.
Yeah, there was a movie called Cheetah, Kevin, where the same thing happened. Essentially, the family takes on a cheetah as their pet for a while, and they have to force him back out into society, otherwise known nature. And he's yelling at the
cheetah. He had to go get a job or something and work
in town.
Work the main streets of New York City.
Being a receiver for the Dolphins. But he's like, get out of here, cheetah. I don't want you around here anymore, cheetah.
This
freaking
bum. Oh, wow. I've seen a couple of people mention Simon Birch. All right, if I remember Simon Birch correctly, it's this kid, maybe Ashley Judd's in it, but he is really short. I can't remember if he has some sort of disease or not. I'm assuming it's really sad because he died. That movie came out like 25 years ago. I remember liking it when I saw it. I just don't know if I ever saw it again. And then I've also seen a couple of people say The Passion. And I get that. I saw it. I could see how folks would not want to watch that again.
Yeah, I just don't like to cry at movies. There are a lot of times where Adrian will be like, do you want to watch this? And I'm like, I don't need that in my life. I have experienced enough sadness. Let's watch a comedy. Let's watch a sports movie. Let's watch a sports game. You know, let's watch the Ranger game instead of that sad movie.
I like that. A lot of votes for Marley and Me, Seven, Selena. A lot of really interesting movies. I think I've seen a lot of these, but I would understand why people like these movies, but they're like, no, I saw it. I'm good. Oh, man. From the 972, saddest movie, Grave of the Fireflies. Now, Carter told me about this movie yesterday. I have not seen it yet. It's got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, so you know I'm in. 95% from the audience. It is an animated film. It came out in 1988. It's from, I always want to say it's Ghibli, but I think it's Geely Studios, who's put out the Miyazaki movie. So I do want to see that one. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these players primed to break out following the trades and signings of the past 48 hours? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make is in
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Just a reminder that the new league year officially starts at 3 p.m. today. So I know that won't necessarily change things that have been happening with the tampering period over the last couple of days, but you might see a lot of those re-announced as official. But now...
So you're saying that the Cowboys have been waiting for the new league year to start so they can do their work?
No.
That's what?
I do not believe that is the case at all.
You don't think that they haven't signed anybody but like their long snapper. You don't think that they're just like, look, guys, we want to follow the rules.
No.
We are rule followers.
No.
What we really want to do is make sure that we don't have any tampering situations pop up on us.
No.
So we're not going to talk to anybody. We're just going to go. You're going to lay low until everybody until the real period starts.
No,
that's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not telling you that at all. I don't believe they're going to sign anybody of consequence. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's start with some movings and a shaking. CJ Gardner is returning to the Philadelphia Eagles. You might recall, obviously, he was there, and then he went to the Lions, but now he's back. 3-year deal worth up to $33 million. Also on the move, Dante Johnson is going to the Panthers from the Steelers.
I got a question.
Okay.
I believe the line was, I hate those trash people.
Oh, in Philly?
Yeah, something along those lines, like how much he hated working there. All right, F it. My least favorite thing is the people. They're effing obnoxious. I effing can't stand the effers. I F with the weather. That's what he said about the city and the fan base.
Those fans will fall back in line and do what they're told.
Okay.
Sometimes fans do that.
Okay.
Let's go from that to, do you want to go to another transaction in the football world or politics news?
Oh, man. Do I love me some politics news, Kevin?
Aaron Rodgers, I'm sure you've heard this by now, as well as Jesse the Body Ventura are two of the names being rumored to be the running mate of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the upcoming presidential election, where I guess he would be the independent candidate to go alongside with both Trump and Biden clinched their spots last night.
Okay, and I don't know his connection to John F. Kennedy. Like, I know their family, but I don't know if that whole family lineage has this, like, that's all they do. It is politics for them, isn't it?
It does feel like most of the family does politics, or they do charitable stuff quite a bit.
JFK was the first, like, Hollywood president, right? For us?
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
And I'm just assuming he's Robert F. Kennedy's son, so I guess JFK would be his uncle.
So I am kind of curious on that front of, hey, let's use our Hollywood, let's use this part of it, the fame part of it to get involved in this. Or if Aaron Rodgers was always like, I can't wait to get into politics after my career's over.
I'm sure they bonded over something that happened on McAfee, and
it feels like it's got to be it's attention for the, they need to get the attention. They need to get some people paying attention to him. Aaron Rodgers. I've decided I would like to pursue Aaron Rodgers as my running mate.
I really feel bad I did not jot down who deserves the credit for this tweet, but this person is a genius. They tweeted out yesterday, does that mean Zach Wilson is third in line for the presidency? No, it would not mean that is the case, but that is a quality tweet right there.
Aaron Rodgers'
Some of the other
backup?
tweets I'd like less yesterday.
Who's Aaron Rodgers' backup? Is it not Zach? Oh, yeah, Zach Wilson.
Yeah, because remember, they're like, we need a new backup. In football news that's not related to politics, the Texans added Danielle Hunter on a 2-year, $49 million deal. Here's the fun part about that. It's $48 million guaranteed with a maximum value of 51. So you know how we usually talk about there's this big gap. It's like, it's $95 million guaranteed, 150 possible. Guaranteed money, $48 million. Maximum for the deal, $51 million. So he will get the majority of his money one way or another. And no doubt the Texans are adding that he plays phenomenally and is able to reach the top of that cap. Now, let's talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. More specifically, The guy who stole all the money from them.
Oh, is this guy still doing his thing?
How long do you think you should go to jail, or do you think somebody got sentenced to jail for embezzling $22 million from the team?
1 year.
64 years. Oh.
It is between those numbers. The courts yesterday, U.S. District Court more specifically, not a court structure in general, sentenced him to 6.5 years in prison, and he must pay more than $21 million in restitution. That's great.
How does he have that money?
Exactly. If he lost most of that money gambling, I get it. He has to sell the Trevor Lawrence jersey and some of the other things. He doesn't have that money.
Yeah, but then he gets to work his life off from there on, trying to get that money back. So what they do is they hire him, and they're like, "Hey, look, we're gonna put you in charge of the money.
Oh my God!
What
no.
we need you to make this money back, right?
No.
I don't know, how's he gonna make that money back in prison?
He trains to be an NFL quarterback?
There you go.
I don't.
That's the only option. You think he can do it?
Quarterbacks get paid like $50 to $60 million.
Everybody should try to be a quarterback.
You heard the last story. Maybe the next vice president could be the starting quarterback for the Jets. I can't rule out anything at this
From
point.
the 940, 6.5 years, worth it. All right.
But he has to pay all the money back too. So is it?
I don't know. I've always just feared going to prison, not for
That
like the
is
things
fair.
that might happen in prison, just because like then I let my parents down and all those
it's
things.
prison.
It's prison. But 6.5 years, Kevin.
Prison, Mike.
How long was he with the Jags?
Ooh,
and
I
over
need
what
to
time
check.
period? And
So
he
you-
did anything he wanted with $22 million.
So you want to know what the amount of time is that he lived his fantabulous life, and compare that to the prison sentence?
Yeah, can you imagine, like, let's say you're 24, and you got from 24 to 30, it's a 6-year period, Kevin, where you're a millionaire. You have $22 million, you have private jets, you got all sorts of stuff. And then you gotta go to prison for like about 6 years. Was it a good balance?
I'm going to say no.
Because
but I
paying
see
back the
where-
$22 million is probably tough.
I see where this is going. I wanted to throw out some names. Do you think these names might be on the upswing after the happenings of the last 48 hours? Drake London, wide receiver for the Atlanta Falcons. He was drafted number 8 overall 2 years ago. I'm not saying Kirk Cousins, best quarterback in the world, but clearly they believe they have made a pretty big upgrade. Do you view Drake London as like 1,000-yard guy or somebody that can make more of an impact this year?
I guess I think of Kyle Pitts. He was
Okay.
sold to us in the draft as the next greatest tight end in the history of the NFL.
And that just hasn't
And
been
it
the
hasn't
case.
happened at all. And so I'm just wondering, I get where you're going with Drake London. Maybe it is. Obviously, Kirk Cousins, I'm not saying he made Justin Jefferson, but he's worked with great wide receivers. He worked with Diggs, Thielen. So he knows how to get the ball to his best wide receiver. I'm just wondering if the tight end is their best wide receiver. At least that's what it was sold in the draft, that he's an everything. He's a tight end, but a premium receiver too.
What about George Pickens? And the idea there,
Oh, with Russ?
yeah, and
If Russ plays, if Russ starts.
Do you view that as a massive upgrade over Kenny Pickett? Maybe you do not, because you think he's kind of donezo.
I don't believe in Kenny Pickett that much.
That's fair.
But Cortland Sutton did have his best year last year, with working with Russell Wilson, and Jerry Jeudy was kind of hit or miss. But 2019 was Sutton's best year. But he had a pretty damn good year last year. He had 10 touchdowns. That was the most by far that he had. So I do believe with a better quarterback, those guys can be better. And with Pickens, I think Pickens is fantastic. I really do. It's just Russ doesn't. He's afraid to pull the trigger on passes sometimes. He's just the offense doesn't move the way it's supposed to. I don't know, but I think Pickens is going to do just fine.
What about Kayvon Thibodeau? Or Kayvon Thibodeau, I don't know why I said it like that, is from the New York Giants, because now they picked up Brian Burns in the trade. So you would logically think that would help out Thibodeau.
Yeah, and I mean, he was already looking like a beast, right? Even though they're just kind of a mess up there in New York, he was already kind of looking like he was going to turn into that dude. So, yeah, man, having Burns out there would be a lot of fun to see.
Did you?
Not for us.
No, not for us. Did you see Adam Schefter post his screen time for Monday? when the legal tampering officially started. So he has 2 phones. One of his phones read a screen time of 2 hours and 25 minutes. That feels respectable. The other phone, 14 hours and 58 minutes of screen time, which means his 2 phones combined, 17 hours and 23 minutes of screen time on Monday. Do you believe Adam Schefter slept at all on Monday?
No.
Okay.
And I don't know his family situation, but that's got to be the toughest job to like maintain life balance. Like, this is one of the reasons that Shams isn't married, right? Because that dude is so built on, I want to defeat Adrian Wojnarowski on getting every story.
Is that how it goes? Maybe.
And so, like, I just feel like he's obsessed with that part. There's a story on him talking about that.
Wow.
Where he's like, I literally am in the car, in a taxi, in an Uber or whatever, looking at my phone all the time. And I just always wonder if there's any like balance that goes into that. So he is not sleeping on that day because he doesn't want to get beat.
And the Commanders continue to add former Cowboys, as yesterday they signed Dante Fowler Jr. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you okay if we talk a little hoops?
Yes.
The Mavericks have won 3 straight, but will they be able to do these 4 things down the stretch? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike.
fan. The Mavericks are back in action tonight against the Warriors. No Steph Curry. Also a note for you, in case you do care, it looks like Texas A&M is going to hire Trev Alberts from Nebraska as their next athletic director. But I wanted to talk about the Mavericks here. I was reading an article on The Athletic from Tim Cato. Thought it was very well done. And it talked about the four biggest Mavericks questions ahead of a stretch that might define their future. At this point, it feels like I think every game will define their future. And that's probably not accurate, but who the hell knows? And the first thing that came up, and I'm curious y'all's take as well, since we've talked a lot about shortening up the rotation, who can play in the postseason? Like, honestly, who from this team, if you're constructing the postseason rotation, would you put out there?
Well, easily Luka, Kyrie, PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford.
Yes.
I think those should be 4 of your 5 starters. And then you have to make the choice of, do you want Derek Jones Jr.? Do you want Josh Green? In a way, I don't think he'd be a starter. Do you want Kleba or Exum? I think those guys are better coming off the bench. But I think 4 of your 5 starters, I think you're getting very defined, and it's nothing against Lively. He's in your playoff rotation.
Yes.
So everybody I named, I think, should be in your playoff rotation, plus Tim Hardaway Jr., but I don't know in the playoffs if you can play that many players because the TV timeouts are so long. If you just start marking Luka for 42 minutes, that leaves 6 minutes at his spot to pick up off the bench. Kyrie probably needs to play 40 minutes. So that leaves 8 minutes. PJ Washington, 30. Gafford, let's say 24 to 30. And then Lively picks up the rest. And so you just start looking, you're like, hey, you can't play 5 guys off the bench. There's not enough minutes. So you have to kind of pick 3.
So the ones we have for sure, Luka, Kyrie, PJ, Gafford, Derek Jones, Josh Green, Derek Lively, and you said Hardaway?
Yeah, did you say Exum in there too?
I did not. And so that's the
I
question.
mentioned Exum too, because he could start for you. You have an open start spot where this is where Jason Kidd, I just don't think he's on this level at all. We started different guys in the run to the championship. It was sometimes Deshaun Stevenson, and then it was J.J. Barea. And, you kind of tried to mix and match, and you had lost Caron Butler that year. He would have been a starter, and you wouldn't have had to deal with that. But there has to be matchups where you feel like we can take advantage of the first 5 or 6 minutes because Josh Green is starting or because Maxi Kleba is starting. I don't know, but this is where the best coaches can figure out. I have 10 guys to choose from. 2 of them probably aren't going to play at all. And then I got to figure out what's my best matchups in this series.
And the other one I was going to throw out there, but I know his minutes have been diminishing, is Maxi Kleba, who's obviously been at the 4 more than the 5. Do you cap those 9, or are you like, well, he'll inevitably get in there?
Maxi is going to play.
Okay. So now we're up to 10.
I think your people that aren't going to play in the playoffs, your choice. One of these has to just sit there and wave a towel and be ready if there's major foul trouble or injury. And it's one of these 3 guys. Exum, Derek Jones Jr., and Josh Green.
Okay.
One of those guys is not going to. Now, if you play all 10, you can, but, if I play for 4 minutes, can I do anything in 4 minutes to affect the game while I've sat on the bench for 30 minutes of not game time, but I've just sat there for 30 minutes after warm-ups, and you're going to put me in for 3 minutes in the second quarter, and that's all I'm going to play? How am I supposed to make an impact? Wouldn't you rather just have a guy who's already broken a sweat and in the rhythm of the game?
Most likely.
Are we 100% sure of the version of Josh Green we're going to get?
No, I have no clue.
That's
come
a
playoff
fair
time.
question.
And so I kind of put like him and Exum together because I don't know which Exum version I'm going to get either. Hell, I don't know what I'm going to get out of Lively or Gafford in the playoffs either, but I know they're bigs and I got to run those guys out there. So when it comes to Josh Green, I know there's energy. There's all sorts of, there's still potential mistakes. That's the thing that kind of concerns me the most is there's that potential for I drove into the lane expecting a basket and now I don't know what to do with the ball and I'm also in the air. And that's where you have to eliminate those things if you're going to play closer games. I anticipate playoff basketball in the NBA to not – I could be wrong. There were a bunch of blowouts last year. but I expected it to be a little like closer games as you get down the stretch rather than these 140, 130 games.
Right.
And the details, those fine details are where I'm just like, is Josh Green ready for that still?
And multiple people going back and asking about Hardy. If we're already squeezing out minutes there, that's another one where it's tough to see.
He's not going to play. Unless there's major injury, he ain't going to play a second in the playoffs.
He started 6 games, averaging 14 minutes. Josh Green started 32 games, averaging 27 minutes. So I feel like as much as I love Hardy and the option there, it's not going to happen.
I'm not against him at all. I like his future, but
this has been a really disappointing season from development standpoint of Jaden Hardy, I think.
Yeah, but where was he going to play? As much as I'm not a big fan of kids, you tell me who I'm supposed to sit on the bench because he's got his minutes, his majority of minutes when Kyrie Irving was out.
Yeah.
So, but when you look at Hardaway Jr., who I don't think he's going to win Sixth Man of the Year, but was competing for it for the majority of the season, and you have Luka and Kyrie and Dante Exum and Josh Green, I can only play so many guys, and I can't play, even though Jason Kidd seems to want to try it, I can't play all guys 6'6" and under on the court at the same time.
Can Dallas, the Mavericks that is, find their defensive synchronicity? So Dallas went into Monday's game against the Bulls, which are obviously much better, giving up 123.1 points per 100 possessions since the All-Star break. That is the worst in the league by almost 4 points. Nobody is saying that this is going to magically turn into a great defensive team. Can you get to the point where you're like, hey, we're not the worst, or we're not bottom 5, or however you want to classify it?
When they're good, though, their defense is really good. When they're winning, look at their...
Do you think it's really good or average?
Ooh. Well, I guess it's against bad teams, so we'll call it average.
Okay.
But that is the thing that you could hang it on, is that like their defensive effort being better is the reason that wins turn out.
There's 2 above average games they've played after the All-Star break against good teams. Phoenix and Miami. 113 and 108. I know those sound like bigger numbers if
they're not.
But they're not in today's game, and I thought the energy and effort was, you can do this. But I was watching TNT a little bit last night, and Shaq and Jamal Crawford, and I'm always forgetting the woman's name, who's the Candace Parker. They were talking about defense, and I believe they were talking about Milwaukee. And they're just saying, look, defense is so much about effort. You have to be completely and totally engaged. All 5 guys, all it takes is one guy to go, I don't feel like playing defense this possession.
Right, yep.
And everything breaks down. So all it takes is Tim Hardaway Jr. to be disappointed he didn't make his 3-point shot and not care about defense. And it ruins everybody's defense. Lucas, I'm tired.
Yep.
I'm mad at the ref. It ruins the whole defense. So if you have one guy who says, I'm not engaging on defense this possession, it ruins everything. So Shaq was saying, you have to make sure as a leader, he was talking last night about the Bucks, I believe, you have to make sure you get on your guys. The 4 guys playing with you have to be engaged in defense, and you have to be the leader of that. Not the best defender, but you have to be the leader of making sure we're all engaged on this side of the court if we want to be a championship contender.
Cato brought up a good example of this, was Luka tracking down his defensive assignment in the corner in the first quarter against the Bulls when they were already up by 22 points. And so that was the next thing that came up. I know we're talking about defense, and I do want to focus on that. But the question was, will Luka do the little things? And they don't all have to be defensively, but that is an example of a championship level play. Is you're up 22 points in the first quarter, but your guy's going out to the corner, and you're going to make sure that you don't lose him. Or they could be a variety of little plays. Did you make that hustle play? It doesn't always have to be diving on the floor or whatever, but are there enough little things here and there that Luka can do? Because we all know he can score all the points, get all the rebounds, all the assists. Will there be other little plays, most likely defensively, that will make the difference for this team?
Will he sacrifice maybe a few defensive rebounds to make sure he doesn't have to close out hard? He's already in the guy's face.
Sure.
I think a lot of his defensive rebounds is because he's in great position for rebounding. Like I
get that.
And he's a big guy in that area. He's good at it. He has a good sense for it. But I think if you're out on that guy, if you're making sure your guy's taken care of, then you're not necessarily in that position all the time.
And then the last one I was curious about here, when will Daniel Gafford ever miss a shot again? And why is the answer never? Seriously, it's ridiculous. 28 straight shots over 4 games. We've talked about how that's the longest in the recorded play-by-play era. However, there are other people who say the actual record is Wilt Chamberlain with 35. Daniel Gafford has made 28. It doesn't feel crazy to say he could hit 8 more.
So tonight it could happen?
Yes.
Because he's usually about 7 shots a game, am I right?
Yes, I think it's been 7, 7, 5, and 9. So it's been, pretty close.
And tonight, I need to know who's healthy. I know Curry isn't, but is Looney their only big guy? Like, don't they play small ball a lot?
Otherwise, they're going green.
Yeah, so if you get the ball to Gafford and he keeps the ball above his head, it's going to be an easy layup or an easy dunk. That being said, what I'm going to be interested to know, and I know you're talking about playoffs, here's what I'm going to be interested to know. Dwight Powell doesn't do this at the level that Gafford and Lively do. Not at all. But he's done this before. I saw him make 18 in a row going into the 2021 playoffs, and it was like, man, this works. And then it absolutely doesn't work. It's never worked in the history of Dwight Powell. Whatever he's done positive in the regular season based off this pick and roll situation, teams take it away and make it irrelevant. Well, teams take it if the Mavericks make the real playoffs and we get to see 7 games or more than 7 games in the playoffs. Are teams going to easily take away Gafford and Lively diving to the basket after a pick? Because they easily take it away when Powell and Kleba are the ones setting picks.
I don't think so, just because I think both of the players that you listed are more dynamic, but that is a fair question.
That's why if they take it away now, if I don't know who you play, but if why even do this anymore in the regular season? If we're preparing for the playoffs and we know this will never work in the playoffs, let's just throw it out and go, let's work on things that we think will work in the playoffs.
Now,
I love watching Gafford on the lob, though. The dude can just fly. It's a lot of fun. Now, again, get back on defense as soon as you can. But like that part, just watching him get into the air, where he'll take the ball. I mean, that dude can absolutely. It's a lot of fun watching him and Luka together.
And Lively does it too.
Yes.
It's kind of the only thing Lively seems to have, which I'm surprised with, and I'll mention this again.
Better hands?
He has not hands, he has better touch around the basket.
Okay.
Like sometimes he'll shoot a 5 to 7 foot little hook shot or little kind of one-handed, I don't know if you want to call it bunny, I guess would be the best way to present it, kind of that hop. But I'm like, wow, there's some touch. Gafford, for the most part, I haven't seen that type of touch. I've seen more authority. And Lively has that too, but I don't know. Out of these shots he's making, these 28 in a row, it feels like dunks and like off the glass. Like
it is not a
physicality.
It is not a big shot chart. If that is what we're going at, and you're going to see it tonight, but tomorrow I kind of want to chop this up with you a little bit more. We talk about some of the potential disadvantages for the Mavericks. I will tell you this: if you're playing a team that does not have a good shooting big man, these two have really taken advantage of them. Yeah. So we can investigate that more as we go along. I want to throw out a couple of quick things for you. Greg Gumbel is going to miss the NCAA tournament due to family health issues. And I'm bummed because, first of all, I just like him as a broadcaster, and I hope everything in his family is okay. But he feels like March Madness to me. There's probably multiple people that you could throw out like that, but I always think he's phenomenal on the coverage. And then
I was always shocked whenever I was like, hold on, Brad Sham's doing a March Madness game? What's happening right now?
That's an interesting comp.
He's good at everything, I guess.
And then UFC legend, former heavyweight champ Mark Coleman is hospitalized right now. He saved his parents from a house fire. That's amazing to me.
Hero.
He's 59 years old, and I haven't seen an update today except that he's still in the hospital. And obviously you hope he's okay, but holy crap. How did they get in the hospital? I went into a burning house to save my parents. Wow.
Did he walk out at 59 with both parents over like either shoulder, just kind of carrying them out?
He's still a pretty big dude, so maybe so. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. Bad luck and superstition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the superstition that you truly believe brings bad luck? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
5-3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Cormick 0 for 2 lifetime against Jose Leclerc. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The payoff pitch. He struck him out swinging, and the Rangers have drawn first blood. They have shut out the Astros 2-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the combo platter, but we also have a baseball update. John Heyman is reporting that Garrett Cole is going to miss at least 1 to 2 months. It also looks like they're scheduling follow-up physical examinations, but not hearing Tommy John just yet. I don't know what follow-ups could create or lead to, but John Heyman saying that Garrett Cole will miss at least 1 to 2 months.
And going to my keepers and taking Garrett Cole off the list.
That stinks, man, for
the
Yankees all their fans.
You don't care about
Garrett
that.
Cole and his career.
Do you at least care about Mike's keeper league?
Not really.
Okay.
He's got his team is stacked.
Yeah, I won by like 1 million points last
he has
year.
A stacked team.
That is very fair.
Instead of having
Poor
Spencer
Yankees.
Strider and Garrett Cole as my pitchers, now I have to make other decisions on keeping another awesome player.
Okay, well, then I don't feel bad for you.
Okay.
You'll be just fine.
Well, pitchers mean a lot in real baseball and
That
in
is
fantasy baseball.
Now, today is National Open an Umbrella Indoors Day. The reason why I wanted to bring this up.
No, thank you.
Because people think that's bad luck. So when we do the combo platter right here, I want a sports opinion, and then what is a superstition you truly believe brings bad luck? And I like things like this. From the 214, the Stars will win the cup, and I'm not superstitious, but don't walk under ladders or break mirrors or step on the white lines on baseball or open umbrellas inside. And there's a lot of them. So I was curious if you guys had one of those to go along with your sports opinion. 877-881-1053.
Plenty of them.
Because he's a baseball player.
One of them, do not step on the fair foul line when going to the mound or leaving the mound after a good inning. If you have a bad inning, you can kick the line because it's the fault of the line, not the fault of yourself.
You ever notice Bochy agrees with you on that?
Yeah.
If you watch Bochy walk out, he always steps over the line. That is a baseball player's.
Yeah.
That is their thing.
So that's one. The other, when I'm warming up, let's say I'm doing 8 shuffles, I won't do 8. I feel like this is, I don't know what this is about 7-minute abs or whatever, but 7 and 6 is not enough. I can't.
7's the perfect number.
I need to do at least 8, but I won't do 8, even though 8 is a great number. I named my son Cal after Cal Ripken Jr., and he was number 8. So I never want to do 8 of something. I never do 8 arm circles, or I never do 8 shuffles. I always have to do either 7, which I don't feel like is enough, or I go to 9 or 10, because 8, for some reason, would give me bad luck.
Wow.
Oh.
That is amazing, and I'm very proud of you.
So those are 2 that I can think of real quick. You never do 8 of anything.
Okay. Sports opinion. It is interesting to me that remains the hardest part about this segment for you.
Sports opinion.
Stars are going to win the cup.
I looked at the Mavericks schedule, which will be coming up here in Mike Likes It. I think they can win 13 of their last 19 games.
You think that gives them the 5?
I think it gets them 5 or 6.
Okay.
Which gets them to 50 wins. So are you saying, Mike, they're going to win 50 games? I don't want to put my name on that. But looking at their schedule, it's doable. But they have to stay healthy and they have to stay engaged because you're going to lose some. You have to be engaged for all of them. I'm just afraid, as I say it, I'm like, do I really believe they're going to be engaged and enthusiastic about the last 19 games of the regular season? They haven't been enthused about the first 67 of them.
Sure. Okay.
Or however many they played.
I believe that is, if there's 19 left in 63.
Yeah, something.
I think our math might be a little bit off there. We'll work on that. From the 214, the Cowboys will have a losing season. And if you hand me an open knife, I will hand it right back to you to close.
Oh,
Assuming
that's interesting because I've always been taught that if somebody asks you for a pocket knife, you hand it to them holding the blade and you hand it to them that way and they hand it back the same way. That's what I was always taught by my grandfathers who always carried pocket knives around. You ever see that? Did your older people in your family always have something in their pocket that you're like, why do you have that?
It was also, they had the pocket watch.
Okay.
I know, obviously very different from a pocket knife, but the pocket watch came out quite a bit.
Grandpa always had the pocket knife and marbles. And he had marbles in his pocket, and he said, that way you can never ask me if I've lost my marbles. I've always got them right here on me.
Okay, that's not bad.
Kevin, I would like to add mine now.
Okay. It's going to be tough to follow up on that.
The Cowboys. The football team up in Frisco and Arlington will, no matter what, have an underwhelming offseason during free agency. No matter
forever.
what. Well, maybe yeah. I mean, Stephen Jones, as long as he's running the cap, yeah. But it will be underwhelming this year. Right now, we're hearing whispers of A.J. Dillon as your future running back.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, it's underwhelming, and that's just the way that it is.
He was on the active roster, right, in the playoff game? I don't remember A.J. Dillon. Was he with Green Bay?
Yes.
Did he run the ball in that game?
I think he was hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
because I was like, I remember him being the backup there. Is he from Wisconsin?
Yeah, he tops out at like
Boston
170,
College.
170 something carries a year and like 800 yards. Like it's somewhere in that range, and he's not always healthy. He's a physical style runner, so he's not.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's probably going to be it, and they're going to be like bell cow.
Oh my God.
My superstition. And this is really the only one I stick to. A lot of them, I'm like, I'll let things pass.
So are you saying you would be unhappy with one Dillon, but very happy with another Dillon if they came to our Metroplex?
If Dillon C shows up and becomes the starting pitcher for the Texas Rangers,
okay,
I will be the happiest little boy in DFW.
I wonder with that Garrett Cole news if Bob Nightingale's been tipped off that the Yankees are going all in on Dillon Cease. And it's maybe the Rangers and teams that thought they could maybe get him later in the season are like, hey, if the Yankees just lost Garrett Cole for maybe the season, and
what do
they're going
to, they just paid everything for Juan Soto. They can't have anything left in the pipeline, right?
They didn't pay him. They just traded for him.
He's farm system.
They do have to pay him probably $500 million in the offseason.
Yeah. We got to have a deeper conversation there now. The only one I really stick to, Kevin, is I eat black-eyed peas on New Year's.
Oh, okay. What's the cake that you eat where you might have a baby?
Oh, the king cake?
Okay.
That's the one in New Orleans during Mardi Gras season. But for some reason, I don't even know where this started. In-laws were like, hey, you're going to have bad luck if you don't eat black-eyed peas on New Year's.
I've heard that one, too.
And every year that I started doing this, things have gone pretty well.
Okay.
Guess what? I had some this year. Things look like they're going fantastic today. So
you had black-eyed peas today?
No, I had black-eyed peas this New Year's, Mike.
Okay. Well, you said things are going well today, and then I thought
today's great. I'm feeling really good.
Up like black-eyed peas in your eggs and scrambled them up.
Dude, that actually doesn't sound good.
But refried beans,
it is weird.
And scrambled eggs
beans
are great.
Yeah, black beans are really good when scrambled eggs too.
Kevin, don't you ever do that face again? You put scrambled eggs and refried beans and some fried potatoes in a tortilla, and you put some salsa in there, you got a party.
That's fine, just not for me.
Which part did you not like?
The beans.
Eggs are good?
Yeah.
Okay, good for you.
Thanks, Mike.
Do you like just eggs, or do you like salted eggs?
Eggs don't really have a flavor unless you do something.
They have a smell.
Yeah. I like eggs. They don't need to be salted after the fact.
So as they're being cooked,
yes.
Whoever seasons them the way that they are, you're fine with.
Correct.
Do you like a little sausage mixed in there, some bacon?
Sure, that'd be great.
I want some eggs and bacon.
I'm a sausage patty guy over a link guy, but I don't want us to get too distracted.
I like to crumble up the sausage.
Okay.
And mix it in with the stuff. So I'll take links or patties though. They're all fine. Alec,
couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
It's their Is there more to your answer?
Black eyed peas.
Okay.
If I don't eat them, bad luck.
Okay.
We're talking superstitions, right?
So I never realized this was a big issue with the superstition. I have seen this pop up a lot. The second part, not the first part. From the 469, Dak won't get an extension and never split the pole if walking with people. I see that pop up so many times. From the 817, Cowboys go 9-8. Don't split the pole. I have to admit, I didn't know that was a big issue.
Adrian has always said this too.
Really?
When we walk, she will, if I walk one side of a pole, she will stop and walk back to the other side. And I'm like, why? This doesn't make any sense to me. And she's like, you can't do that. And I don't believe in it. So how's that work? Am I now
do it for her?
For all the times that I eat black eyed peas, that I just kill my luck by not walking through the pole the right way?
I was gonna say that's a good question. I don't know if that is a good question.
Who do I ask that to? Is that one of those that I save for God?
I guess.
I'm like, hey, all these jinx things.
God will have an intense
he's like, guess what, guys,
opinion about that. By the way, I don't know if we're allowed to even talk about this, but the Prosper Police Department is now investigating the extortion claims that Dak Prescott has made against the woman and her two attorneys.
Yep.
So keep an eye out on that. Prosper Police Department is currently investigating. From the 469, Evan Carter wins Rookie of the Year. And wow, Wyatt Langford wins World Series MVP. That would be awesome. Won't cross the path of a black cat. Somebody else added they will stop their car and make a U-turn.
Okay.
If a black cat crosses in front of them.
Myth.
Oh.
One crossed my path 2 weeks ago, and I'm doing great.
Okay, and see, I'm with you on that because we had a black cat in our neighborhood that used to come to our house all the time, and I was like, all right, we'll hang out. The one that came up onto the balcony, and my other cat was sitting there looking at it, and then ran off. My father-in-law is the same way. If he carries salt in his truck, so that if a black cat crosses in front of him, he'll get out of his truck and put salt on the path, and says that breaks the path so that he can go through. So if he carries salt on his person if he's out on a walk. So that's one people believe, man.
Okay.
And now it's Patties versus Lynx, isn't it? And that's the conversation.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have even brought that up. Oh, surely not the most divisive thing that's come up on this show in the last 24 hours. Alec, you're up.
I don't know, this is Dylan C.
Do you have a sports opinion and then a bad luck superstition? Although I will point out there are multiple people who are like, I don't believe in superstitions or jinxes or anything like that.
My sports opinion is that I honestly do think that it won't be before the season, but I think the Rangers will land Dylan Cease. I've thought that for a while now. I know that there was a lot of talk about it at the deadline last year, and they just weren't ready to move on. Chicago wasn't. But I think maybe before the deadline this year, maybe that week leading up, you could see something happen there when the price maybe drops a little bit more. Try to drop one of those guys that they're talking about. I don't want to give up Leiter and Porter. That would not be fun. Give them a major league ready guy. Another couple prospects that are inside the top 15. Call it a day. I think that's going to happen.
I like it.
Wow.
I like Alec.
Thanks, Corey. I like you too.
Thanks, man.
Superstitions. I don't believe in the typical ones, like splitting the pole. I don't understand. I really don't. Because I got screamed at on the first date a few weeks back, or a couple months back now. I got screamed at for, there's a stop sign in our front yard. And I went one way.
Hold on.
In the front yard.
Yes.
There's a stop sign in your front
We have a corner lot, Kevin. We have a corner lot.
Okay.
I experienced that.
Yes. There's a four-way stop right there.
You walk outside, you're like, oh, hold on.
Yes, and we're walking back to her car. I go left, she goes right, and she goes, Alexander! I'm like, what did I do? Don't split the pole. But the one that has stuck with me forever.
Wait, hold on. I have a couple follow-up questions.
Yes.
You're in the middle of telling a good story, and I don't want to derail that.
Yes.
Do you go by Alexander in your dating life? And
No.
secondly, what did you think of this gal dropping the Alexander on you in the first date?
You know, the Alexander thing just gives me like flashbacks because I only ever hear that like when I'm growing up and I get in trouble.
Okay.
You know, you get the full name because my mom came up with Alec, so it's always been Alec. And everybody knows me as Alec until they need to send me a work email and they realize
it screws everything up.
Alec Medford does not actually exist. So
I type in Alec, and I'm like, son of a.
Yeah, so luckily the Gmail switch that we did a couple years back kind of helped that out. But yeah, I don't really tell anyone to do it. It just happens. Some people think it's funny, and I'm like, no, don't do that. But some people I'll make exceptions for.
From the 817, are you actually splitting the poll, or is the poll splitting you?
Whoa.
Back to you, Alec.
That just changed the course of my entire day. The one that I go with is actually kind of like Mike. It's when I run, because I still run competitively here and there. I have to eat the same exact thing before a race. Every single race. Because every time I've tried to switch it up, I've thrown up after the race.
Oh, so plate enchiladas.
Mm-hmm. And I always place horribly if I switch it up.
Yeah, I like Chili's. We ate at Chili's when we were in Arizona. Right. Can't eat Chili's before I pitch. Doesn't matter anymore. But Chili's was bad luck for me.
That makes sense.
From the 817, Alec ate his black eyed peas this year. Peyton did not.
Oh,
I love that. Shout out ChatGPT, by the way.
I can't believe.
From the 817, why is Alec's first date at his house?
Like we met up and then we went.
Hold on. No. Hold on just a damn minute. That is a great question.
About that action.
Follow-up question.
I like it.
Follow-up question.
Oh, are you about to do this?
Did she pick you up at your house?
No.
Follow-up question. What time of day did she leave your house?
Like 11 o'clock.
In the morning or night?
PM.
Man.
Because you thought
the cousins.
AM and the PM.
Yeah, the cousins live like 5 minutes from my neighborhood, so it was a quick drive,
Her cousins or your cousins?
Her cousins.
Oh.
From the 214, the Stars are one of the most balanced teams in the NHL and will go to the Stanley Cup final. Never say my team is going to win if the game is not over. I definitely think we've all fallen victim to that plenty of times. From the 817, the Cowboys will not, holy cow, make the playoffs for the next 5 years. And as an ER nurse, I will never work when there's a full moon. I have heard that from law enforcement people too. Is not that there's werewolves running around and stuff, but that people do get maybe odder, maybe more apt to
after midnight
commit crimes if there's a full moon.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like that was something that my mom and the teachers used to say at my middle school.
Yes.
During full moon time was like, it must be full moon because these kids are acting crazy right now. And it was weird. It was around that time you would see just a different thing happening. I don't know if it's the tides.
Am I crazy? Don't cows act different during full moons? Is that something?
I am not saying that is inaccurate. I do not know.
What do you think cows do differently that you've heard? Because I've never heard this before.
I don't know. I think the animals, and I think cows or wolves, maybe like the full moon does something. I know wolves, like, they turn into like, vampires or whatever.
What? Isn't it that humans turn into the wolves? Isn't that what would happen theoretically?
I don't know. I think so. But I feel like there's something that cows about the full moon.
A popular belief is that a higher number of cow births happen during a full moon. That is according to the University of Tokyo.
Now will you look up if cows can walk downstairs?
Okay.
Because as long as we're just confirming or debunking,
they don't like those guardrails. That stops them.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, the things you go over.
Yes, cows can walk downstairs.
Okay.
According to Britannica.com.
Like the Encyclopedia Britannica? That sounds like
I cannot confirm or deny.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
They won't walk downstairs on their own, though. So it's been proven that cows will walk if you force them downstairs.
Ooh.
Just like me.
What does that mean?
Otherwise, he's taking the elevator.
Yeah, I don't like stairs. Got bad knees, man.
What? Now it's time for Mike Likes It, I guess.
I have a question based off of my fantasy team.
Oh, no.
Do you think Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery's ever going to sign a major league contract?
Yes.
So we're 2 weeks away from the start of the season. The real season is starting in 2 weeks. What would you put the odds on? And I'll give you can individually do each one. The odds that Blake Snell signs within the next 2 weeks before the season starts, and then we'll go to Jordan Montgomery next.
My odds within the next 2 weeks before the season starts, I think the percentages are lower. I think I would have it in the 28%.
84%.
That he signs. Do you think it's the Yankees? They have to pay double. They're already over the threshold where if they sign him to $30 million, it's going to count $60 million for them.
I am
believe.
ill-equipped to give you an answer to that question.
And
I
then
think Jordan Montgomery's more likely.
Jordan Montgomery, what is the percentage in the next 2 weeks, the next 14 days, Jordan Montgomery's on a major league roster?
85%.
65%.
Isn't this crazy that we've been talking about this since November 15th?
Yeah, a guy that just
and now
won
it's
you a World
almost
Series.
March 15th, and nobody has signed the Cy Young winner of the National League and the guy who was a major part, 50% of the starting rotation.
Yes.
It was Nathan Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery as your rotation for the playoffs.
The other, to just add to that, Kevin, it's really interesting that Boch and Chris Young have pretty much garnered all of our trust, except for this signing. This seems like the one thing where we're like, hey, we know better than you, buddy. Just sign them. And he's like, hold on, I just won a World Series. And you guys are like, now y'all are already telling me that I'm not smart enough to know what I'm doing out here?
Yeah, and the other thing, I feel like the owners have taken a big hit. It's like, oh, now they're not spending any money. And I was like, they did spend an awful lot of money. We did win the World Series. It's not like you have a bum team or anything like that.
They're
going
top
into
10
the
in
season.
salary.
Yeah.
I think they're
6 or 7.
Yeah. So I get it. They're not spending as much as the Dodgers or the Yankees. And there's a few other teams. I don't know where the Mets are at because they're paying a lot of money for Verlander and Max Scherzer to not be on their team. But yeah, I was just wondering about that. Blake Snell, at some point, when does Boris, I don't know, and this is maybe what makes him a great agent. He's like, I'm not giving in.
I feel like you started to see that yesterday when we were talking about the story from Evan Grant. Even in the interview, he goes, hey, if you want to make that championship legacy, sometimes you have to expand your ability to spend. That felt very directed at the Rangers.
So if you didn't hear earlier, Garrett Cole's out 1 to 2 months of the regular season at least.
Yes.
So I don't know if it's going to be the first 4 weeks, the first 8 weeks, or the whole season, but that doesn't sound good when you have an elbow issue with a guy who throws 100 miles an hour.
And I believe they said there are follow-up examinations already prepped.
Kevin, Blake Snell's won 2 Cy Youngs in his career, but only 2.
Oh, that's...
And in 1 year he had a 1.89 ERA, and the other he had a 2.25.
Sure.
Every other year it's been 3.5 or higher. Is he the Bryce Harper where he's really good?
A little bit.
I could see that.
But only in those 2 years has he proven that he's elite.
And he doesn't go deep into games.
Yeah, because Tampa Bay definitely kept him from that for a long time.
Keep him from doing
that. Yeah, why did they do that?
And he, you know what? He maxed out at 128 innings 2 years prior, and then he goes to the Padres. He maxed out at 128, and then he hit 180 last year. So
isn't that crazy? 180, and
yeah, Blake Snell is the Bryce Harper of pitchers. That's fascinating. Where he's good.
He's really good.
Yeah.
You're like, I'd love to have that pitcher on my team.
We have a starting pitching deficiency, at least it feels like, and so that's why I'd be more willing to make that move.
But his career 3.2 ERA is something that you're pretty happy if you have that in your career.
So I want to go back to basketball, and Mike likes it. Last night, Kawhi Leonard got hurt, and they have a 5-game road trip the Clippers do coming up. They said they're not sure if he's going to go on that road trip. Now, they fall into the 4 seed. There's still time for them to get a little bit higher, but they're only 2 games up on New Orleans for the 4 seed, as in New Orleans is 2 games back that they could overtake home court advantage. And Karl Anthony Towns had knee surgery.
Yeah.
And I've seen this before with Brandon Roy. And if he feels like this is his opportunity and this is his chance to win the title, to really make a name for himself as a great player. He's an all-star. Karl Anthony Towns is a perennial all-star. But if he wanted to elevate himself to another level, it would be through the playoffs. And so I'm just wondering, how much do they push it, him and the organization, to come back for the playoffs? And how much do you go, dang it, we had a great year, but we're not going to push it because just come back next year where it's totally clean, because you start getting that bone-on-bone situation because you came back earlier. And I don't know everything about Karl Anthony Towns' injury. You know, if you're covering Minnesota closer, you would. But I'm just wondering right now, this is from a Mavs perspective. So Kawhi Leonard is everything to the Clippers. If he's out, they're going to lose in the first round.
Sure.
I think. I know that they won a series before without him. That was a crazy one that they won. And then Karl Anthony Towns, you take them down to, it's just Anthony Edwards offensively. That's their major weapon. Because Gobert, we've seen Gobert in the playoffs have to be taken out of games in Utah against multiple teams because playoff basketball doesn't suit him as well as regular season basketball does. So now all of a sudden, 2 of the 4 teams we've been looking at, along with Oklahoma City and Denver, all of a sudden they had 2 major players pop up as injured and not sure what they're going to be down the stretch.
Yeah, no, that is, I think you make an interesting point. And in the Towns specifically, if that is the case, I think I would lean towards, hey, we're not going to push it.
And he's out a month, and just like the reevaluation, they're going to have to reevaluate this 2 weeks down the road just to see, okay, where are we at? Do we think he's 2 weeks away? Do we think he's still another month away?
And that will help determine if now all of a sudden you're like, okay, we're not pushing. He'll be ready for the playoff.
Yeah, and so just looking at it, if you're looking at trying to overtake the Clippers, obviously you'd have to move up and beat Sacramento, who you're a half game back of, Phoenix, who you're a game back of. You do have the tiebreaker against Phoenix. I think you do not have the tiebreaker against New Orleans. I think they have the tiebreaker against you.
Okay.
They are 2.5 games up, but I believe with the tiebreaker. I think you have the tiebreaker over the Clippers, and they are 4.5 games up on you. At this point, 4.5 is a lot to make up, especially with having to overcome all of and then you're done at that point. You can't catch Minnesota, Denver, or Oklahoma City. There's a small chance, I put it at like 5%, you can move up to the 4 seed. I think there's about a 15% chance you can move up to the 5 seed, and I'll give it, this might be higher, but I'll give it a 40% chance of moving up to the 6 seed.
Okay, I'm a little higher. I feel like the Mavs are settling in at 6. Like that's where I feel they're.
So Sacramento and Phoenix will be the 2 teams to drop behind them?
Just a scotch. And you have a back-to-back against Sacramento where you can really do some damage there.
I feel like that's always a split situation.
Yeah, it is on the road, too.
When you play these back-to-backs now that they have scheduled in the NBA, it just seems like you split.
It's a couple days apart, though. Like it's a couple days apart, but I understand what you're saying.
That one against New Orleans where the point guard that has the long hair that sneaks behind guys and steals the ball, like he had 48 points in that game. You're like, how are we losing this game? They have literally, Ingram was out, Zion was out, Valanciunas, I think he played, I can't remember. They were missing another major, they were missing 3 or 4 of their starting players, but because of this, hey, you're playing them not back-to-back nights, but you're playing the same team. It's almost like teams have had a handshake agreement. We'll win one and you'll win one.
It does kind of feel that way. And they do have the Jazz in similar back-to-back, just one at home, one on road.
Yes.
But then it follows up with the Kings, and I feel like that's a great opportunity to tell your team, look, guys, we make up ground by doing this.
The last Mike Likes It I didn't get to yesterday. We had something that was we had to do.
Mm-hmm.
So this was my Maverick thing that I'm going to bring today before tonight's game. Kevin already knows this. Corey, you don't know this. I went back and I did this. This is amazing to me. This is an update from about 2 months ago. How many games have the Mavs played where it's been a 10-point game or more either way? They are 22-19. They have played at least half of their games of the season. So if every game right now were to go a single-digit game, half of their games would be blowout situations. They are 15-9 in single-digit games, and only 15-9 after playing this many games, 37-28. They have. This is why it's so tough to predict them. They're 15-9 in single-digit games. That's, to me, that's just doesn't make any sense. There's no way I can find another team. I don't think I can that has a record that they have or better that they've played in so many blowout situations. 22-19 in games decided by 10 or more. It is
unbelievable to me.
You can't look at the Mavs and go, man, in this game, if they would have just done this at the 3-minute mark, if they would have just played this way the last 2 minutes, there's very few games you can look at and go, they won that game or they got blown out in that game. So this is what makes it really tough when I'm trying to think, what are the Mavs going to do come playoff time? We've talked about it before. What do I do with, they've played 41 games that have been blowout scenarios.
And in games that are 5 points or less, they're 7-27. 7-28, it says here. 5 points or less. Does that make sense?
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
They've lost 9 games by single digits.
Yeah. I don't know.
That might be over a longer period of time.
Yeah.
It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
More of whatever the hell that was. Next on the Fan.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, yes, as we also investigate A.J. Dillon, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
That's the investigation you're looking into right now?
No, I should not have used that phrase. As we look into the viability of A.J. Dillon to the Cowboys. Whoops. That was an accident.
All right, Kevin.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. It's okay, though. We've all had moments. I got choose your own adventure for the C Block today, because we have multiple adventures to go down.
Although it would be pretty messed up if we didn't, and you're like, it's choose your own adventure, and you gave one topic, and then you're like, that's it.
That's not the one. Actually, that sounds like more fun. Kevin, here are the topics.
Oh, no.
Bare feet. That perked up Mike's ears.
Can you spell that for me?
B-A-R-E.
Okay. I'm less interested.
F-E-A-T.
I got it. Less interested.
Bare feet. The trade that we need in the NFL.
Ooh, I feel like I'm going to pick that one.
Or is this guy really a Royals Hall of Famer?
Oh, crap in hell. I know what that is. I pick the NFL. Nope. I pick the NFL trade that we all need. There are already enough people who are pissed off at me.
Mike, out of those three, bare feet, the NFL trade that we need to happen, or is this guy really a Royals Hall of Famer?
I've decided I only want to talk baseball the rest of my life.
All right.
So I vote Royals.
Man, that is good. And Alec, I'm going to strongly suggest you root for the Royals on this one. Bare feet, the NFL trade we need to happen, or is this guy really a Royals Hall of Famer?
I was out on the bare feet when I found out it wasn't bare feet.
Me too, yeah.
So I'm going the Royals Hall of Fame.
All right, thank you very much.
There's such thing as bare feet. There's bare paws.
It's bare
You
claws.
can't call them feet?
It's a claw.
I think so.
Bear claw.
That's a donut.
Hold on, you're telling me that whenever that bear raises its hand at you, claw, and it goes to swipe at you, you're not getting swiped by a claw?
That's a good point.
Is it?
I think the claws are the fingers. We call those fingers on humans. Like, this is our palm. They have the paw. And then we have fingers, and they have the claws.
You know what? Bears of DFW. We would love to hear
There's no
from
such
you.
thing.
There's no bear in DFW? Is that what you just said?
In cages at the zoo?
Dude, I saw there was a tiger in Livingston Lake the other day or something. So y'all need to watch out, man.
There's bear cats. There's tons of bear cats.
All right. Bo Jackson is going into the Kansas City Royals Hall of Fame.
Number 16. Let's do this.
Number 1 in our hearts.
He's awesome.
Hall of Famer.
So here's the deal, and I wanted to ask Ode McDow earlier. By the way, we talked with Ode McDow.
That was pretty awesome.
Dude, childhood, I think it's just...
My first ever favorite player.
Yes.
Now I just need to get Dale Ellis on here.
But we talked with him earlier, and I was watching a video yesterday of Bo Jackson, and I was just in awe of some of the plays he made. He made some of the most athletic plays in baseball you'll ever see. And Griffey was an amazing athlete, too, in the game. And there are some guys now that you're watching that you're just like, dude, these guys are athletic nuts out there. This is amazing. I don't have his stats on his career as a Royal, Kevin. And again, the Kansas City Royals probably don't have a lot of guys other than George Brett and Kevin Seitzer.
Oh man, that is a deep cut right there.
How many rated rookie cards do you have Kevin Seitzer? Because all of them, I'm pretty sure I had the whole collection.
He was in the 87 rookie class.
That being said,
Steve Balboni,
out of all the Royals, does he stack up? Was he a really good baseball player, Bo Jackson?
For a short amount of time.
Yes, I agree with that. And he also has one of the most iconic baseball cards of all time. With the shoulder pads and the no shirt and the bat. That card rules.
Okay.
90 score.
Yes.
And I think we all remember, like, we all tried to break our bat one. Bat doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work with wood either. Like
you're not as strong.
What I don't know is he breaking it? And I needed to ask. I had a couple players I played with that could do it.
And then I have a football note for you.
Are you breaking it with your hands or are you breaking it with your leg? How much are you
your leg?
How much are you bending it with your arms, but using the leg as the table?
Remember, he did it over his head.
Right, he did it over his head.
That's amazing.
So he's not breaking it with his head, right? He's breaking it with. He has to have something to balance it on to have the arms.
I think he's just breaking it with his anger. I think that's what it is.
I feel that.
He's the only human built that way.
Yeah, it would be weird if you hit a home run and in pure joy you broke the bat that did it. You're like, you could have used that one for your next at bat.
Corey Seager, that's his superstition.
That should be the new one.
The Chargers are releasing Mike Williams. I need you to know that.
Why?
Yeah, are we going to sign him? Didn't he sign a new deal last year that I wasn't? He's like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, guess what? You've been proven correct.
You think the Cowboys are going to pick him up now?
Probably.
All right.
They like to take.
You heard it here
like
first.
this.
Kevin Hagelin.
I will bet you the Cowboys don't pick him up
because he wants money.
Yes,
that's what you're going to say. Hey, do you want money? Ooh, I'm out.
Let me ask you this: do you think Kellen Moore liked him at all?
I guess not.
I don't know. He's in Philadelphia. He had him last year as a wide receiver.
Well, he was also hurt last year, so.
Has A.J. Brown changed his mind about the Eagles?
He's back.
Like, he's happy?
I think he has disputed those reports.
Look, if C.J. Gardner-Johnson can go back after all the things he said about the Eagles fans, A.J. Brown can get over his stuff. And then they can fall apart.
You know what's weird is all of these guys, Bo Jackson coming up, Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden, all these guys that were stars of the 80s are now getting into their teams' Hall of Fames. What took so long?
That's a good question.
That is a good
question. How many
question.
guys did you have to put in there before you got that one in there?
I will say this, with Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden, it might have been we want them to be clean. As in
I get that.
Their lives more clean, and that might have taken time for them to recover from their drug and alcohol abuse. But Bo Jackson, what took Kansas City so long on this one?
I don't know. I really don't. He is a very, very iconically well-known player for that franchise.
Okay. Well, congratulations to Bo Jackson, who won't take a picture with you at an Auburn game because he wants you to watch the game.
Because the game was already started. Maybe it was beforehand. It was like right when the game was started. He's like, no, watch a game.
Watch the game.
As
That's
he
why we're here.
should
We're not
have.
here to take pictures, guys.
Facts.
The NFL trade that needs to happen. This is a rumored trade. And I'll get.
Are you starting this rumor?
Well, Kevin, this is a source on Barstool that says there's a dude in the community that said his girl works at Kroger's with Burrow's girlfriend, and she said they're in deep negotiations. He said it would be T and 2 firsts for JJ and Burrow, and has agreed to restructure his contract so JJ and Chase would both get 3 years, $100 million. So the rumor from the dude in the community that said his girl works at Kroger's with Joe Burrow's girlfriend. It's always fun. But that's always a fun thing to go out there. But Jamar Chase tweets this out. This will be a crazy story to tell. And Willie Lutz tweets at him and says, are they trading for Justin Jefferson? And Jamar Chase said, Jay Jettas too, that's Justin Jefferson, please answer these people. I don't know why they think I'm calling the shots. What are you doing, yo?
That would be awesome if somehow Jamar Chase was installed as the GM while he was still an active player on the team. That would be sweet.
And he trades for another receiver.
Hell
that's
yeah.
just as good as him, and then they bring back the 2019 LSU offense, and they just go nuts in the world. If that happens.
I'm taking that team to win.
How
the
many?
World Series.
The World Series?
The Super Bowl.
That would be amazing, too.
The Super Bowl.
Would you pick them over the Chiefs if they had both of those receivers?
Man, if their offense looked anything like that LSU offense, I think I would.
I mean, T. Higgins is already really, really good. And, really, really good. He's a number one on most teams. T. Higgins is a number one on most teams. And he's been on the Bengals, who have him and Jamar Chase. I think it's a perfect compliment. I don't know how much better you're getting with Justin Jefferson, because now both of them got to eat. You got to figure out how to get them both the ball. I mean, both of them.
Hold on. Why are people's biggest issue with this entire story that Joe Burrow's girlfriend is working at the Kroger? They're like, no. All of that sounds plausible, except for the part about his girl working at the Kroger.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people's biggest issue with this is? Okay, good to know.
So that could be a source that could be out there in the world.
Do not think that is going to happen, do you?
I mean, Kay Adams did tweet, translation, Jay Jetta's incoming?
No.
So if she's asking the question, and again, Kevin, the Vikings came close to, this is Diana Rossini, they came close to extending Justin Jefferson last offseason. Their GM aggressively rejected the idea of trading him.
Yes.
Kirk Cousins' departure has changed things, though, and the Vikings have no plans to trade Jefferson, but I do wonder if Jefferson is like, look, I don't want to sit here with some bum quarterback, Sam Darnold, and I got to deal with that crap forever.
I got what you're saying.
A lot of guys don't like playing with quarterbacks that aren't good.
Fair.
That's just the way these receivers see it. I mean, how many receivers are out there complaining about Patrick Mahomes? None.
Tyreek Hill, I think, did.
Fair.
And last but not least, bare feet.
They've gone back-to-back for champions after just some amazing.
What if she works for like Kroger's corporate? Like, what if she's big into the Kroger's family? You know, like it's. I mean, I'm just asking. I don't think she's a bagger at Kroger. I don't think that.
No, that's fine. If that is your job, I don't understand why that would get demeaned. You can have whatever job and still be dating Joe Burrow. Does he have to change your employment status? He can't just be like, we can go a lot of nice places.
They're not married yet.
Yeah.
You know? Well, you still got to prove that you're going to stick around. Got to earn the ring.
She is currently working at Kroger as a senior process specialist and analyst.
Okay.
According to Sportskeeda.
Not a real position.
I don't even know if that's a real website.
But
Sportskeeda.
Oh, yeah. She's a senior process, and according to People Magazine, she's a senior process specialist and analyst at Kroger. So, wow. Everybody out there was like, she's not stocking shelves.
For the 575 Corey's Corner. More like Fake News Corner. That's not the name of the segment either. It's the C Block.
What'd y'all do in the segment yesterday?
AM on the FM.
Nice. It can be replaced by anything. Kevin said that. Bare feet. At the Atlantic,
replace it with pain.
At the Atlantic 10 tournament, Kevin, people are just sitting around without shoes on in the stands. And my question is, when is it okay to let your puppies breathe? When is it okay to be barefoot in public?
This feels more like a Pac-12 tournament.
Because of Bill Walton?
Yeah. Doesn't it feel like if you're
crunching this groovy feet?
Yeah. This feels like more like teams from that area of our region would go barefoot to the games.
See, I think you're imagining some guy coming up with the PA and be like, you guys ready to get down with this crunchy groove? I bring to you fish. And that's like the opening act for the tournament. And then Bill Walton's just hanging out. No!
Do you remember Mac Hollins? He just got a deal, by the way.
He used to be on our show.
When he was on our show at Super Bowl in Arizona last year. Mac Hollins, he walked up, he was barefoot there at the Super Bowl at Radio Row. There's all these people there, and he's like, barefoot, baby. And I like being barefoot. If I'm in the house, I'm not wearing shoes. Every once in a while, I have these Sherpa socks that are awesome. That's about it. Other than that, try to be barefoot.
Like for climbing mountains?
Like the inside, it's Sherpa inside, right? Like it's,
I'm sorry, I don't know what this is either.
It's super soft.
Aren't Sherpas ones that take you up on mountains?
Yes, they're guides.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking them up.
You see what I'm saying though? Like
They're
the
super
Sherpa,
soft?
it's super soft inside. So yeah, that's what I rock with. But I'm not gonna be bare. I don't typically go barefoot. Choppy will go into our bathroom barefoot here at the station.
That's disgusting.
And like, I just don't see Adrian. We've been out at restaurants and there's people just standing around barefoot, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, that's so gross." People in movie theaters barefoot. Why? Why do you need to take your shoes off and put people through that around you?
Yeah, I don't get it. If you're not at the pool, I would think in most public places I would not want to be barefoot.
I'm looking at the college basketball schedule today, and I would have to guess Cal State Bakerfield versus UC Riverside would be the most barefoot game.
Okay, that makes.
If I had to pick a barefoot game tonight, that would be the barefoot game of the year.
And
for tonight, at least.
A lot of people. Kroger's corporate is in Cincinnati.
Kansas State versus Texas. I would think the most boots are going to be worn there.
No, we're not changing. Are you guys ready to get down with this crunchy groove? It's going to make a great intro to the show. We're not doing that.
I think it sounds good, though. You do that, you play that, and then the music hits, and now we're into the crunchy groove part.
From the 940, I also blame Corey for this. I'm being 100% honest. I thought we were going to talk about actual bears and their feet. That is why I asked for the spelling, because if it was BEA air feet, then that would have been my number one selection.
Oklahoma versus TCU today.
People are wearing shoes for that.
Boots or more boots or shoes?
Probably a lot of boots, but
more
still,
boots at that game
covered.
or K-State versus Texas?
Ooh, Oklahoma and TCU. I
think so too.
Is the most booted game.
Yeah.
That could be a new segment.
Did A&M already lose? Why are they not playing?
Hey,
today?
What happened to A&M?
They play tomorrow, I believe.
Okay.
They haven't
I
lost
told my son,
yet.
who's a big A&M fan, he's like, what does first four out mean? And I'm like, that means they have to win the tournament.
Yes. No, not necessarily.
I've seen it before.
They don't.
They've been first four out, made it to the finals of the SEC, and still didn't make the tournament. So I told Jake,
That could happen.
they have to win the whole SEC to make the tournament.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Why are these stories now coming in?
The 585. I had a professor in college who was barefoot all the time. He was a science teacher. Had a field trip to a cadaver room, and he was barefoot in there. I feel like being in a room full of dead people is where to not be.
Isn't that the morgue?
Yeah.
Are you sure you didn't just go to some place at this guy's house that he called the cadaver room?
This is my cadaver room.
Holy cow. Is
Everybody
this girl
get
with the
comfortable.
dragon tattoo that we're talking about?
Crawl up on this table
Where's
real quick.
Canisius? They sound like a barefoot school.
Coming up next, I guess an answer to that question. Also, the Stars going to Finland